Chapter 51:13. Screech. Screech, screech, screech. However, in the huge nine-colored fireball in front of him, which enveloped the hive stars of the Class 8 black demon bugs, it was extremely quiet. Not a single sound came out. This was the result of Yi Xian's deliberate control. If it was just ordinary space beasts, there would be no need to do this. However, what was trapped in this huge nine-colored fireball were 5 powerful bug clan members of the Heaven Path. Because in order to prevent the arachnid frequencies of these 5 old fellows from being transmitted through the nine-colored flame ball and causing unnecessary accidents, Yi Xian had purposely strengthened the isolation of the nine-colored flame ball. Not to mention the arachnid frequencies and the power of divine sense. Even sound was completely sealed inside. After confirming that the nine-colored fireball that had just formed in front of him was extremely stable and there was no abnormality, Yi Xian's heart suddenly relaxed, and his heart that was in his throat finally settled down. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he looked around. Screech, whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this time, the earth-shattering screech was still ringing like a tide. In the hive stars within sight, a large number of space bugs were rushing out at this moment, and with endless fear, they fled in all directions. This kind of bug swarm scene was really spectacular. In the hundreds of billions of miles of void, various forms of space bugs could be seen everywhere. Some were big and some were small, and some were strong and some were weak. Among them, the most powerful existences were dozens of desolate, venerable realm space bugs. Boom! Rumble. At this moment, Yi Xian pushed the power in his body to the extreme, and an invisible pressure spread out, almost turning into a substance. The whole void resonated because of this, and the rumbling of thunder was earth-shattering. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! There was suspense. Just as he activated the power in his body and deliberately turned it into a powerful pressure, the entire demon insect forbidden grounds was like beans being fried in a pot. Suddenly, there was a series of densely packed popping sounds coming from within the huge demon insect forbidden grounds. These space bugs were the beans that were being fried, and the terrifying pressure of Yi Xian, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th stage Great Perfection realm, was the fire that was going to explode the beans as far as the eye could see. Countless bodies of the space bugs were exploding in the void. Different colors, but all of them had pungent body fluids of the bug clan. Like a heavy rain in the void, they raged everywhere. It was too much. It was tragic. In just one breath's time, all the space bugs below the level of Almighty Figure had died, and the number was immeasurable. This was the terrifying pressure of the peak of the heavenly Tao. Just the full force of the pressure was enough to cause one's body to explode in an instant unless one had the strength of a primordial Almighty Figure or above. The originally boisterous devil insect forbidden land quieted down in an instant. The earth-shattering howls from before were now so quiet that even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Just now, almost all the space bugs that were densely packed like a tide just now were gone. All of them had exploded. In the entire void of the forbidden grounds, there were less than 200 figures that could be seen now. The 200 figures were all almighty figures and supreme figures of the primordial era. Among them, there were more than 100 almighty figures of the primordial era and dozens of supreme figures of the primordial era. The former were seriously injured and dying, while the latter were still struggling to escape. In a blink of an eye, the originally boisterous devil insect forbidden land quieted down completely. The earth-shattering howls from before were now so quiet that even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The space bugs, which were as dense as a tide a moment ago, had all exploded. Only less than 200 of them were still visible in the vast void of the forbidden area. Among them, more than 100 almighty figures of the primordial era were seriously injured and dying. Some had even lost the ability to move. Their bodies were suspended in the void, and they were dying, while there were about 60 to 70 supreme figures of the primordial era. After all, they were desolate supremacies. Although they were seriously injured, they were still struggling to escape. This was how it should be. As long as there was still a chance of survival, no one would give up. But in fact, even these dozens of desolate supremacies of the Bug Clan who were escaping in all directions knew that such an action was meaningless. Everything was in vain. Face against a peak, heavenly path, ninth stage, great perfection, even if they were in their peak condition, and let them escape in advance. If Yi Xian was willing, he could catch up to them at any time, catch them, and kill them. Not to mention that they were all seriously injured now. The reason why they were still escaping was partly because of their survival instinct, and partly because they were lucky. Perhaps this powerful peak heavenly path great perfection was not interested in them at all, and would not chase after them. Perhaps, the dozens of desolate supremacies fled in different directions at the same time. In the end, if they were lucky, even if the other party chased after them, 3 to 5 of them would be able to escape. Although this chance was very slim, as long as there was a chance of survival. Who would give up? Unfortunately, if it were other space beasts, it would be fine. With Yi Xian's current height, even if it was a desolate supremacy, he might not be interested in chasing after them. But the Space Bug Clan was different. The Bug Clan's biological frequency was extremely strange, and they were exceptionally good at transmitting messages. There were still 5 Bug Clan Heavenly Path Great Perfection in the 200 million kilometer diameter, 9-colored flame sphere. It would take some time to return and kill them one by one. Yi Xian did not wish to be transmitted by the dozens of Bug Clan Desolate Supremacies before he left. If the news was leaked, it would attract the surrounding heavenly Tao realms to attack him. Therefore, they had to stay behind. Not a single one of them could be left behind. Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and with a shake of his shoulders, he instantly flew out. In a blink of an eye, he was behind an 8-stage Desolate Supremacy, Bug Clan Desolate Supremacy. Without a word, he threw out a punch, screech. Sensing the impending danger, the Bug Clan Desolate Supremacy's eyes turned bloodshot. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar, but it could not change anything. He was destined to perish on the spot. Bam! Everything happened too quickly. As Yi Xian made his move, the porcelain hit its body solidly, and an earth-shattering boom was immediately heard. This barren supremacy of the insect clan did not even have the time to react. The giant fist that was so majestic that it made one want to point at it smashed down. In the blink of an eye, its entire body that was tens of thousands of kilometers long instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread out. Tight following that, Yi Xian waved his hand as a gale whistled through the air. An invisible force whistled out and swept away the blood mist formed by the explosion of the desolate sovereign from the insect clan into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron and immediately began to condense the blood essence. He still had 35 level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pellets and more than 150 level 29 desolate supreme treasure pellets. There was no need to refine desolate supreme treasure pellets and heavenly Tao treasure pellets in a short period of time. However, it was fine if it was in existence below the almighty level, but the almighty level and desolate supremacy level ferocious beasts and the insect tribe after their bodies exploded would definitely not be wasted. Namely, even if it wasn't used to refine treasured pills, it was still considered a top-notch resource for cultivation. Dang! However, with Yi Xian's current cultivation level, the Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellet basically had no obvious effect, unless it was the ultimate Desolate Supreme blood essence that was refined from the explosion of a Desolate Supreme's body. Even more moreover, Yi Xian was not interested in the Desolate Supreme blood essence that was refined from the flesh of the insect clan. However, even if he did not consume it, he still had so many subordinates under him. It was fine to leave it for them to consume. Whoosh, boom, bang, bang, bang. Following that, Yi Xian pushed the energy in his body to the limit and wandered around. Every time he caught up to a desolate sovereign, he would immediately attack and punch out, causing the desolate sovereign to explode into a bloody mist. Following that, he waved his hand and used an invisible force to wrap up the blood mist that was scattered. He kept it into his body and sent it into the Shinnong treasure cauldron to begin the blood essence condensation. 7 more than 10 desolate sovereigns from the insect clan were all seriously injured and did not have the chance to escape. In just a short time, they were all killed by Yi Xian. However, at this time, in the entire demon insect forbidden land, other than the countless disgusting insect liquid floating in the void, there were only more than 100 dying figures. This, a group of heavily injured and dying insect clan members, all of whom were powerful figures from the demon insect forbidden land, were instantly injured under the terrifying pressure of Yi Xian, who was at the peak of the 9th stage, Great Perfection Heavenly Way. They had lost their ability to move. Although they were terrified, there was nothing they could do. They could only float in the void and wait for death. Screech! Screech! Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Soon, there was an earth-shattering screech filled with endless despair. Among the more than 100 insect clan powerful figures, about 1/3 of them chose to self-destruct. The loud rumbling sound in the void rose and fell one after another. Right at this moment, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to him at all. His figure shot out and wandered around. When he encountered an almighty arachnid that had self-destructed, he directly waved his hand and absorbed the boundless blood mist that was spreading out from the explosion into his body. As for those insect clan powerful figures who did not self-destruct, he just added a punch. The result was the same. These insect clan powerful figures, regardless of their size, exploded under his punch. Immediately after, they were absorbed into Yi Xian's body and sent to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Farmer God's treasure cauldron. From there, he began the blood essence condensation. This time, it was even faster. In less than half an instance's time, Yi Xian finished everything. These more than 100 insect clan powerful figures, without exception, were all dead. Even the boundless blood mist formed after the explosion of the physical body was taken away by him. As a result, the number of blood essences of desolate supremacy in Yi Xian's hands rose to 76. As for the number of blood essences of powerful figures, since he originally had dozens left, Yi Xian now had more than 200 blood essences of powerful figures in his hands after killing more than 100 insect clan powerful figures. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a short period of time. From the time Yi Xian quietly sneaked into the demon insect forbidden ground until now, it had only been a little more than an incense's time. In less than the time it took to eat a meal, the entire demon insect forbidden ground turned into a barren land. Apart from the 5 insect clan heavenly Tao figures who were still trapped by the 9-color flame ball and the goat horn immortal, the other countless insect clan members were all annihilated. 9. It was obvious how terrifying the combat power of a peak heavenly Tao in the realm of perfection was. This was clearly the rhythm of someone who could easily destroy an entire forbidden ground or star region with his own strength. Too tragic. From the time Yi Xian quietly sneaked into the demon insect forbidden ground until now, it had only been a little more than an incense's time, but the entire demon insect forbidden ground had been completely turned into a barren land during this period of time. Except apart from the 5 insect clan heavenly Tao figures who were still trapped by the 9-color flame ball and the goat horn immortal, the other countless insect clan members were all annihilated. It was obvious how terrifying the combat power of a peak heavenly Tao in the realm of perfection was. At this level, he could easily destroy an entire ferocious beast forbidden ground or the remnant star region with his own strength. The terror of his strength was simply unbelievable. No, this battle was obviously not over yet. It could even be said that what Yi Xian had dealt with so far was only a small part of the battle. The real important part was still to come. Moreover, although he had annihilated all the countless insect clan members in the demon insect forbidden ground, and none of them had escaped to send a message or the like, such an astonishing movement in the demon insect forbidden ground star region would most likely spread the news soon. At that time, the heavenly Tao experts in the ferocious beast forbidden ground, which was adjacent to the demon insect forbidden ground, would definitely come to investigate and find out what was going on. Therefore, there was not much time left for Yi Xian. He had to deal with the 5-insect clan, Heavenly Tao, trapped in a 9-colored flame ball as soon as possible. There would be changes if he delayed. Walala, with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yixin no longer hesitated. With a thought, the figure of the violent ape disappeared, and the strange sound of splashing water instantly came from the void where it originally stood. At this moment, the body of the violent ape, which was only about 10 feet tall, collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a corner of the universe void, exuding an endless bloody aura. Roar! Roar! Screech! Then from 3 different directions of the vast sea of blood, a low roar and a violent howl instantly came. In the boundless sea of blood, 3 massive figures rose from the ground in the blink of an eye. They were none other than the body of the demonic ape's flesh and blood, as well as its skeleton body and black fog body. The body of flesh and blood was identical to the violent ape from before. The only difference was that it was larger in size, spanning 60 million kilometers. As for the skeleton body, it did not have any flesh and blood. It was just a purplish gold skeleton that exuded an endless murderous aura. It was extremely ferocious. Black the body of fog was a black fog, and even the pair of eyes were only 2 purple lights, making it look extremely strange. Everything took place in an instant, even though it took a long time to describe. In the blink of an eye, Yixian's 3 Blood Sea avatars had already condensed. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the perfected heavenly Tao realm. They were clearly 3 powerful peak heavenly Tao existences. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, their simultaneous appearance was enough to stir up a storm of blood. This clearly wasn't the end. Roar! As the 3 Blood Sea avatars condensed, the body of the violent ape raised its head and roared angrily again. At that moment, Yixin directly activated the ultimate form of the 9 transformations of the Devil-Ape Bloodline Divine Power, which was the Devil-Ape True Body. As the angry roar sounded, the powers in the 3 Blood Sea avatars' bodies instantly surged. Its power, the momentum was like a raging river roaring. The limbs and bones of the 3 clones surged with endless ferocity, and there was even a surge of terrifying chi and blood that was so majestic that it made one tremble in fear. In an instant, it rapidly approached each other. In just half a second, the back had already fused. The true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape appeared in the void. The body of flesh and blood, the skeleton body, and the black fog body fused into one. Buzz. At the same time, the eyes of the skeleton body of the 3 devil-ape true bodies emitted a blazing purplish-gold beam. An extremely deep buzzing sound resounded through the void. Buzz. A mysterious aura spread out from his body like a raging river. The skeleton clone suddenly raised its left arm, and the empty palm of its left hand glowed with a golden light. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. It was simple and ferocious. In the middle of his palm was a 2-headed strange beast. The beast's mouth was facing up and down, biting the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. All of them they opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the 2 mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. It was the heaven-falling bow, the most powerful divine ability that had shocked the prehistoric era. Swoosh! Swoosh! With some hesitation, the body of the violent ape suddenly flipped its hands. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, 2 fine rays of light shot out. The left hand of the body of the flesh and blood held one of the legs of the Shinon cauldron, like a huge seal that flipped the sky, while in its right hand, it dragged the Shinon medicinal pestle that had transformed into a big-headed black club. It emitted an invisible, ferocious aura that was simply shocking. Previously, the 3 Blood Sea avatars were all at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage. Now, as they merged into one entity, the true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape was the strongest form. However, The cultivation aura that emanated from the combined form of the devil ape was still only at the peak of the great perfection of the heavenly way of the ninth step. It did not break through a realm because of this. In fact, Yi Xian still did not know what the next realm after the heavenly Tao realm was. This time, he came to the left bank of the Milky Way again to enter some of the more powerful, ferocious beast forbidden grounds and the remnant star domain. He wanted to find the peak of the great perfection of the ninth stage and inquire about this matter. These peak of the great perfection of the ninth stage were basically ancient existences who had lived for countless years. They came from different worlds, and the worlds they once ruled were probably more powerful than the primeval world, which was favored by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it was very likely that Yi Xian would be able to obtain the information he needed from them, and now, with the three Blood Sea avatars gathered into one, the combined devil ape true body's cultivation aura was only at the peak of the great perfection of the ninth stage. However, there was a difference in strength between the same peak of the heavenly Tao. In the combined state, the devil ape true body with 3 heads and 6 arms might not be the most powerful existence among the peak of the heavenly Tao, but it was probably not far from it. In this form, Yi Xian could do whatever he wanted even in the powerful left bank of the Milky Way. It was obvious that he did not feel any pressure in getting rid of the 5 insect clan heavenly Tao trapped in a 9-colored fireball, the strongest of whom was only at the 8th stage. There was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. It was just a matter of time. What Yi Xian needed to do now was to end everything as soon as possible and leave. Whoosh! With these thoughts flashing through his mind, he no longer hesitated. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot toward the gigantic 9-colored fireball with a diameter of 200 million miles in front of him. Whoosh! In the next moment, a weak ripple suddenly appeared in a part of the 9-colored fireball that was quietly standing in the void. The ray of light that the devil ape true body transformed into was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it passed through this ripple and rushed into the interior of the fireball. Whoosh! In the next moment, a weak ripple suddenly appeared in a part of the 9-colored fireball that was quietly standing in the void. The 3 Blood Sea avatars gathered and combined into the devil ape true body of Yi Xian. His entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot toward the gigantic 9-colored fireball with a diameter of 200 million miles in front of him. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he passed through this ripple and rushed into the interior of the fireball. Buzz! In the next moment, an incomparably low buzzing sound suddenly rushed toward him like a tide. Even Yi Xian, who was caught off guard, trembled slightly. He felt as if his divine soul had been shaken, and his chi and blood had become restless as a cold light flashed. He immediately focused his gaze. In his line of sight, in a vast void that had been completely sealed within the fireball, there were clearly ripples that were like thin scales. Layer upon layer, as if they were wrinkles, it was a shocking sight to behold. The 9-color fireball had a diameter of 200 million miles, and the space inside the fireball was also the same. But now, in this 200 million mile void, 5 huge figures could be seen hovering in the air. These 5 figures were the 5 heavenly Tao insects of the demon insect Forbidden Land. Their original size might have been larger, but now, due to the limited space inside the fireball, the 5 heavenly Tao insect had all shrunk to about 1 million miles in size. But, however, they were not gathered together. Instead, they were inside the flame wall of the fireball, occupying a pentagon. If a line was drawn between their bodies, it would clearly form a huge pentagram. The 5 heavenly Tao insects had different forms and bloodlines. Although they were the same size, only about 1 million miles in size, the cultivation auras they emitted were different. The strongest existence was a black demonic insect whose cultivation level had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. As for the weakest one, it was completely green. It was a cosmic green hornless centipede. Its cultivation level was at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, and it had just entered the middle stages. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the strongest, was only at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Compared to Yi Xian, they were more than just a little bit weaker. They were completely incapable of shaking him. However, the insect race was strange to begin with. Yi Xian had always hated insects, and it was precisely because of this that he had a headache over the various cosmic insect races. Now, the 5 heavenly Tao insects had clearly pushed the powers in their bodies to their limits. They had activated some sort of bloodline mystic technique, and their bodies were emitting invisible insect race frequencies. It would have been fine if it was just one of them. Although Yi Xian would feel a headache, he would not be affected in any way. His cultivation level had already reached an extremely high level, allowing him to ignore most attacks. But now, the 5 insect race were joining forces. They were using all their powers to activate the mystic technique in their bloodline. The invisible insect race frequencies that were emitted stacked and gathered together. The might was naturally completely different. At that moment, as his body transformed into a beam of light and entered the 9-colored fireball, the invisible and powerful insect race frequencies surged over, enveloping Yi Xian's massive body. Instantly, his soul trembled as he felt a stabbing pain in his body. Roar! Raging Ape roared angrily as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he immediately shrunk his body to about 50 kilometers. He immediately felt better. But this was not a solution either. Yi Xian could sense that the insect race frequencies in the pentagram were converging towards him. He, who was inside, seemed to become the only vent as he constantly suffered the crushing pressure of the terrifying insect race frequencies. While moreover, the longer this suppression lasted, the more powerful it would be. Yi Xian had only entered the fireball for a short period of time, but his body had already been pierced through. If he allowed this situation to continue, even though his body wouldn't explode and he wouldn't die, he wouldn't be able to avoid being injured. The insect race was indeed strange. Now, there were 5 heavenly Tao realm insect race experts joining forces to activate the insect race frequencies in their bloodline. Under the stacking of the insect race frequencies, even Yi Xian, who was at the perfected heavenly Tao realm, found it difficult to withstand. Just this alone made it obvious. However, he was not worried. This was because the pentagram structure was fixed. It was not like other array formations that could undergo myriad changes. The 5 insect race heavenly Tao probably never expected to encounter such a situation. There was actually a powerful being that required the 5 of them to work together to stimulate the insectoid wave frequency in their bloodline to barely make the other party fear them. That was why they had never practiced any joint attack formation before this. In fact, even if they were to join forces in a hurry, it would only cause Yi Xian some fear. Swoosh! Boom! Rumble! As his figure flashed, Yi Xian shrank to his true form of a demonic ape that was about 500,000 kilometers in size. He instantly appeared in front of the weakest cosmic green centipede. Without any hesitation, the ferocious ape raised its right arm and immediately smashed down with its big-headed black cudgel. Remains the bone avatar lowered its left arm as the supreme divine power, heaven-falling bow, vanished. Its right arm was clenched into a fist as it ruthlessly smashed down on the cosmic green centipede's back. At that instant, the ferocious ape and the bone avatar attacked. The remaining black fog avatar's eyes flashed as it opened its mouth and roared. A formless psyche force with terrifying might roared out and arrived first. In a blink of an eye, it enveloped the cosmic green centipede's body. At that instant, the cosmic green centipede's body trembled. The blazing green light in its eyes suddenly dimmed at that moment. The ferocious ape's big-headed black cudgel smashed down on its head, while the bone avatar's punch landed on its back. Boom. Rumble. There was no suspense at all. The starry sky viper did not have the time to react at all. A terrifying and majestic force blasted into its body. In the blink of an eye, its entire body that was over 1,000,000 kilometers long instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread out. tight. Following that, the sound of a gale whistling through the air rang out. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force whistled out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the starry sky green mantis. Ching! It was instantly absorbed into his body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, where it immediately began to condense blood essence. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in an instant. In a flash, the cosmic green centipede had already died. The pentagram formation formed by the 5 heavenly law insectoids collapsed instantly, but the other 4 heavenly law insectoids were not affected. After each of them raised their heads and let out an incomparably shrill roar, their huge bodies that were 500,000 kilometers in size moved quickly in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the previous pentagram formation turned into the current 4 symbols formation. The 4 heavenly law insectoids occupied the corners of the 4 symbols formation, and the insectoid waves emitted from their bodies did not stop at all. They were still pouring out invisibly. Roar! As time passed, the power of the invisible insectoid waves multiplied exponentially. The tingling feeling from Yi Xian's body became more intense, causing him to raise his head and let out a roar. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light. He shot toward another heavenly law insectoid. Chapter 51:14. Screech! Screech, screech, screech. With the starry sky green centipede killed, the pentagram formation formed by the 5 heavenly Tao zergs instantly collapsed. However, the other 4 heavenly Tao insect race beings weren't affected in the slightest. Each of them raised their heads and let loose a shrill howl, upon which their gargantuan bodies instantly began to move. Their speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the pentagram formation turned into the current 4 symbols formation. The 4 heavenly Tao zergs occupied each corner of the 4 symbols formation. The zerg frequencies that emanated from their bodies did not stop at all. They continued to invisibly pour out, roar. As time passed, the invisible zerg frequencies around the cage multiplied exponentially. The piercing pain from their bodies intensified as Yi Xian raised his head and let out an angry roar. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body transformed into a beam of light that shot towards another zerg heavenly Tao. Boom! Rumble, just like before as the figure approached, Bao Yuan raised his right arm and smashed down with the big-headed black cudgel at the first moment. The skeleton avatar's right arm was clenched into a fist as it ruthlessly smashed down on the starry sky green centipede's back. The remaining Black Fog avatar seemed to be planning on using his Psyche Mystic technique to launch an attack, so he did not do anything else. The Space Zerg's cultivation level wasn't weak, having reached the 5th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. His green eyes ignored the raging ape and the skeleton avatar. Instead, they were locked onto the Black Fog avatar that had yet to strike out with its fist. The death of the starry sky green centipede was witnessed by the 4 insect race heavenly Tao present. It could be said that the main reason why the starry sky green centipede was instantly destroyed was because of the terrifying and formless spiritual energy that the Black Fog avatar unleashed with a roar. First, the starry sky green centipede, the pentagram formation, had already fused the 5 zerg heavenly Tao's powers into one. Otherwise, the strongest among them would only be at heavenly Tao stage 8. That was even if the zerg had strange frequencies and astonishing powers. It was impossible for them to make a peak heavenly Tao like Yi Xian, who was at the perfected heavenly Tao stage 9, feel fear the moment they met. Since their powers were fused into one, their defense against attacks was naturally the same. That although this starry sky viper was only a level 4 heavenly wielder, when the powerful attacks of the violent ape and the skeleton clone landed on its body, it was equivalent to the 5 insect clan heavenly wielder bearing the power together. Therefore, the possibility of killing it in one hit was basically impossible. The reason for such an outcome was due to the mental power that the Black Fog clone unleashed back then. Essence godly power was the speciality of the demon dwellers. It was also shapeless and intangible. Just like the bug clans, bug clans, bug clans, bug clans, bug clan, bug clans, bug clan, bug clans, bug clan, bug clan, bug clans, bug clan, 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 bug clan. First the green praying centipede had been distracted by the mental energy roared out by the black fog clone. It had temporarily cut off the connection between it and the other 4 insect clan Heavenly Tao, which was why it had been instantly killed. It could be said that Yi Xian had tasted the sweetness of this attack. Now that he was attacking a second time, it was naturally the same. It could be said that he was following the same pattern. His second target was obviously prepared for this as well. The painful experience of the fall of the starry sky green, praying mantis was still fresh in his mind. Naturally, he would not allow such a tragedy to happen again. Now that he was already on guard against the black fog doppelganger, he immediately took precautions, as the devil ape rushed closer. A low, buzzing sound was heard. At the same time, a huge light shield appeared on this insect clan Heavenly Tao's humongous body. This light shield was formed from the insect clan's wave frequency. He probably wanted to use it to defend against the black fog doppelganger's formless mental power so that it would not be like the starry sky green praying mantis earlier, where its connection with the other 3 insect clan Heavenly Tao was instantly cut off, and it had to bear the attacks of the violent ape and the skeleton clone alone, perishing on the spot. Roar! Seeing all this, the black fog doppelganger did not hesitate at all and immediately opened its mouth to roar. This time, it did not just roar out a simple mental power. Instead, it used a mental power mystic technique. Clang. Initially, Yi Xian had obtained 4 types of mental power mystic techniques. The perfect shock and absolute shock were mental defense mystic techniques, and he had obtained 2 other mental power attack skills together with them. Split the Annihilation Spear and the Destructive Vortex. This time, he activated the Destructive Vortex, one of the 2 mental power attack mystic techniques at this moment, following the black fog doppelganger's sudden roar. The purplish-black mental power source core that was suspended above the central domain in its mind began to spin wildly. Half of the mental power source core's mental power source core was instantly extracted and compressed to the extreme. In the end, it turned into a tiny that was hard to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the black fog doppelganger's mind and whizzed toward the second insect, clan Heavenly Tao, in front of it. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly filled the air. The tiny speck that was as small as a speck of dust, but was actually formed by compressing nearly half of the mental power source core's mental power source core in Yi Xian's mind to the extreme. When it rushed toward the huge light shield above the insect clan Heavenly Tao in front of it, it suddenly exploded with a loud bang. First, in an instant, a vast amount of mental power source core was completely released after being compressed to the extreme. In less than half a second, it enveloped a huge space with a diameter of millions of miles around the insect clan. The boundless mental power source core collided with each other and instantly turned into a huge energy vortex. It was wild and violent, as if it was going to annihilate everything. It emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth screech. Sensing the impending danger, the insect clan Heavenly Tao's eyes were about to split open. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. However, it could not change anything at all. It was already destined to die on the spot. An incomparably crisp sound of silk tearing rang out. The huge insect clan Heavenly Tao's light shield that enveloped its entire body was completely shattered in an instant. Bam! There was no suspense in what happened next. Bao Yuan's big-headed black stick ruthlessly smashed onto its head, and the skeleton clone's punch also landed on its back at the same time. This insect clan Heavenly Tao did not have time to react at all. A majestic and shocking power surged into its body, causing its entire body that was millions of miles wide to explode in an instant. It turned into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread out, whoosh, in an instant. The black fog clone suddenly waved its hand. Immediately, an invisible force surged out and turned into a howling gale. In the blink of an eye, the insect clan Heavenly Tao's body exploded into a majestic blood mist that swept over. Collect. After entering the body, it was directly sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation process. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 5 insect clan Heavenly Tao trapped within the 9-colored flame ball had already fallen. However, this was only the beginning. The remaining 3 insect clan Heavenly Tao were also unable to escape the fate of being killed. Brain all of this flashed through Bao Yuan's mind. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he turned to look at the 3rd target. Following Yi Xian's attack, 2 of the 5 arachnid Heavenly Taos trapped within a 9-colored flame ball had fallen in the blink of an eye. However, this was only the beginning. The remaining 3 were also unable to escape the fate of being killed. Brain all of this flashed through Bao Yuan's mind. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he turned to look at the 3rd target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same time, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. The remaining 3 insect clan Heavenly Tao changed their positions again. The previous 4 symbols wave frequency formation turned into an iron triangle in the blink of an eye. The 3 Heavenly Tao insect clan members occupied the triangular positions. This was the 4 symbols transformation of 3 elements. However, during this process, the insect clan Heavenly Tao 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 insect clan did not stop for a moment. But trapped in this kind of wave frequency array, the wave frequency crushing force that one had to endure at every moment would increase with time. Because Yi Xian had been trapped in the wave frequency array for some time, the wave frequency crushing force would increase with time. Suko therefore 4, the wave frequency suppression he felt at this moment was not the slightest bit weaker than before. Instead, it had increased. The situation was not completely resolved. The only way was to destroy the tri-origin wave frequency grand formation before him and cause it to completely collapse. You're reading on Novel Full Thanks. Screech. The violent ape raised its head and let out a violent roar. Immediately afterwards, the true body of the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape shook its shoulders and shot forward, heading straight for the 3rd target. This is the insectoid's cultivation level was the same as the 2nd target at the Heavenly Tao Realm 5th stage. Therefore, when faced with the demonic ape's onslaught, the color in his face instantly drained. He immediately conjured the energy in his body, conjuring a pale blood-colored wave frequency shield above his massive body that spanned 500,000 kilometers. Roar. After seeing all of this, the black fog avatar did not hesitate at all. It immediately opened its mouth and roared. The purplish-black spirit source core that was suspended above the central domain of the sea of consciousness in its mind also began to rotate crazily at this moment. Essence, all of the spirit source core was instantly extracted and compressed into a tiny that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the sea of consciousness and whizzed forward. Boom! A deafening sound shook the heavens, such as the purplish-black speck, which was as small as a speck of dust, suddenly exploded when it reached the huge light shield above the insect clan's heavenly axiom. The boundless spiritual origin power, which could be said to be vast, was completely released at this moment after being condensed to the extreme. In less than half an instant, it enveloped a large space with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers around the insectoid. The boundless spirit source core's spirit source core collided with each other, forming a huge energy vortex that was violent and violent, annihilating everything. As the pale blood-colored wave frequency shield was blasted apart, the violent ape and the skeleton avatar attacked at the same time. The big-headed black stick and the skeleton avatar's giant fist punched out, respectively taking the head and body of the insectoid heavenly Tao. Screech, boom, boom, bam. There was no suspense in what happened next. This insectoid heavenly Tao was simply unable to withstand such a terrifying power. Under the threat of life and death, he only had time to let out an incomparably shrill howl before his entire body exploded with a loud bang. Black at this moment, the fog avatar suddenly waved its hand. Standing at this moment, an invisible force surged out, turning into a howling gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, the blood mist that was formed by the explosion of the insect race's heavenly Tao was swept over and absorbed into his body. It was directly sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron to begin the blood essence refinement. Screech! Screech! Yi Xian, what exactly are you trying to do? The ninth stage of the heavenly Tao doesn't necessarily mean that you are invincible. If you kill me, you will definitely bring about endless calamity. Seeing that Yi Xian had attacked 3 times in a short period of time after charging into the 9-colored flame ball, and each time it was a one-hit kill. In just a dozen breaths of time, he had already exterminated the 3 heavenly Tao insectoids in the demon insect forbidden area. The remaining 2 old fellows were finally afraid. As the voice of the divine sense was heard, the 2 of them moved again, and in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived together. The 3 yuan wave-frequency killing array collapsed. An invisible wave-frequency force that filled the air dissipated, causing Yi Xian to suddenly feel lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Wang! But almost in the next moment, an incomparably deep, buzzing sound rang out once again. Looking over, after the figures gathered together, the last 2 remaining insectoid heavenly Tao had once again activated the insectoid clan's wave-frequency force in their bodies. 2 an invisible wave-frequency light shield appeared at this moment. One was blood red, while the other was golden. In the blink of an eye, they stacked layer by layer and fused together perfectly, forming a 5 million mile-long blood-gold shield that completely enveloped the 2 of them. Obviously, these 2 old fellows had given up on attacking. Their wave-frequency killing array was weakened from the initial 5 lights to the 4 divisions, and then from the 4 divisions to the 3 yuan. In the end, it was defeated by Yi Xian in one blow. Now, although the insectoid clan's wave-frequency formation was fully activated again, forming the yin-yang wave-frequency formation, unlike the previous 5 lights for divisions and 3 yuan, this yin-yang wave-frequency formation did not have any offensive ability. It's the only power it had was its defense. Only just from this point, it could be seen that the defensive ability of this yin-yang wave-frequency formation was definitely not ordinary. They had actually given up on the defensive power obtained after attacking. In addition, the yin and yang formation that activated this yin-yang defense formation were 2 late-stage insectoid clan heavenly Tao. One was at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao, while the other was at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao. Its power could be imagined. Screech! Brain everything flashed through the black fog clone's mind, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not hesitate at all. After raising his head and letting out a ruthless roar, he immediately activated the mental power in his body again. This time, the black fog clone used the Annihilation Spear, one of the 2 mental attack secret techniques, which was more powerful. The Annihilation Spear extracted a large amount of mental power. Instead of turning into a mental vortex, it turned into an extremely tiny point that was like the tip of a spear, and it was ruthlessly stabbed out. Under this situation, a large amount of mental power was extracted, but the attack was on the smallest point. One could imagine how sharp and invincible this tiny point that turned into a battle spear was. At this moment, following the black fog clone's thought, the mental source core that was suspended above his sea of consciousness unknowingly spun faster and faster along with the circulation of the mental power. Straight. In the end, a tiny mental bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental origin power shot out from his sea of consciousness. It was like an infinitely dense and heavy silk, and it carried the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. Screech. Screech. At this moment, sensing the threat, the two insect clan Heavenly Dao in the yin-yang defense formation trembled violently and raised their heads at the same time to let out a ruthless roar. Ka-cha-boom! Rumble. But, unfortunately, this could not change anything at all. Almost in the next instant, like a thread, the mental bundle with the shadow of a battle spear behind it had already descended. After an incomparably crisp crack, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. Ka-cha! Boom! Rumble. Followed by, as the black fog clone moved, almost in the next instant, like a thread, the mental bundle with the shadow of a battle spear behind it had already descended. After an incomparably crisp crack, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. In the blink of an eye, the energy light shield that enveloped the two of them had completely collapsed. Like blood-colored glass, it turned into countless fragments and scattered with a loud bang. The two insect clan Heavenly Dao clearly knew what the collapse of this shield meant. At this moment, their bodies trembled violently, and at the same time, they raised their heads and let out a ruthless roar. Without hesitation, they turned around and fled to the left and right. For example, now, their bodies had shrunk to about 1,000,000 miles, and this internal space that was completely sealed by the 9-color fireball had a radius of 200 million miles. Although they could not escape, there was still a considerable amount of space to move within the fireball for a short period of time. Although this was no different from a deathbed struggle. Who would be willing to wait helplessly for death? Even if they had to die in the end, it would be better to delay it a little longer. Rumble. Rumble. With a thought, a low rumble that made one's heart palpitate instantly came from all directions. Looking over, the flame wall of a 9-colored fireball suddenly moved and was rapidly shrinking inwards. The final result of this was that the space inside the fireball would become smaller and smaller, and these two insect clan Heavenly Dao would have nowhere to escape to. They could either rush towards the flame wall and seek their own deaths, or face Yi Xian head-on and be suppressed by his terrifying battle power and die. Screech, screech. Most of the time, when the time came, the eyes of these two insect clan Heavenly Dao were about to split open. They raised their heads and let out incomparably shrill screeches. Tight. Following that, a spiritual perception voice sounded. There was a hint of warning amidst the despair and determination. Clearly, they had not completely given up and still wanted to make a final struggle. Yi Xian, don't force us. At most, we will self-destruct. You are also in this fireball. Although you are a peak Heavenly Dao at the 9th stage of perfection, we are also at the late stages of this realm. Once we self-destruct, you will definitely be injured. That's right. We have no enmity in the past, so why do we have to take this step? Why don't you leave? We promise that we will treat today's matter as if it never happened. Besides, my previous words were definitely not a bluff. Although I'm only at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, I have an elder in my clan who is a peak Heavenly Dao like you. Furthermore, he has been in this realm for countless years. He is definitely stronger than you. Once I die here, he will definitely seek you out to avenge me. Rumble. Boom. The screeches continued, but Yi Xian was completely unmoved. He had encountered such threats countless times. If Yi Xian was someone who could be intimidated by threats, he would have long perished countless times. There was no way he could have come this far and reached the heights he had today. As the screeching continued, the 9-colored fireball constantly shrank. The space inside was originally 200 million kilometers wide, but now, in just 3 short breaths, the entire fireball's diameter had shrunk by half. There was only 100 million kilometers left. Upon seeing this scene, the two insect clan Heavenly Dao finally lost all hope. You will regret it. Screech. Bang. Bang. Boom. 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 With a screech, the two insect clan Heavenly Dao simultaneously activated the power in their bodies to self-destruct. Terrifying and boundless energy instantly wreaked havoc, but it was confined within the fireball. One could imagine how powerful it was. Even Yi Xian did not dare to recklessly face it head-on. Although he would not die, he would definitely be injured. This, at the next moment, as the two bug race, Tiandao's gigantic bodies exploded, they turned into a crimson blood mist that spread out rapidly. A cold gleam flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes, and he immediately turned around and darted toward the flame wall behind him. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the nine-colored fireball and arrived at the forbidden space outside. Swoosh! What surprised him was that almost at the same time, Yi Xian's figure charged out of the nine-colored fireball. An incomparably weak blood-colored light shot out from within the fireball. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian frowned. The blood-colored light, just now, was too fast. Even he could not react in time. Moreover, it was emitting a dense insect clan aura that could not be dispersed. If he was not mistaken, this should be some kind of bloodline secret technique of the rank 8 insect clan. It was activated at the cost of self-destruction, and its function should be to send a message. Just now, he had said that there was a clan elder with the same cultivation level as Yi Xian behind him. The blood-colored light that sent the message just now was probably heading straight for that existence. These insects are really troublesome. While muttering to himself, Bao Yuan turned around and entered the fireball again after 3 breaths. Although the energy aura in the interior space was still extremely turbulent, it was no longer a threat to him because Yi Xian had activated the 9-color fireball to neutralize it. However, there was an incomparably dense smell of blood spreading in the void. It was the majestic blood and chi left behind by the self-destruction of the 2 insect clan heavenly Tao bodies. Oh, in the next moment, the Black Fog clone suddenly waved his hand, and immediately an invisible strength chi shot out, turning into a howling gale. In the blink of an eye, it swept away the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the insect clan heavenly Tao body. Collect. After entering his body, he directly sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron, where he began to condense the blood essence. Previously, he already had 13 heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands. Now that he had killed all 5 of the heavenly Tao insect clan S in the demon insect forbidden area, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had already reached 18. This was not even counting the ones in the hands of the devouring treasure body. Huff! In the next moment, with a thought from him, a strange sound was heard. The huge 9-colored fireball that covered hundreds of billions of miles of space completely collapsed, turning into a 9-colored sea of flames that quickly condensed. In less than an instant, it had already turned into a weak point and entered Bao Yuan's body. Chapter 51:15. Walala, swoosh. Immediately after calming down his excited heart, a dark light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. With a thought, the Black Fog avatar and the skeleton avatar instantly turned into a rain of blood and collapsed. Same as in an instant, it condensed into a weak point and shot over. In the blink of an eye, it entered between his eyebrows and disappeared. Since at this moment, everything came to an end, the 9-colored sea of flames retracted, and Yi Xian also withdrew from his 3-headed, 6-armed, strongest devil ape true form. Bao Yuan's body had also shrunk and was now only about 3 feet tall. However, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was still at the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Looking around, there was a large amount of colorful insect liquid left in the entire star domain of the demonic insect forbidden grounds. Other than that, there was no sign of life anywhere else. Bang! In less than the time it took to eat a meal, the large forbidden area of the insect nest was completely destroyed by him alone, turning into a dead zone. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the battle prowess of the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection realm, Heavenly Tao, was. It seems that I have to deal with that insect that is also at the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he finds the Magic Hall's forbidden area, it will be troublesome, as he muttered. A cold light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. His killing intent instantly reached its peak. In less than the time it took to eat a meal, such a large insect lair forbidden area had been completely destroyed by Yi Xian alone. The terrifying battle prowess of the peak heavenly Dao realm of the ninth stage could be seen from this. As a result, Yi Xian's heart suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. It seems that the insect that is also at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm has to be dealt with as soon as possible. As he muttered, a cold light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. His killing intent instantly reached its peak. Otherwise, if he finds the forbidden grounds of the Demon Hall, it will be really troublesome. Dang! However, he did not know where the existence behind the insect clan Heavenly Way was, but this matter was not urgent. The Goat Horn Immortal was very likely to know, but this demon insect forbidden land was not a suitable place for interrogation. Calculating the time, it had been about the time it took to eat a meal. From the very beginning, Yi Xian had pushed his cultivation base to the limit, transforming it into a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire forbidden land of devil insects. When he had exterminated countless insect tribes, a shocking rumbling sound had been heard. Ruaw, if nothing out of the ordinary happened. The news of the shocking turn of events in the fiendish insect forbidden zone had already spread. The heavenly Dao realm experts from the surrounding forbidden zones could descend at any moment. He had to leave as soon as possible. Xiao, brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately activated the power in his body. With a faint sound of breaking air, his figure instantly disappeared. This time, he did not use the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body, because the 3 interstellar coordinate points that he had imprinted in this primordial chaos void were all on the right bank of the Milky Way. One was near the giant source nestar that nurtured his strongest avatar, located in the left side of the endless dark zone in front of the right bank of the Milky Way. The other was near the source nest base camp, located in the right side of the endless dark zone in front of the right bank of the Milky Way. The last was right in front of the endless dark zone in front of the right bank of the Milky Way. It was the entrance area of the star vortex passage that led to the rising star forbidden land of the great wilderness world. But now that the great wilderness world had been swallowed by the endless turbulent void, it could be said to no longer exist. Therefore, this interstellar coordinate jump point had almost lost its meaning of existence. However, Yi Xian's current system title could only imprint 3 interstellar coordinate jump points in the same large plane of the void. In the primordial chaos void, these 3 opportunities had been used up. He had previously wondered if he could erase the interstellar coordinate jump point near the star vortex passage leading to the rising star forbidden land of the great wilderness world in the endless dark zone in front of the right bank, and then imprint a jump point in a suitable area on the left bank. Whether this was feasible or not, and whether the system approved it was still unknown. While this time, when he left the demon insect forbidden land, the reason why he did not use the interstellar coordinate jump ability was that he had not finished his business in the left bank area. This time, his purpose was not as simple as destroying the demon insect forbidden land. Killing the 5 heavenly Dao demon insects in the demon insect forbidden land was just a matter of convenience to avoid future troubles. The ultimate purpose of this trip was to inquire about the secrets of the major realms after the heavenly Dao realm. He needed to find some ancient existences that had lived for a long time before he could obtain some information. Whoosh! Break! With a sound, Yi Xian's figure appeared and walked out of Void Rift. Looking around, it was dark all around. He could not see the bright stars emitted by the Milky Way star field. This was the dark void in front of the left bank of the Milky Way. The left bank. The left bank was the same as the right bank. After leaving the Milky Way star field, it was also a vast and endless dark void. After Yi Xian left the demon insect forbidden land this time, the direction he teleported to was this dark void far away from the left bank. The resplendent starlight emitted by the Milky Way star region could no longer be seen. From this, it could be seen that this place was extremely far away from the left bank. However, Yi Xian didn't stop there. He continued to move forward. After 2 days, he finally saw a star in an incomparably remote area of space. It was not a source hive star, but an abandoned star without any signs of life. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed over. His powerful divine sense swept the entire abandoned star twice inside and out. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he shook his shoulders and rushed into the core of the abandoned star. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a light beam instantly shot out and turned into the goat horn immortal. This old guy had shrunk his body size to only about 10 feet. Now, Yi Xian had returned to his human form and looked a few times smaller than him. Your Excellency, this is... After being stunned for a moment, the goat horn immortal's figure immediately flickered. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into an old man. He was dressed in a brown robe and looked somewhat wretched. His eyes flickered. This is the endless dark void in front of the left bank, inside the core of an abandoned star. Seeing that the other party was very obedient and did not extend his divine sense to investigate without permission, Yi Xian nodded. He was rendered speechless by the cowardice of a heavenly Tao realm expert. He paused for a moment before continuing. As for the 5 old fogies in the forbidden devil insect grounds, I've done as you requested. I've killed all of them, including the rest of the insectoids in the forbidden devil insect grounds. None of them escaped. However, after that Class 8 Zerg self-destructed, perhaps because he used some kind of bloodline mystic technique, a blood-colored beam shot out from his body. The blood-colored beam's function is likely to be a transmission. Before he was killed, he mentioned that there was an elder in his race behind him. He was also at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, at the perfected Class 9 realm. Do you know anything about this person's background and background? Yi Xian had summoned him to inquire about this matter. Although he was not afraid of the peak heavenly Tao expert behind the Class 8 Zerg, he was worried that the person would seek out the magic hall's forbidden land in a fit of rage. If that were the case, his subordinates in the magic hall's forbidden land would definitely not be his match. Heavens! He was afraid that pig spirit, the Empyrean beast, the devouring treasure body, and Shi Wanjin, the 4 heavenly Tao realm experts, would be of no use. As for Yi Xian, he could not stay in a magic hall's forbidden land forever. Therefore, the best solution was to find that old fellow and finish him off first. Only then would he be at ease. I actually forgot about this matter. We're doomed. We've poked a big hole. That existence is very likely to break through the heavenly Tao realm and enter the primordial chaos Tao realm. The goat horn immortal clearly knew about the peak heavenly Tao expert behind the Class 8 Zerg. However, from his expression, this old fellow seemed to have forgotten about this matter. If, now that he was reminded by Yi Xian, especially when he heard that the Class 8 Zerg had self-destructed to activate some kind of bloodline mystic technique before his death and sent out a blood-colored beam, his expression instantly changed. Instantly, his face turned deathly pale, and he almost fell to the ground in fright. Sir, you can't say that. I didn't ask you to kill the 5 of them. This. I was just thinking about it. Silver said, left bank, right bank, demonic Zerg forbidden land. Selah. It had been 4 hours since Yi Xian left, but the entire void of the demonic Zerg forbidden land remained dead silent. The vast stellar domain had turned into a dead zone. There was no sign of life at all at that moment. In the void that was so silent that it left one shuddering, there were a few crisp, ripping sounds. In different directions in the stellar domain, 6 void rifts appeared one after another. Crack! No figure walked out of the rifts, but there was an extremely powerful divine perception that extended out and swept through the massive demonic Zerg forbidden land. The 6 divine senses were extremely powerful and were all at the heavenly Tao realm. There was not a single one at the early or middle stages of the heavenly Tao realm. All of them were at the late stage heavenly Tao realm. Divine the perception powers all exuded a thick aura of ferocious beasts. Clearly, the existences in the rifts were heavenly Tao, ferocious beasts from other supreme, forbidden lands. Soon, after the 6 powerful divine consciousnesses scanned the area and obtained the results, a series of divine consciousnesses sounded from the 6 void cracks that continued to exist. All of them were shocked to the point of incomparable shock and monstrous fury. What happened? In just a few hours, the entire massive demonic Zerg Forbidden Land has been completely reduced to a dead zone. Not only have all the Zerg in the Forbidden Land perished, even the 6 Zerg Heavenly Tao were the same. To do all of this in such a short period of time and leave so calmly, it requires at least 2 peak Heavenly Tao at the perfected Tier 9 realm to join forces. Perhaps there's only one person on the other side. To be able to capture the 9-color divine flames aura in the void, there's no doubt that it was done by that ferocious ape. He has a sea of flames to seal his targets before killing them one by one. All it takes is 1 peak Heavenly Tao to do all of this. See, how long has it been? Has this ferocious ape already stepped into the perfected Tier 9 realm of the Heavenly Tao realm? After all, he was only at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm when he came to the Dragon Whale Forbidden Land. The speed of his growth is too astonishing. What's more serious is that this person already knows of our secret alliance and plans to attack him. His arrival in the demonic Zerg Forbidden Land is likely a warning or even a provocation. Roar. Ruthless, 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 ruthless. Towards the end, the 6 Heavenly Tao, ferocious beasts, seemed to be enraged. Shocking roars and ruthless howls came from the void fissure before it closed silently. It was as if they had never been there. The entire demonic Zerg Forbidden Land fell into a deathly silence once again. At the same time, in the endless dark void ahead of the left bank of the Milky Way, in an extremely remote corner, there was a huge abandoned planet. At this moment, there was a murmur that sounded like sleep talk. Although the voice wasn't loud, it was filled with endless anger and killing intent. Magic Hall Master, Yi Xian, Cosmic Ferocious Ape, you actually dared to kill a descendant of this sovereign's clan. Originally, I had just broken through the Heavenly Tao realm and stepped into the strongest realm of the primordial chaos Great Tao. This is a great blessing. Now that I've just broken through and haven't stabilized my cultivation, I've encountered such bad news. Clearly, you're deliberately causing trouble for this lord. This matter is definitely not over. Just you wait. This lord will come out of seclusion soon. When that time comes, you will fall. Ruthless. Similarly, in the endless dark void ahead of the left bank of the Milky Way, it was in another direction, in an extremely remote area, far away. At that moment, Yi Xian and the Goathorn Immortal were in the stellar core of an abandoned planet. As Yi Xian asked about the Zerg Heavenly Tao's elder, especially when he heard that he had activated a bloodline mystic technique by self-detonating before his death. Furthermore, he had used it to send out a transmission blood beam. The Goathorn Immortal's body instantly trembled. I actually forgot about this matter. I'm doomed. I've poked a hole in the heart. That existence is very likely to break through the Heavenly Tao realm and step into the primordial chaos Great Tao realm. As he exclaimed, his face instantly turned pale. He nearly fell to the ground in fright. My lord, you can't say that. This lowly one didn't ask you to kill the 5 of them. This lowly one was only thinking about it. For a mighty Heavenly Tao realm expert to be so cowardly, even though he knew that he had such a temperament, the scene that unfolded before him still left Yi Xian dumbfounded. He nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. A few seconds later, Yi Xian opened his mouth. He originally wanted to reprimand him, but he stopped abruptly. He helplessly shook his head with a wry smile. This fellow was already so frightened, so what was the point of reprimanding him? It wouldn't be good if he fainted on the spot from fright. It looks like you know the origins and details of that old bastard. That's perfect. Tell me in detail in a while. After a sigh, Yi Xian suddenly changed the topic midway. A glint flashed in his eyes as he revealed a look of excitement. He immediately pressed, I heard you mention something about the primordial chaos Great Tao realm. Now, tell me in detail, my lord, you come from the primordial great world, so you naturally know that in a great world like the primordial great world, the Heavenly Tao realm is the strongest existence. There are many great worlds like the primordial great world. Every primordial era begins. There will be many great worlds. Yi Xian seemed to be extremely interested in these matters. Goathorn Immortal was stunned for a moment. After a slight pause, he tirelessly explained everything in detail. Every primordial era begins. There will be the birth of 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials. Great worlds like the primordial great world are the great worlds that these Chaos Fiend Celestials established outside the primordial void. Of course, there are only 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials, but the number of great worlds and small worlds in every epic is far more than that. This can be seen from the large number of ferocious beast, forbidden grounds, and remnant star regions that surround the two sides of the Milky Way. The strongest experts in these ferocious beast, forbidden grounds, and remnant star regions were almost all heavenly Tao masters of a great world or small world. There are so many great and small worlds because some of them were established by Chaos Fiend Celestials. As for the small worlds, they were established by powerful connate ferocious beasts that developed the bloodline of Chaos Fiend Celestials. But whether it is the great worlds established by Chaos Fiend Celestials or the small worlds established by first-generation connate ferocious beasts, the Heavenly Tao realm is the limit. Above the Heavenly Tao is the Primordial Realm. The Primordial Realm is the highest realm in the primordial void that we are in now. In order to distinguish it from the Heavenly Tao Realm, the Primordial Realm is also known as the Great Tao Realm. And the 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials that are born at the beginning of every new epic in the primordial void are great Tao existences of the primordial realm. These Chaos Fiend Celestials are also known as the primordial seeds. The primordial void starts a new primordial era time after time to nurture them. They're like seeds that are sown in the hopes of being born from them. Even in the primordial void, they do not exist. They belong to the legendary Supreme Chaos Realm experts. Primordial Great Tao? Supreme Chaos Realm? When the Goathorn Immortal said that, Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. His heart stirred as he subconsciously exclaimed. Previously, he was completely unaware of the great realms after the Heavenly Tao Realm and was at a loss. But now, he suddenly knew of the existence of two great realms. It was a pleasant surprise for him. No. According to the Goathorn Immortal, the so-called Supreme Chaos Realm was only a legend even in the primordial void. In other words, Supreme Chaos Realm experts did not exist in the present primordial void. Therefore, the primordial Chaos Great Tao Realm was the strongest realm in the primordial void. This was not good news because it meant that the so-called Great Tao Realm was equivalent to the Heavenly Tao Realm in the various small and large worlds in the primordial void. In the various small and large worlds, the Heavenly Tao Realm was the limit. Therefore, Yi Xian's 9 devil, ape transformations bloodline divine power was only effective at those below the Heavenly Tao Realm. Regardless of his cultivation level, after activating the 9 devil, ape transformations bloodline divine power to the 9 transformation, he could only reach the desolate supremacy realm at most. He would not be able to step into the Heavenly Tao Realm. Therefore, in the primordial void, the Great Tao Realm was the limit. Here, regardless of Yi Xian's cultivation level, he could only reach the Heavenly Tao Realm at most when using the 9th transformation of the 9 devil ape transformations. In the various small and large worlds like the primordial void were suppressed by the Heavenly Tao. There was no way to obtain the combat strength of the Heavenly Tao Realm through mystic arts. And in the primordial void, there was the Great Tao suppression. There was no way to obtain the combat strength of the Great Tao Realm through mystic arts. In the primordial void, Yi Xian's cultivation level was at the desolate supremacy realm. After activating the bloodline divine power in his body and using the 9th transformation, he already had the cultivation level of a Heavenly Tao Realm at the peak of the Heavenly Tao Realm. If his previous conjecture was correct, it meant that even if his cultivation level broke through another level, reaching the desolate supremacy realm at the peak of the desolate supremacy realm, or even breaking through again, allowing his cultivation level to truly enter the heavenly Tao realm. But under the 9 transformation of the 9 Devil 8 transformations, his cultivation level would still be the same as his current peak combat strength. He would only be at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. It was impossible for him to improve further and obtain the strength of the primordial chaos great Tao. Brain, all of this flashed through his mind as he immediately frowned and fell in a deep thought. After entering the primordial void, he was no longer suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The grievance he felt when facing the primeval heavens, in the primordial void, would never appear again. However, he never expected that a similar situation would happen again in such a short period of time. However, the difference was that back in the primordial void, he was facing the heavenly Tao suppression. When he encountered a heavenly Tao realm expert, he could only retreat in grievance. However, in the primordial void, he was facing the suppression of the great Tao. The experts that could make him retreat in grievance had changed from the heavenly Tao realm to the current primordial chaos great Tao realm. Up until now, he had never heard of any existence in the primordial chaos great Tao realm that was at the same level as the 3,000 chaos fiend celestials. However, the vast primordial chaos void was too deep. There might be few existences at that level, but it was definitely impossible for there to be none. For example, the Goat Horn Immortal had mentioned that the elder behind the fiendish insect Forbidden Zone's rank 8 insectoid had most likely stepped into the so-called primordial chaos great Tao realm. What the F*** CK? He originally thought that he could do whatever he wanted, but from the looks of it, he probably had to tuck his tail between his legs. Although he had never encountered an existence at the primordial chaos great Tao realm, since the 3,000 chaos fiend celestials that were born in the primordial chaos void, every epic belonged to that level, it was obvious how terrifying the so-called primordial chaos great Tao realm was. From the looks of it, the deduction and refinement of the pill formula for the level 31 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill after the level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill should be put on the agenda. Now, he already knew that after the Heavenly Tao realm was the primordial chaos great Tao realm. Therefore, the level 31 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill should be called the Primordial Chaos Treasure Pill. Since in the Primordial Chaos Void, no existence could use mystic arts or divine powers to forcefully break through the great Tao suppression and obtain the strength of the Primordial Chaos great Tao ahead of time. Then, if he didn't want to be bullied, Yi Xian's only choice was to allow his true cultivation strength to officially step into that realm. First, with this in mind, he instantly had a direction. Regardless, he had to first allow his cultivation strength to officially step into the heavenly Tao realm. Second, then, he would seize the opportunity to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 31 Primordial Chaos Treasure Pill. At the same time, he would gather the heavenly Tao blood essence and the other ingredients needed for the pill formula before finally refining the level 31 Primordial Chaos Treasure Pill. First, once his true cultivation strength reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, he would be able to successfully step into the Primordial Chaos Great Tao realm after swallowing it. Of course, all of this sounded simple, but to truly accomplish it, it clearly wouldn't take a day or two. The difficulties and dangers involved would definitely be unimaginable. But to Yi Xian, at least the path ahead that was originally filled with confusion had now become clear, and he had a direction. Second, that was more than enough. After pondering for a while, his heart gradually became firm, and he no longer had any doubts. His originally agitated emotions also slowly calmed down as he temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. As he thought about it, he quickly recalled the supreme chaos that the Goat Horn Immortal had mentioned. What he meant was that the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born at the beginning of every new epic in the primordial chaos void were great Tao-level existences in the primordial chaos realm. Second, apart from that, these 3,000 chaos demon gods were also known as the primordial chaos seeds. Every time the primordial chaos void started a new primordial chaos era, it would nurture them and spread them out like seeds in the hope that they would be born. Even in the primordial chaos void, they didn't exist and belonged to the legendary level of supreme chaos realm experts. These words allowed Yi Xian to have a clearer understanding of the so-called primordial chaos era. If the entire primordial chaos void was viewed as a life form, every epoch was equivalent to a reincarnation of this life form. And the reason why it reincarnated time and time again was to allow its life form to undergo a metamorphosis and upgrade. The ultimate goal of this metamorphosis and upgrade was the supreme chaos. The primordial chaos void wanted to evolve into a higher level chaos void. Second, at the beginning of every reincarnation, it would nurture 3,000 chaos demon gods that were like seeds in order to give birth to a supreme chaos realm expert. This kind of reincarnation should have happened countless times, but it failed every time. Among the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were nurtured in every epoch, no one was able to successfully evolve into a supreme chaos realm existence. Therefore, its reincarnation cycle continued, and the key to evolving into a supreme chaos realm should be within the mysterious mother planet in the Milky Way galaxy. It was just a guess, but Yi Xian had a rough idea. Chapter 51:16. He did not harp on the matter after some thought. The supreme chaos was still too far away from him. What was most urgent was to allow his cultivation level to officially break through to the heavenly Tao realm. However, he had just broken through not long ago, so he needed to temper himself with great battles to welcome the opportunity for another breakthrough. Thinking upon coming to this point, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he muttered, "I'll call it heaven hunting. While tempering myself through bloody battles, I can also obtain heavenly Tao blood essence." After understanding the two major realms after the heavenly Tao realm, as well as understanding the truth behind the primordial chaos void's epical cycles, Yi Xian had at least a general guess. The perplexity in his heart vanished as his eyes turned resolute once again. Regarding all of this, he quickly stopped harping on it. The supreme chaos was still too far away from him. What was most urgent was for his cultivation level to officially break through to the heavenly Tao realm. However, he had just broken through not long ago. To achieve another breakthrough in a short period of time, he needed to temper himself with great battles. He had to completely digest what he had gained from the previous breakthrough. Therefore, Yi Xian thought of a new plan. He named it heaven hunting, which meant that he would seek out heavenly Tao realm experts to battle. He wanted to temper himself through bloody battles and at the same time obtain heavenly Tao blood essence. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. By the way, what's the origin of the existence behind the Class 8 insectoid you mentioned? Yi Xian retracted his distracting thoughts as he turned to look at Goat Horn Immortal. Do you know the exact details? I don't know the exact details. I don't even know what species of cosmic insectoid that senior insectoid is. Seeing Yi Xian ask about the matter again, Goat Horn Immortal did not dare hide anything. He immediately said, "I've only heard him mention it once in a while." He said that there's a senior in his race backing him. He had long stepped into the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the perfected Class 9 realm countless years ago. Later, he left the fiendish insectoid forbidden zone alone in search of a place for seclusion. He attempted to break through to the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. When that Zerg senior left, there was only one heavenly Tao realm existence in the entire forbidden zone. It was that old fellow at the 8th stage. Back then, this lowly one had just entered the primordial era and had yet to enter the forbidden zone. Therefore, this lowly one had never seen that person. As he spoke, a disappointed expression appeared on Yi Xian's face, but there was vigilance in the depths of his eyes. Such as now, Goat Horn Immortal was already a first-stage heavenly Tao realm existence. Back when he first entered the ranks of mighty figures in the primordial chaos, it was definitely an extremely long time ago. According to the cultivation speed of ordinary cosmos experts in the primordial chaos void, it was at least hundreds of thousands of years ago. In other words, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the elder behind the 8th rank insect clan, was already an incomparably powerful peak heavenly Tao expert. Moreover, he had already stepped into this realm for a long time and was preparing to break through to the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly Tao. That was definitely an extremely ancient existence. After hundreds of thousands of years, it was very likely that he had successfully broken through and stepped into the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao. However, it was also possible that this person had yet to break through. This was because the Forbidden Zone was his lair. Back then, he had left this place in search of a seclusion ground to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. Under such circumstances, if he had already broken through, he would likely return. Thought upon reaching this point, Yi Xian immediately felt relieved. As long as that old fellow had yet to break through and was still in seclusion, there was no need to worry about his threat. Yi Xian had treasured pills of various grades, and his cultivation speed was unprecedented. Perhaps he might be able to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm before him. You can leave at any time now. However, I'm warning you. It's best you keep your mouth shut about everything regarding me. Don't spread the news. After putting the matter to the back of his mind, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He looked at the goat horn immortal again and warned, "If not, I have my means of finding you and killing you no matter where you are." Back in the Forbidden Zone, he had promised to spare his life. Yi Xian was not one to go back on his word. Furthermore, this mixed blood Zerg was so timid. His cultivation level was only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. To Yi Xian, he really did not pose any threat. To go back on his word for an existence that did not pose a threat, it would damage his Tao heart. This was not a worthwhile matter. Yi Xian naturally knew how to make the right choice. "Sir, are you chasing me away?" Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the goat horn immortal's body trembled slightly. A look of panic instantly suffused his face. "Chase away?" Following that, he said, "I have nowhere to go now, right? The entire Forbidden Zone has been wiped out. If I'm the only one traveling outside, I will instantly attract suspicion once I'm discovered. In order to deal with your excellency, those 5 old fogies have secretly formed an alliance with many old freaks on the left bank and right bank. If those old fogies know that I'm still alive, they will definitely pursue me relentlessly. I have nowhere to run or hide." Upon saying this, he suddenly thought of something as a glint flashed in his eyes. He continued, "By the way, Your Excellency, aren't you from the right bank? Why don't you let me hide in that cauldron of yours first? Why don't you release me after you return to the right bank? It's too far from the left bank to the right bank. With my present cultivation level and strength, it will take me at least 2 months. Along the way, I will pass through various forbidden zones on the left bank and right bank. It's very likely that I will encounter those old fogies at the heavenly Tao realm. Your Excellency is at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the 9th stage, so you naturally have nothing to fear. However, I can't. I'm only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, and I've only just entered this realm. If I were to encounter them, I would probably be caught on the spot." At this point, the goat horn immortal no longer spoke. However, he looked at Yi Xian with a bitter expression. The look in his eyes was full of pleading. Seeing this fellow so terrified, Yi Xian was speechless. However, when he thought about it, the goat horn immortal was honest from the beginning to the end and was extremely cooperative with him. In addition, this old fellow was truly pitiful to the point of speechlessness. In any case, he would just casually bring him to the right bank and wouldn't delay him in any way. For a moment, Yi Xian really couldn't say anything to refuse. "I'll help you one more time." After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, he reminded him, "However, I'll make it clear to you. I won't leave this place for the time being. There are still other things that I can't do. I have to finish everything before I return. Therefore, if you don't leave now, I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the cauldron for quite some time." It's okay, it's okay." Seeing Yi Xian agree, the goat horn immortal's face was full of joy. He waved his hand repeatedly. "That's the farmer god's treasure cauldron, and it's still in my lord's body. This is naturally the safest place. In other words, he seemed to have the intention of staying in the cauldron forever to seek protection. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Xiao, Xiao. After sighing, Yi Xian waved his hand and put the goat horn immortal into the farmer god's treasure cauldron. Then, his figure rushed out of the star core. Without hesitation, he directly tore open a crack in the void and stepped into it. His next destination was the forbidden area of the Great Wasteland. He wanted to see if the primeval heavens I was there. He wanted to see if his previous injuries had recovered. After a few days, he silently snuck into the forbidden area of the Great Wasteland. What he saw was dead silence. Instantly, Yi Xian was stunned. He suspected that he had come to the wrong place. In the end of the dark zone, in a parallel void that was connected to the primordial chaos void, a huge, oval-shaped star stood there. It emitted an obscure but extremely powerful aura. This parallel void had the same nature as the endless turbulent void, but it was more stable. There was no endless turbulence in the void, but in fact, it had nothing, not even a tiny speck of cosmic dust. And in this void, there was a huge green eye that stood there like a star. It was the primeval heaven's eye. This dark void that resembled nothingness was a secret space that he had opened up in the void parallel to the primordial chaos void. Usually, the primeval heaven's eye would be in seclusion here, and among his subordinates, only the 10 powerful heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals, led by the weeping soul blood ape, had the qualifications to enter this place. Only they knew the coordinates to enter. After returning from the endless dark void in front of the galaxy's right bank, the primeval heavens, I immediately entered this place. Now, more than 2 months had passed, and his injuries had only just fully recovered. Rip, rip. At that moment, there was the crisp sound of ripping silk. Void rifts appeared in the distant dark void. Immediately following that, figures rushed out of the rifts. They were of varying sizes, but even the smallest figure was millions of kilometers in size. In just a few seconds, 8 void rifts appeared around the dark void. 8 figures walked out from within. The 8 figures were of different forms, but all of them were astral beasts. The auras they emitted were extremely ancient and powerful. They were none other than the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under the primeval heaven's eye. The weeping soul blood ape with a blood-colored horn on its head was among them. There were a total of 10 heavenly Tao generals under the desolate heaven Tao's green eye, but not long ago, the elite team sent by the green eye to the right bank's magic hall's forbidden zone was wiped out. The 2 heavenly Tao generals, the sanguine-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, had perished as a result. It was the same for the netherworld furnace. It no longer belonged to the primeval heaven's eye. Buzz. With the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals summoned, the primeval heaven's eye that stood silently in the middle of the void trembled slightly. An extremely deep hum sounded as a faint azure light flashed. The gigantic azure vertical eye opened. This time, I've suffered heavy losses. The gigantic vertical eye shimmered with an azure light as it surveyed the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals before continuing. Not only have the sanguine-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast perished, even the netherworld furnace was lost. It can be said that we went for wool, but came home shorn. Around them, the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals of the desolate forbidden zone looked at each other in silence. They could sense the immense wrath of the primeval heaven's eye. It was completely unprecedented. I've already learned that not long ago, Magic Hall's Lord Yi Xian descended upon the dragon whale forbidden zone. That dragon whale at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm had already been killed by him. After a pause, the primeval heaven's eye's voice sounded once again. It was filled with endless indignation. Clearly, he is seeking revenge. What's even more unsettling is that in a short period of time, Yi Xian's cultivation level has broken through once again. He is now at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of perfection. With his way of doing things, the Dragon Whale Forbidden Zone is only his first stop. Following that, he will definitely visit my desolate Forbidden Zone. This is an opportunity, but at the same time, it's also a trial for my desolate Forbidden Zone. If we aren't careful, all the ancient desolate beasts in the Forbidden Zone will be implicated. Go. Bring all the ancient desolate beasts in the Forbidden Zone, as well as those loyal warriors who have been following me since time immemorial, to this parallel void. This is our core strength. In the future, when the Milky Way stellar domain opens, they will most likely need to enter the Milky Way stellar domain to compete for providence. We cannot sacrifice them for nothing. As for the living beings in the three main cosmic planes, let them stay there. Weeping Soul, use your bloodline mystic art to seal their souls with Weeping Soul's might, sending them into a deep slumber. With that said, the primeval heavens I did not speak again. The gigantic vertical eye that resembled a star slowly closed. Hong desolate Forbidden Zone. Rip, rip, ching. The crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out as 8 rifts appeared in the stellar domain's void within the Forbidden Zone. 8 extremely powerful ancient desolate beasts rushed out from within. All of them were existences at the Heavenly Tao realm. They were none other than the 8 Heavenly Tao generals under the Heavenly Tao Green Eye. Roar, roar, screech. Almost at the instant of their arrival, the 8 desolate beast generals had already transmitted via divine perception. In the abandoned planets in the depths of the desolate Forbidden Zone's stellar domain, there were immediately earth-shattering roars and howls. None numerous ancient desolate beasts rushed out of the planets, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. All of them surged towards the 8 rifts. They were going to temporarily hide in the parallel space where the primeval heavens I was in seclusion. There were just too many desolate beasts. This scene lasted for 3 days before the 8 rifts in the void closed. The entire desolate Forbidden Zone, apart from the sea of battleships in the void to the left of the stellar domain and the countless experts in the battleships, was empty. Whoosh! At this moment, the Weeping Soul Blood ape's figure silently appeared. With a flash of blood in its eyes, it instantly shot towards the endless sea of battleships on the left of the stellar domain. Look, when they saw this scene, an uproar instantly sounded in this endless sea of battleships, revealing a wisp of endless shock and fear. The mighty figures and desolate supremacy realm elders of the 9 races of the Second Universe, the Blood WRM clan, the Azure Ra clan, the Battle Line clan, the Inji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colored Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan were currently gathered in a stellar fortress with a diameter of a million meters. But now, their expressions changed drastically, as if they were facing a great enemy. There was also a strong fluctuation coming from another stellar fortress's main control cabin. The hundreds of desolate supremacy old monsters and ancient mighty figures gathered here were all from the First Universe's plane. They were the foundation of the original First Universe's slave races. And now, as if realizing that something bad was about to befall them, those desolate supremacy old monsters and ancient mighty figures shuddered violently, a look of despair appearing on their faces, except for, moreover, on the everlasting star of the Third Universe's human faction, the immortal Emperor and the other leaders of the human race's technology faction, as well as the leaders of the cultivators' faction in the Sky End Palace, which resembled an energy vortex, were all gathered together. If counting the elders of various ranks of the original 10,000 Net Federation in the Temple of Glory that resembled a colossal celestial continent, there were hundreds of ancient mighty figures and ancient paragons gathered here from the Third Universe. But now, all of them had expressions of shock on their faces. Their faces were deathly pale, as if the real apocalypse was about to befall them. Whoosh! As countless ancient beasts in the entire great desolate forbidden land migrated away, the figure of the Weeping Soul Blood ape also appeared quietly. With a flash of bloody light in its eyes, it immediately blasted toward the endless sea of battleships on the left side of the star field. No one knew what that scene meant, but it was clearly not a good thing. Brain as those thoughts flashed through their minds, there was an uproar in the endless sea of battleships, revealing endless shock and fear. Everyone present, some of them, had looks of horror on their faces. Their faces were deathly pale, as if the real apocalypse was about to descend. Screech! In the blink of an eye, the weeping soul-blood ape's figure had already shot over, hovering above the endless sea of battleships. Without hesitation or nonsense, a dark light flashed in its eyes, and it immediately raised its head to let out a terrifying roar. It was the weeping soul sound that was produced when it activated the bloodline's secret technique in its body. Sound-to-sound wave was formless, but it had the mysterious power of weeping soul that directly affected the soul. And now, the one who used the bloodline's secret technique was a heavenly Tao elite, so its power was even more obvious. In an instant, a formless sound wave swept out, spreading towards the endless sea of battleships beneath the weeping soul-blood ape. Part 1: The mighty figures and desolate supremacy elders of the 9 races from the 2 universes. The Blood WIRM race, the Azure Rock race, the Battle Lion race, the Engi race, the Barbarian Ox race, the Golden Eagle race, the Colored Python race, the Covetous Wolf race, and the Tree Spirit race, trembled violently as their eyes filled with despair. Heavens, is that weeping soul-blood ape going to attack us? Our previous guess was right. The heavenly Tao is heartless. We have always been pigs and dogs reared by it. It doesn't care about us at all. This is a heavenly Tao realm expert. To think that he would attack ants beneath the heavenly Tao like us. Why is there a need to do this? Roar. I can't accept this. At the same time, the hundreds of desolate supremacies and mighty figures from the primordial era who were slaves of the first universe also had burning eyes as they roared incessantly. Bulsh *T the will of the heavenly Tao. He has already been bedeviled. Otherwise, as the mighty heavenly Tao, why would he kill and plunder the lives of those under him? It's useless. No matter how harsh the words are, they're only venting their anger. Against a heavenly Tao realm expert, our struggles are futile. Roar. If I don't die, I will definitely slay the heavens in the future. Otherwise, the hatred in my heart will never be appeased. On the imperishable star of the human faction in the 3 universes, the immortal emperor and the other leaders of the human faction in the technology faction, as well as the leaders of the cultivation faction in the sky absolute palace that resembled an energy vortex, as well as the elders of the former 10,000 net federation in the temple of glory that resembled a colossal celestial continent, were all exclaiming in shock. It's here. This moment has finally come. Thinking back to the past really feels like a joke. Since when have we fallen to such an unbearable state? Even the memories in our heads are mocking ourselves. I regret it. I really regret it. It turns out that the way of the heavens of the primordial world that we follow has always regarded us as ants, as dogs, and not as humans. Rumble boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As those roars and howls filled with endless unwillingness echoed, countless beings of the present age closed their eyes in the endless sea of battleships. Their bodies slowly collapsed, and the life aura in their bodies seemed to freeze. It was the might of the weeping soul, blood ape's weeping soul. Their souls had been sealed, and they were no different from the living dead, not even comparable to walking corpses. These endless beings of the present age from the 3 main celestial planes had indeed been abandoned by the primeval heaven's eye, leaving them here as bait to attract Yi Xian's arrival. But then there was a sharp sound of air being torn apart. The imperishable 9 stars, sky absolute palace, temple of glory, and the hundreds of desolate supremacies and the former slaves of the first universe. There were also the desolate supremacies and the desolate supremacies of the 9 great races from the second universe. The Blood WRM tribe, the Blue Rock tribe, the Battle Lion tribe, the Engi tribe, the Raging Bull tribe, the Golden Eagle tribe, the Colored Python tribe, the Ravenous Wolf tribe, and the Tree Spirit tribe. All of them were being pulled by an invisible force, charging out of the endless sea of battleships. Whoosh! There was a crisp sound of cloth tearing, and a huge crack appeared in the void. The imperishable 9 stars, sky absolute palace, and the other colossal entities, along with the desolate supremacies and the various races of the three main celestial planes who had fallen into a deep sleep, all of them entered the crack, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Look, they still had some value to be used. The primeval heavens, I had left some of the elites behind, so that they could be of use in the future. In the blink of an eye, the vast wild forbidden grounds had fallen completely into a dead silence. There was not a single trace of life in the abandoned planets, and not a single ancient desolate beast could be seen. In the endless sea of battleships on the left side of the starfield, although there were countless living beings of the present age, all of them were lying limp on the ground. Although there was a trace of life in them, it was as if their souls had been extinguished. There was not a single trace of life in them, and there was not even the slightest bit of feeling. Whoosh, whoosh, with a wave of his hand, the goat horn immortal was once again taken into the Shinnong treasure cauldron space within the cauldron by Yi Xian. Then his figure rushed out of the star core. Without hesitation, he directly tore open a crack in the void and stepped into it. According to his plan, his next destination was the wild, forbidden grounds. He wanted to see if the primeval heavens I was there, and if his previous injuries had recovered. The road was tight, and after a full 7 days, Yi Xian quietly sneaked into the wild, forbidden grounds. At this time, he was in the form of a violent ape that was about 10 feet tall. But he had already activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique. His body was hidden, and all of his chi was restrained. Even the peak heavenly Tao, who was of the same cultivation level as him, would not be able to see any clues. However, after entering the star domain of the wild forbidden grounds, the scene that appeared in front of him instantly stunned Yi Xian on the spot. He almost suspected that he had come to the wrong place. "Old man, it seems that you have been prepared. Perhaps this is another trap." While muttering softly, Yi Xian's divine sense swept across the entire wild forbidden grounds. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately turned around and rushed out of the forbidden ground star domain. He had no intention of attacking the countless living beings in this sea of battleships. They had indeed been abandoned, but with Yi Xian's current cultivation level, he also didn't care about them. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, his figure turned into a ray of light and rushed out from the edge of the star domain of the wild forbidden grounds. Just as he was about to tear through the void and leave, the dark void in front of him suddenly changed. Whoosh! An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and a black and gold sun suddenly emerged from the void without any warning. It slowly rose up and illuminated the dark void. Chapter 50:117. In the middle of the left bank of the Milky Way, in the void close to the right bank's boundary, the primordial universe's forbidden land was just 100 billion kilometers away. At that moment, the void was dead silent. There were no signs of activity, but in fact, there was an undercurrent. There were at least 30 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts lurking in the void that was parallel to the void's invisible ravine. These 30-plus heavenly Tao ferocious beasts all came from the top forbidden lands on the left bank's right bank. Among them were the 6 fellows that had come to the demonic insect forbidden land not long ago after Yi Xian left. They silently left after a probe with their perception. After Long Jing and primeval heavens, were plotted against by Yi Xian and nearly perished under the primordial chaos heavenly punishment, they returned to the left bank and secretly spread the news. These 30-plus heavenly Tao realm experts had already contacted each other and secretly formed an alliance. Dang! Back then, this alliance still had Dragon Whale in it. So, primeval heavens, I did not join. Not long ago, he was nearly plotted against by Yi Xian, so he had already formed a grudge with Dragon Whale. It was impossible for the two of them to appear in the same alliance at the same time. There was no way for them to coexist peacefully. The temporary right bank Heavenly Tao alliance also included the 5 Heavenly Tao realm zergs from the demonic insect forbidden land apart from the goat horn immortal. Dang! Now, be it Dragon Whale or the 5 Heavenly Tao realm zergs, they had all perished. and the existence that had killed them was the only target the Alliance was searching for. It wanted to capture alive Magic Hall's lord, Yi Xian. Furthermore, ever since Dragon Whale perished, Primeval Heavens, I had taken the initiative to seek out the Heavenly Tao Alliance and requested to join it. After all, he was a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Although he wasn't considered one of the strongest in the Alliance, he was still one of the top existences. Furthermore, Magic Hall's lord, Yi Xian, came from the primordial Great World. Everyone believed that Primeval Heavens, I knew him best. Dang! Furthermore, with Dragon Whale perishing, there was naturally no need to reject Primeval Heaven's eye. After entering this alliance, the great desolate Heavenly Tao's green eyes had indeed contributed. He made a suggestion, indicating that after the Demon Palace Master Yi Xian killed the Dragon Whale, with his usual style, he would definitely descend upon the great desolate forbidden area and take revenge. This matter was acknowledged by the other 30-odd heavenly law ferocious beasts in the Alliance. Then, Primeval Heavens, I took the initiative to suggest that they could use the Chaos Forbidden Land as bait to lure the Master of the Magic Hall over. However, the battle could not take place in the Chaos Forbidden Land because his trusted subordinates had only temporarily left. Sway after that, including the great desolate Heavenly Tao Green Eye, these 30-odd Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts laid in ambush in the void 100 billion kilometers away from the edge of the great desolate forbidden area. They escaped into the parallel void and quietly waited for the arrival of the Devil Hall's master, Yi Xian. When Yi Xian came, he directly tore through the void, so the more than 30 heavenly law ferocious beasts hiding in the void 100 billion miles away from the Forbidden Land did not sense him. However, as soon as he entered the Chaos Forbidden Land, Primeval Heavens, I instantly knew of his arrival. He immediately sent a message secretly, informing the other Heavenly Law alliances to prepare. Once the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, walked out of the Chaos Forbidden Land, they would immediately move. Swish! It was also at this time that Yi Xian, who realized that something was wrong after entering the Chaos Forbidden Land, immediately retreated from the Forbidden Land star zone. His figure turned into a ray of light and rushed out from the edge of the Chaos Forbidden Land. Just as he was about to tear through the void and leave, the dark void in front of him suddenly changed. Swish! An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and a black and gold sun suddenly floated out of the void without any warning. It slowly rose up and illuminated the dark void. Hiss! Swish! Roar! Ruthless! As the mysterious black and gold sun slowly rose, there was a large number of strange sounds coming from the void. There was the extremely crisp sound of ripping silk, as well as the extremely sharp sound of the void tearing apart. There were also large numbers of frenzied roars and ruthless howls. Instantly, the empty void that was dead silent a moment ago was filled with clamorous noises, including the Primeval Heavens, more than 30 heavenly law ferocious beasts that were hibernating in the parallel void appeared at that moment without exception. But the Primeval Heavens, I came alone. The 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under him did not come. They were likely hibernating in the parallel void where he was in seclusion. After all, they were the last of the Primeval Heavens' strength. They cannot be easily lost. Now, there are more than 30 powerful heavenly Tao realm existences here. They were basically at the mid-stage or late-stage heavenly Tao realm. There was even a peak heavenly Tao realm perfected stage 9. Whether the 8 ferocious beast generals from the primeval desolate's forbidden ground came or not was of little significance. The only peak heavenly Tao beast in the Alliance was the black gold sun that was slowly rising. It was emitting endless black gold light that enveloped 1 trillion kilometers of the void. It was, in fact, a 3-legged golden crow. 3-legged golden crows were a type of Khanate realm ferocious beast. They were of the fire attribute and were extremely powerful existences among Khanate realm ferocious beasts. This 3-legged golden crow came from the golden crow forbidden ground on the left bank of the galaxy. Not only was it a peak heavenly Tao at the perfected Stage 9 realm, it was also one of the top existences among the many peak heavenly Tao on the left bank. It was no trifling matter. At the left bank of the Milky Way, not to mention the remnant star domain ruled by the remnants of the primordial era, there were dozens of existences whose cultivation had reached the peak of the Great Path of the Heavens at the peak of the Great Path of the Heavens. But this three-legged golden crow's combat strength was ranked 10th among all the heavenly Tao, ferocious beasts on the left bank. Bao including the golden crow forbidden ground that he oversaw, it was also ranked 10th among all the ferocious beast forbidden grounds on the left bank. It should be known that the demonic insect forbidden ground was only ranked around 50th to 60th in the top 100 like the desolation forbidden ground. This was because the most powerful peak insect in the demonic insect forbidden ground had left countless years ago. As there had been no news of it, it did not enter the ranks of the top 100. Although this three-legged golden crow was not as powerful as the peak insect that had left countless years ago, it had also entered the perfected Stage 9 heavenly Tao realm long ago. It was originally the will of the heavenly Tao of a great world called the Golden Crow. Before that great world completely collapsed and was swallowed by the endless void turbulence, this three-legged golden crow had devoured all the stars in that great world. Right because of this, he was invited by more than 30 powerful heavenly Tao experts in the Alliance to join them and fight against Yi Xian as a leading figure. Because Yi Xian's 9-colored sea of flames could only be resisted by him, who had devoured countless stars and had even turned his body into a scorching black gold sun. At that moment, as more than 30 heavenly Tao experts, including primeval heaven's eye, appeared, the powers in their bodies were pushed to their limits, transforming in a formless heavenly Tao suppression that pressed down heavily. The void in a radius of 500 billion kilometers instantly turned chaotic as a deep buzzing sound entered one's ears. At that moment, as more than 30 heavenly Tao experts, including primeval heaven's eye, appeared, the powers in their bodies were pushed to their limits, transforming into formless heavenly Tao suppression that pressed down heavily. Within a radius of 500 billion kilometers, the vast void instantly fell into complete chaos. A deep, buzzing sound sounded at a very fast frequency. It was truly shocking. Yi Xian's heart sank to the bottom of a valley as his expression turned extremely gloomy. With more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts pushing their cultivation levels to their limits, it was enough to cause the void to fall into complete chaos. Not only was teleportation impossible, even the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to Yi Xian's system could no longer be activated. Back in the demonic wolf forbidden ground on the left bank's right bank, primeval heavens, I had gathered hundreds of mighty figures and desolate supremacies, as well as more than 10 heavenly Tao realm existences. They had used such a method to trap Yi Xian. Finally, it was Yi Xian's might. With his lightning-fast means, he slew 3 heavenly Tao beasts in a short period of time. It shocked everyone, causing a large number of mighty figures and desolate supremacies to retreat in fear. As a result, the formless suppression in the void decreased in number. Finally, he managed to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to his system. After activating it, he successfully escaped back in the dragon whale forbidden ground. After Yi Xian killed the dragon whale, the 10 heavenly Tao beasts that were guarding the 9-color fireball had the opportunity to reproduce the scene that happened in the demonic wolf forbidden ground. No, they did not know much about Yi Xian and had never interacted with him. Everything they heard was hearsay, and they did not have a deep understanding of him. Therefore, they did not guard against Yi Xian's mysterious divine power that allowed him to escape without leaving a trace. This resulted in them missing the opportunity, allowing Yi Xian to escape once again. However, the same situation was not likely to happen again today. On the one hand, the primeval heavens I had already appeared. He knew Yi Xian very well, and he even had the painful experience of the demonic wolf forbidden ground. Therefore, the moment Yi Xian appeared, these 30-odd powerful heavenly Tao beasts immediately activated all the cultivation in their bodies. They turned into formless suppression and stacked layers of suppression, causing the void to fall into complete chaos. But, moreover, the primeval heavens, I must have explained the reason for doing so to the other heavenly Tao beasts that were allied with him. Therefore, unless they had no other choice, they would definitely not activate all the power in their bodies and withdraw the formless suppression that was spreading out. Even moreover, back in the demonic wolf forbidden ground, including the primeval heaven's eye, there were only a total of 12 or 13 heavenly Tao beasts. Now, the number of beasts that appeared here had more than doubled, reaching a total of 33. Among them, there was even a three-legged golden crow whose cultivation and strength were on par with Yi Xian's current peak, who had reached the peak of the great perfection of a ninth-stage heavenly Tao. This directly caused the void to fall into complete chaos after the formless suppression that was spreading out from their bodies overlapped, reaching an astonishing distance of 100 million miles. The situation was critical and serious, and compared to the time in the demonic wolf forbidden ground, it was several times more dangerous. To Yi Xian, this time he might really have to fight to the death to have a chance of breaking out. Whoosh! As he moved, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air, and a nine-colored ray of light shot out from Yi Xian's body. It expanded rapidly against the wind, and in an instant, it turned into a vast and majestic sea of flames. The endless howling of the wind could be heard in the void, and in less than half a breath, this nine-colored sea of flames swept out and condensed into a huge nine-colored fireball. The diameter of the fireball was not very large, only less than 100 million miles. It protected Yi Xian's body, and he was temporarily safe. For example, today, although Yi Xian's peak battle strength had reached the peak of the great perfection of a ninth-stage heavenly Tao, he still did not dare to let his guard down in the face of the 33 powerful heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. This was especially so when the void was already in complete chaos under the terrifying suppression, and he could not activate the interstellar coordinates attached to the system in his body to leave. Since he could not leave, he had to ensure that he was safe. Otherwise, if he was not careful and was injured, the situation would become more and more dangerous when faced with the continuous attacks of the 33 powerful heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. It was as if he had fallen into a vicious cycle and finally fell into a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. At this time, as Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the nine-colored sea of flames, condensing it into a huge fireball with a diameter of 100 million miles to protect himself, the 33 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the surrounding void immediately became restless. Except for a few of them, almost all of them had never seen Yi Xian before. Everything about him was just hearsay. Since it was hearsay, then they would naturally have reservations about certain things. It was rumored that Yi Xian had too many treasures, powerful abilities, and heaven-defying secret techniques. Under normal circumstances, it was hard to believe that all of these were concentrated in one person. But now, seeing the Shinong nine-colored flame with their own eyes, at least this matter was confirmed. Moreover, the Shinong nine-colored flame was closely related to the Shinong cauldron. Since the nine-colored flame was here, the rumor that the Shinong cauldron was in Yi Xian's hands could be confirmed. Just these 2 points were enough to move these greedy heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. Roar! Shinong nine-colored flame? In that case, the Shinong cauldron is indeed in your hands. As the commotion started, a domineering roar came from the huge black golden sun in the distance, followed by the voice of the divine sense. It was low and deep, and it revealed a wisp of invisible pressure that made one's heart palpitate. It seems that the rumors related to you in the outside world should not be too different from what they say. Shinong Cauldron, the legendary nine-colored divine flame, and the supreme ability, the heaven-falling bow, and the heaven-defying secret technique that can increase one's cultivation by a large realm and has no time limit. including the mysterious escape technique that allows him to escape without leaving a trace. Oh, right. It is said that you also have the heavenly Tao treasure medicine, the innate 5 elements medicine catalyst, and even the primordial treasure medicine that is helpful for the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. It is said that you are already refining it. A series of low spiritual sense voices rang out from the great golden black sun hanging high in the dark night sky, and a commotion instantly broke out in the surrounding void. All of these actually appeared on you alone. I have to say, Bao Yuan, you are really heaven-defying. At this point, the voice of the 3-legged golden crow in the black gold sun paused for a moment. Then, it sounded again, and its tone suddenly turned harsh. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that this fireball formed by the 9-color divine flame will not be able to protect you. At least, in front of me, it is absolutely ineffective. Screech. Rumble. After the last sentence was said, the 3-legged golden crow let out an earth-shattering roar. From the black gold sun hanging high in the dark night sky, a majestic and endless black flame storm rolled and roared. You're reading on Novelful, all of this has actually happened to you alone. I have to say, Bao Yuan, you really are heaven-defying. Unfortunately, just this ball of flames condensed from the 9-color divine flames is probably unable to protect you. As he spoke, he spoke. At this point, the voice of the 3-legged golden crow in the black gold sun paused for a moment. Then it sounded again, and its tone suddenly turned harsh. At least in front of me, it is absolutely ineffective. Screech. Rumble. Before the last sentence fell, the 3-legged golden crow let out a shocking roar. From the great black golden wheel that hung high in the dark night sky, a majestic and boundless storm of black flames rolled over with a roar. It was simply too great. It was too hot, and its power was incomparably strong. The scene in the void was simply shocking. A black flame tide with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles poured out from the black gold sun in the distance, like a furious river bursting its banks. In the blink of an eye, it traversed 200 billion miles of the void and approached the 9-colored fireball that enveloped Yi Xian's figure. Although the 9-colored flames of Shinnong were stunning, the black flame river that poured out from the black gold sun was equally extraordinary. This was the world-destroying black flame. The black gold sun was the will of the heavenly Tao of a great world called the Golden Crow. Before the great world of the Golden Crow completely collapsed and was swallowed by the endless void turbulence, this 3-legged golden crow swallowed all the stars in the great world. Then they condensed into the world-destroying black flame, turning the 3-legged golden crow's body into this black gold sun. Although the world-destroying black flame could not be compared to the 9-colored flames of Shinnong in other aspects. For example, the 9-colored flames of Shinnong could be used to refine supreme treasured medicines. However, the world-destroying black flame only had the power to destroy. It could not be used to refine treasured medicines and the like. However, it was precisely because its power was only limited to destruction that the flames could be used to destroy the world. Therefore, when used to attack, the world-destroying black flame of the black gold sun was definitely not weaker than the 9-colored flames of Shinnong. In addition, this 3-legged golden crow was also a peak heavenly Tao of the great circle of the 9th stage. In fact, its cultivation in this realm was even more stable than that of Yi Xian. Therefore, now that he had activated the black gold great sun with all his might, the black river of flames that poured out like a raging river instantly destroyed the 9-colored ball of flames that enveloped Yi Xian's body. Boom! Rumble! Whoosh! In the next moment, the black flame river formed by the world-destroying black flame collided with the 9-colored flames of Shinnong that had condensed into a fireball. Although the power of the flames seemed to be equal, with neither side suppressing the other, the huge fireball was destroyed, and Yi Xian's figure was revealed. Void in the air after the fireball collapsed, the 9-colored flames and the world-destroying black flame sputtered in all directions. The terrifying scene was simply terrifying. Such a scene caught Yi Xian off guard. The originally unfavorable situation instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. Since he couldn't even count on the protection of the nine-colored fireball, the only choice left for him to escape this dangerous situation was to carve out a bloody path for himself. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. An incomparably cold voice immediately spread out through his divine sense, which could be heard clearly in the void within 1,000,000,000,000 miles. You want to fight? Then let's fight. This lord will accompany you to the end. Walala. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a thought, the figure of Bao Yuan disappeared, and the void where he originally stood was suddenly filled with the strange sound of splashing water. His figure collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a corner of the void of the universe, revealing an endless sense of blood. Roar! Roar! Screech! Almost at the same time, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and screeches. In the shocking, boundless sea of blood, 3 incomparably huge figures could be seen rising from the ground in an instant. One was exactly the same as the previous Bao Yuan, but its size was larger, reaching 60 million miles. One had no flesh and blood, only a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless murderous aura, incomparably ferocious. The last one was a cloud of black fog, and even a pair of eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which looked extremely strange. It was the physical body of the demonic ape, as well as the skeletal body and the black fog body. Faced with the inevitable battle, Yi Xian did not hold back. He immediately condensed the 3 blood sea avatars. 3, the cultivation auras that emanated from the avatars were all at the perfected 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. They were none other than 3 powerful peak heavenly Tao existences. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, their simultaneous appearance was enough to stir up a storm of blood. It made the heavenly Tao beasts that were gathered in the void gasp. Even the black gold sun that hung high in the sky, 100 billion miles away, emitted sounds of admiration. Clearly, it was tempted by Yi Xian's blood sea mystic technique. Roar! Screech! Screech! As their figures materialized, the 3 blood sea avatars immediately raised their heads and let out a furious roar. At that moment, Yi Xian activated the final form of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline divine power, which was the demonic ape true body. The powers in the 3 blood sea avatars instantly surged, as though a raging river was roaring. Their limbs and bones surged with boundless murderous intent. Companion as a terrifying lifeblood force surged out of them. The 3 blood sea avatars gathered together, fusing their backs together. The 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape true body appeared in the void. Without any hesitation, the skeleton's eyes emitted a scorching purple-gold beam as a deep buzzing sound resounded through the void. The mysterious aura was like a raging river as it emanated from his body. The skeleton avatar suddenly raised its left arm, and its empty left palm emitted a golden beam. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared in its left hand. It was none other than the supreme divine power that shook the primordial world, the heaven-falling bow. Chapter 51:18. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ape also flipped his hands, and with a faint sound of breaking through the air, 2 rays of light shot out. His left hand held one of the legs of the Shinnong cauldron, and he carried it by his side like a huge seal. In his right hand, he dragged the Shinnong medicinal pestle, which had transformed into a big black stick and imperceptibly emitted a monstrous, murderous aura, until the black fog clone also made a move at the same time. Whoosh! Walala! With a thought, the 9-colored flame waves that sputtered in the surrounding void instantly came to life like a starry sky python, surging with extreme agility. In the blink of an eye, it had already gathered together again, but this time it did not condense into a huge fireball, nor did it transform into a 9-colored sea of flames that spread out in the void. And it directly condensed to the extreme, turning into a huge 9-colored ribbon. After a few winding spirals, it had already wrapped around the body of the black fog clone in less than half a breath. The two ends of the ribbon poked out in front of the black fog clone's chest, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, ready to burst out at any time and devour everything. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in just 2 short breaths. At this moment, Yi Xian showed the strongest form of his peak battle strength, ready to fight a bloody battle at any time and kill his way out of the encirclement. Whoosh! As Yi Xian displayed the strongest form of the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body, even the fallen sky bow. The Shinnong cauldron and the Shinnong medicinal pestle transformed into the big black stick were also brought out, including the 9-colored sea of flames that had previously turned into a 9-colored flame ball. It also condensed into a 9-colored ribbon that wound around the huge body of the black fog clone. In an instant, a large number of gasps came from the surrounding void, and there was an uproar. In among the 33 heavenly law fierce beasts gathered around, except for the primeval Heaven's Eye, no one had seen Yi Xian's strongest form with their own eyes. In fact, even in the primeval Heaven's Eye, although he had seen Yi Xian's 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true form in the devil wolf Forbidden Ground and the chaos Forbidden Ground later on, Yi Xian's cultivation was not as strong as it was now. Even earlier, when Yi Xian first made contact with the primeval Heaven's Eye in the primordial chaos void, he had similarly revealed his demonic ape true body's strongest form. However, back then, Yi Xian was only at the early stages of the heavenly Tao realm. At that time, the primeval Heavens Eye did not even take him seriously. If not for the appearance of the void tortoise and the primeval Yiksha, Yi Xian would not have been able to escape. But now, in a short period of time, Yi Xian had grown to such a terrifying level. His cultivation level and strength had exceeded the primeval Heaven's Eye. Even he felt an inexplicable sense of awe when facing Yi Xian. He was secretly infuriated. The primeval Heaven's Eye, who was extremely familiar with Yi Xian, had such mixed feelings. It was obvious what the other heavenly law fierce beasts present who had never seen Yi Xian in his strongest form were thinking and feeling mixed emotions. Matter in fact, even the 3-legged golden crow, who had transformed into a black gold crystal and was hovering high in the dark night sky 100 billion kilometers away, was extremely excited. The rumors outside are indeed true. The Shinnong treasure cauldron, the 9-colored divine flame, the supreme divine ability, the heaven-falling bow, and the heaven-defying secret technique that can increase one's cultivation level by a large realm and has no time limit. At this time, the deep voice of the divine sense once again sounded from the black gold sun hanging high in the dark night sky, revealing endless greed. Previously, this venerable one did not include the Blood Sea secret technique and the profound meaning of your demonic ape true body. All of these appeared on you alone. This is simply shocking, coupled with the heaven-defying treasures that correspond to the various realms. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yi Xian, no wonder your cultivation speed is so monstrous. This is simply unheard of. It can be said to be terrifying. If all of these were gathered on this venerable one's cultivation speed would definitely be higher than yours. You are truly a genius. Unfortunately, that is all in the past. Even this primordial era will come to an end soon. Everything you have can naturally be taken away, and today, this clearly meant that it wanted to kill and seize the treasures. To say it so bluntly in front of so many heavenly Tao realm experts, one could see the arrogance of the 3-legged golden crow. The existence that was ranked 10th among the heavenly Tao realm beasts of the left bank did indeed have the confidence and qualifications to do so. Is that so? In that case, you wait first. A look of disdain flashed in its eyes. The ferocious ape glanced at the black gold sun hanging high in the dark sky. It did not show any signs of weakness, and even taunted back. This venerable one will first loosen up and warm up, then kill you. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already activated the perfect mental energy secret technique. In an instant, the terrifying figure of the devil ape's true body, which was 60 million kilometers long, directly disappeared. Even the incomparably arrogant and berserk aura from before was instantly restrained. It was incomparably perfect, without the slightest bit of leakage. This was to be expected. Although Yi Xian was confident, he was now in a tight encirclement. At the same time, he was besieged by 33 powerful heavenly Tao beasts. Among them, there was even a three-legged golden crow that was slightly stronger than him. Under such circumstances, if he were to brazenly reveal himself and become a target for everyone to attack, he would truly be out of his mind. Since with a spiritual power mystic technique like perfect oscillation, he could instantly hide his body and completely conceal his aura with his current cultivation. Even the three-legged golden crow that was slightly stronger than him could not see any clues. So why not use it? Roar! Screech! Damn it, where is he? Why did he suddenly disappear? Could it be that we let him escape again? That shouldn't be the case. The void has long fallen into complete chaos. Even if he possesses that kind of heaven-defying escape technique, he definitely won't be able to use it. Damn it, this guy's foundation has been underestimated. He actually possesses such a secret aura concealment technique. Even this body, whose cultivation is stronger than his, can't see any clues. Everyone, guard your surroundings. Don't let him escape. At this moment, as Yi Xian's figure instantly disappeared and his aura disappeared, the 33 heavenly Tao beasts in the surrounding void immediately cried out in alarm. Immediately after, they immediately assigned tasks. Each of them was in charge of a section of the void, forming a huge encirclement and continuously investigating indiscriminately. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Yi Xian to slip away quietly. The surrounding void formed a blockade line, and the 33 heavenly Tao beasts were constantly attacking. He had only concealed his figure and concealed his aura, but he had not directly turned into nothingness. If he wanted to rush over, he would definitely be hit, and then his figure would be exposed. In fact, Yi Xian had no intention of using this method to slip away quietly. If he did not show himself, he would not vent his anger, and it was also not his style of doing things. In a short instant, he had already determined the first target to make a move against. Without hesitation, he silently approached in front of the target and suddenly made a move. Roar! As soon as he approached, the black fog clone suddenly opened its mouth and roared violently. It was not a simple spiritual power roar, but it used one of the two spiritual power mystic techniques that Yi Xian mastered, the destructive vortex. In the next moment, following the black fog clone's sudden roar, the purplish-black spiritual power source core that was suspended above the central domain of his sea of consciousness began to madly rotate. The vast amount of spiritual power contained in the source core was instantly extracted. It was compressed to the extreme and finally turned into a tiny that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the black fog clone's sea of consciousness and whistled toward its first target. Boom! A loud sound suddenly filled the sky. This tiny purplish black, which was as small as a speck of dust, was formed by the extreme compression of nearly half of the spiritual power source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. When it rushed in front of his opponent, it immediately exploded with a loud bang. The boundless spiritual power source collided and surged with each other, instantly turning into a huge energy vortex that was frenzied and tyrannical, as if it would annihilate everything. It emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth at this moment. The skeleton clone that had put away the fallen sky, Bao, threw a punch, and the big-headed black cudgel in Bao Yuan's hand instantly swung up and smashed down. Yi Xian was all too familiar with concealing his figure and using his cudgel to stun his opponent. At this moment, when the cudgel smashed down, his mind was instantly filled with a sense of exhilaration, as if he was returning to his old profession. Boom! An earth-shattering sound suddenly filled the sky. The tiny purplish-black dot, which was as small as a speck of dust, was formed by the extreme compression of nearly half of the spiritual power source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. When it rushed in front of his opponent, it immediately exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, the skeleton clone that had put away the fallen sky, Bao threw a punch, and the big-headed black cudgel in Bao Yuan's hand instantly swung up and smashed down. Yi Xian was all too familiar with using his cudgel to stun his opponent. At this moment, when the cudgel smashed down, his mind was instantly filled with a sense of exhilaration, as if he was returning to his old profession. The corners of Bao Yuan's mouth curled into a sinister smile that made one's hair stand on end. Whoosh! Screech! Sensing the sudden impending danger, the heavenly law beast's body trembled violently. Instantly, its eyes turned bloodshot as it raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, a blood-red beam shot out from its mouth. Welcome! The storm expanded, transforming into a blood-colored crystal that blocked the vital part of its head. Unfortunately, it was unable to change anything. It was ultimately one step too slow and was destined to perish on the spot. Almost at the same instant the blood-colored crystal appeared, the black fog clone's psyche vortex rumbled over. Accompanied by an extremely crisp, shattering sound, the blood-colored crystal that was floating above the heavenly law beast's head was instantly shattered, as if it was nothing more than rotten wood. Bang! There was no suspense in what happened next. Bao Yuan's big-headed black cudgel smashed into his head, and the skeleton clone's punch landed on his spine at the same time. The ferocious beast, was only at the 4th level of the heavenly Dao realm. The difference in cultivation level was too great, so there was no time for it to react. Boundless energy surged into its body. In half a breath, its entire body, which spanned tens of millions of kilometers, exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread. Phew! At the same time, the black fog clone suddenly waved its hand. Immediately, an invisible force surged out. It transformed into a howling gale, and in the blink of an eye, the blood mist from the insect race heavenly law beast body was swept over. After it was absorbed into its body, it was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, where it began. Blood essence condensation. Everything seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. It only took a breath of time. The surrounding heavenly law beasts were still vigilantly attacking the void around them, searching for traces of Yi Xian, but everything had already ended. Blinking, in a blink of an eye, one of the 33 heavenly law beasts that surrounded Yi Xian had already perished. Now, there were only 32 left. And at that moment, the boundless lifeblood formed from the heavenly law beast's explosion was absorbed into the black fog clone's body with a wave of its hand. For only then did the surrounding heavenly law beasts jolt to their senses. All of them gasped as they shuddered. Instantly, shocking roars and howls resounded like a tidal wave. Roar! Darn it, what happened? What terrifying combat strength! It was just a strike, but it instantly finished off a mid-stage heavenly law. This is clearly an instant kill. 3 peak heavenly Dao at the perfected 9th stage realm. Although their cultivation levels have yet to enter the primordial chaos great Dao realm after the heavenly Dao realm, they can definitely stand above most peak heavenly Dao. Instantly killing a mid-stage heavenly Dao is only natural. The crux of the matter is that his aura concealment mystic art is too heaven-defying. Not only is his figure concealed, even his aura is completely concealed. Even heavenly Dao realm existences can't see anything amiss. This is truly too passive. The situation isn't looking good. From the looks of it, it's equivalent to us being in the open while he is in the dark. Now, there's still quite a number of us, so we can form a complete blockade in the surrounding void. If you were to kill a few more, we can't let him continue. We have to think of a solution. Otherwise, we will definitely be defeated by him one by one. This is truly too stifling. We have the ability to suppress him, but we have nowhere to exert our strength. We can't find a target at all. Roar! Screech! Roar! Impossible. When it came to depressing matters, half of the 32 heavenly law beasts raised their heads and roared in indignation. They didn't hide their anger at all. It could be said that their anger reached the heavens. You can't take it anymore? This is only the beginning. Today, everyone who has come will pay the price for this. Following that, he said, as the roars and screeches sounded, Yi Xian's three fiend forms emitted a ferocious glint. As they looked into the distance, they transmitted their voices with their spiritual senses. Suddenly, he swept his gaze and fixed it on the black gold sun that hung high in the sky, 100 billion kilometers away. He sneered and said, "Old bastard, don't be in a hurry. I said that I'll first warm up my muscles and bones. Later, I'll slay you." Roar. After the last sentence was spoken, the violent ape, the skeleton, and the black fog raised their heads and roared furiously at the same time. The three shocking roars merged into one, and the violent and untamed aura that was imperceptibly suffused out was shocking to the ears. Even the space was slightly trembling. At that moment, Yi Xian was like the birth of a true fiend celestial. He reigned supreme in the sky, as the 32 heavenly law beasts that were gathered in the void looked askance at him. Their hearts trembled slightly. Everyone present was a heavenly Tao realm existence, so they naturally understood how terrifying a heavenly Tao realm expert was. Even the three-legged golden crow that had transformed into the black gold sun that hung high in the sky, 100 billion kilometers away, was astounded by Yi Xian's seething fighting spirit. Man, he asked himself, if he were to be in such a dangerous situation and be besieged by 33 heavenly Tao realm beasts at the same time, he definitely wouldn't be as calm and composed as Yi Xian. He didn't even show any signs of fear or trepidation. All that was left was a torrential fighting spirit that surged through the void. Such a stance and peerlessly domineering aura do not let down your reputation as the Magic Hall's master, as he sighed. The black gold sun that hung high in the sky, 100 billion kilometers away, once again emitted an extremely deep voice through divine perception. At this moment, the three-legged golden crow within the black sun seemed to have acknowledged Yi Xian and placed him on an equal footing with itself. In its evaluation, it wasn't stingy with its praise. Only yes, when he spoke halfway, his voice suddenly turned stern, and it revealed boundless, ghastly coldness. Unfortunately, the more it's like this, the less chance you have of surviving today. Since you possess such an extraordinary natural talent, if you're allowed to continue growing in the future, it'll definitely be difficult to suppress you. Everyone, the grudge has already been formed. Either he dies, or he comes knocking on our door in the future and kills us one by one. There's no need for me to say more about the choice, right? As expected of an old fox that had lived for countless years, this three-legged golden crow had clearly sensed the supreme demonic might that Yi Xian had used to instantly kill a heavenly Tao ferocious beast, causing the surrounding heavenly Tao ferocious beasts to feel a slight ripple in their hearts. That was why he suddenly warned them to prevent any accidents from happening. It was like a wake-up call. In an instant, it caused the trace of hesitation that had just appeared in the eyes of these ferocious beasts of the heavenly Tao to disappear without a trace. The supreme demonic might that Yi Xian had used to instantly kill a heavenly Tao ferocious beast had caused a slight ripple in the hearts of the surrounding heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. The three-legged golden crow, who had transformed into a black gold sun that hung high in the sky 100 billion kilometers away, had clearly sensed this and immediately warned them. His words were like a wake-up call, instantly causing the trace of hesitation that had just appeared in the eyes of these heavenly Tao ferocious beasts to disappear without a trace. Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. It glanced coldly at the black gold sun, and the killing intent that surged in its heart suddenly became stronger. An incomparably low and weak buzzing sound rang out. At this moment, Yi Xian once again activated the mental power in his body and activated the perfect oscillation mental power secret technique. The moment he attacked and killed that fourth stage heavenly Tao ferocious beast, his figure appeared, and the perfect oscillation mental power secret technique instantly lost its effect. However, he could activate it again at any time. It was just a matter of thought. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared again, and his aura was completely concealed. He quietly moved toward his second target. In the void, there was once again an uproar. Among the remaining 32 heavenly Tao, ferocious beasts, nearly half of them were muttering softly, revealing endless resentment and grievance. Damn it, this move again. Isn't this violent ape too shameless? I've long expected this. Back when he was on the right bank of the Milky Way, this violent ape was best at sneak attacks and plotting. His reputation could be said to be in shambles. If not for that, how could he have grown to this day? Everyone, be careful, but don't let your guard down. You must take action at all times in your respective areas to find out his location. Shameless fellow. After we suppress him, this venerable one will definitely extract his soul and refine it. It's simply too sullen. Roar, screech. As these soft cries filled with resentment sounded, Yi Xian, who had already restrained his figure and aura, quietly touched the side of his second target in a short period of time. He felt like he was hiding in the dark and knocking people out. It could be said that he was more and more like a fish in water. Boom! Rumble! This time, Yi Xian was even closer. He was only about 1,000,000 kilometers away from his target. He suddenly moved. The skeleton clone punched out, and the violent ape once again swung the big-headed black stick. As for the Black Mist clone, this time, it did not use any mental energy to attack. Instead, like the skeleton clone, it also punched out. In an instant, Yi Xian's figure appeared, but the attack of the 3 demon bodies had already reached the top of the 4th-grade heavenly Tao beast's head. Without any suspense, with an earth-shattering boom, its incomparably huge body instantly exploded. In less than an instant, it had already turned into a majestic mist of blood that spread out. With a wave of his hand, the Black Mist clone absorbed it into his body and sent it into the space inside the Shenong treasure cauldron. One it took a long time to describe, but in reality, it ended even faster than the last time. Moreover, the group of heavenly Tao beasts that were gathered in the surrounding void had yet to recover from their shock. This was because the target Yi Xian had chosen this time was close to the right side of the first guy to be killed. After killing the first target, he, who had hidden himself, did not go far. He directly chose the closest spot to the right and killed the second heavenly Tao beast in the blink of an eye. This scene happened too quickly, and the surrounding heavenly Tao beasts were all caught off guard. Previously, when Yi Xian's figure disappeared, everyone subconsciously thought that he would definitely rush to another location and secretly attack again. Therefore, the 2 fellows on the left and right of the heavenly Tao beast that was killed first were the most relaxed. They did not have the slightest bit of vigilance in their hearts. No matter what, they did not expect Yi Xian to act so unconventionally. Unfortunately, it was too late to say all of that now. In just an instant, the second ferocious beast had been annihilated, and the number of ferocious beasts that had gathered here had increased from 33 to 31 in the blink of an eye. This caused the hearts of everyone to sink. There was some hesitation. Just as the Black Mist clone waved his hand and absorbed the majestic chi and blood formed by the second target's body into his body, Yi Xian immediately activated the perfect oscillation mental energy mystic technique again. As his figure disappeared, the nearby heavenly Tao beasts immediately emitted a dark light in their eyes, and their vigilance was raised to the extreme. Previously, Yi Xian had already acted unconventionally. This time, everyone would definitely think that he did not dare to continue. After concealing himself, it was impossible for him to stay nearby and attack again. He would definitely go to another location far away. Chapter 51:19. However, the more it was like this, the more likely it was that this fellow would use this move again. It could be said that it was a counterattack. Therefore, they did not dare to relax in the slightest, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the second heavenly law beast. In reality, it wasn't just the few heavenly law beasts nearby who thought this way. Almost all the other ferocious beasts on the other side of the encirclement had the same thought. Although they were also testing the air around them, they diverted a portion of their attention to the area where Yi Xian had attacked twice in a row, Buddha was certain that Yixin would definitely use the same trick again and launch a sneak attack in that area again. Number after a breath, on the left side of the encirclement. The third target that Yixin had locked onto was here. Now that he had concealed his body and restrained his aura, in just a few breaths of time, he had already silently arrived here. The third target's cultivation was slightly stronger, but he was only at the middle stage of the fifth step. For Yixin, who was already at the peak of the ninth step, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure when he suddenly attacked and instantly killed him. Huff, boom, rumble. This time, the black fog clone was the first to make a move. The 9 colored ribbons wrapped around its body rushed out like a giant python in the starry sky. They expanded in the wind and turned into a 9-colored sea of flames, directly enveloping the fifth stage heavenly law beast. Screech, under the shock and fear, the fireball that was only 50 million kilometers in size immediately let out an incomparably shrill and ruthless howl. Same as at this moment, Yixin's figure appeared. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his killing intent overflowed into the heavens. With a world-destroying momentum, the big-headed black rod and the skeleton clone's giant purple-gold fist struck out at the same time. Bang! There was suspense. With an earth-shattering explosion, the ruthless howl and the fireball instantly stopped. This fifth stage heavenly law beast could not withstand it, and its incomparably huge body instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Before it could completely spread out, it had already been absorbed into the black fog clone's body with a wave of its hand. Next, with a thought, the 9-color fireball in front of him collapsed and condensed into a 9-colored ribbon that was like a giant python in the starry sky. It shot over with incomparable agility and wrapped around his body. After doing all of this, Yixin suddenly turned around. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he quickly swept his gaze across the group of heavenly beasts in the distance. The formless might that he emitted could be said to be looking down on the void. After he finished absorbing the boundless vital energy and blood formed from the explosion of the third target's body, Yixin suddenly turned around. His eyes shone with a fierce light as he swiftly swept his gaze past the group of heavenly law beasts in the distance, and the might he imperceptibly emitted could be said to look down upon the group of heavenly law beasts in the distance. At this moment, the hearts and minds of the 30 heavenly law beasts in the surroundings shook violently once more. Everything that happened earlier was too sudden, and it could be said that unforeseen events occurred successively. They utterly didn't have the time to react before 3 of the heavenly law beasts that came together had already been killed, and it was almost 10% of them. The monstrous and ferocious level of this ferocious ape was simply infuriating. After a short moment of silence, the group of heavenly law beasts roared fiercely once more, and the voice of their divine sense resounded out successively. All of them revealed boundless rage that surged into the heavens. We can't continue like this. Otherwise, it's extremely likely that the final outcome would be us being annihilated one by one. It's simply unimaginable. This ferocious ape's cultivation is too formidable. Yet it just so happens that he possesses such a heaven-defying aura concealment technique. Once he approaches us without making a sound and makes a sudden move, it's practically an instant annihilation. Before the others could rush over to assist us, he would have already ended everything and concealed himself once more before fleeing. Moreover, he's obviously choosing existences with comparatively weaker cultivations to make a move against. He's going from weak to strong, and he's annihilating us one by one. If this continues, then he'll annihilate over 10 more fellow Taoists before the seal on space will be instantly removed. At that time, he'll be able to leave at any moment. Roar! This is absolutely not allowed. Fellow Taoists, do you have any ability to break through his aura concealment technique? Exactly. Now isn't the time to conceal anything. Otherwise, even if we're not annihilated by him, once the ferocious ape flees in the end, then with his style of doing things, he'll surely come looking for us one by one. No one can dream of having an easy time. Roar! Roar! Roar, roar, hum. Along with the furious roars of the ferocious beasts and the voices of their divine senses, Yi Xian instantly activated the perfect vibration of his spiritual power's secret technique once more after everything was over. In an instant, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out. His figure immediately disappeared, and his aura was completely concealed. Just like before, there was not a single trace of him to be found. Look, at the sight of this, the eyes of the 30 ferocious beasts immediately glowed with a dark light. Their vigilance was raised to the maximum. No one knew if they would be the next target targeted by the ferocious ape. This was especially so for those middle-stage, heavenly Dao whose cultivation was relatively weaker. It was as if they were conditioned reflexes, and their scalps were somewhat numb. This ferocious ape strategy was clearly to start from the weak and kill them one by one through sneak attacks. Their cultivation was only at the middle stage of the heavenly Dao, so naturally, they were in greater danger. Furthermore, once this kind of danger really descended upon them, the consequences would be so severe that they absolutely could not bear it. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was currently in the strongest form of his three-headed, six-armed demonic true body. It was equivalent to 3 great perfection 9th stage, peak, heavenly Dao experts joining forces. Under a full-powered attack, even a late-stage 7th stage heavenly Dao expert might very well die on the spot. Furthermore, the possibility was not small, so there was no need to mention those middle-stage 4th to 6th stage heavenly Dao experts. They would definitely be killed on the spot. There was no suspense at all. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds. All the middle-stage heavenly Dao experts present instantly trembled slightly. In the depths of their eyes, an imperceptible light of hesitation burst forth. For example, today there were 30 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts gathered in the surrounding void. Among them, there were 13 middle-stage heavenly Dao experts, which was close to half of them. Also, in other words, the probability of this kind of life-and-death crisis descending upon them was 1 in 13. Furthermore, even if it did not descend upon them this time, the probability of it happening the next time would be even higher, reaching 1 in 12. If this continued, the degree of danger would become more serious. 1 in 10, 1 in 9. In short, based on the current situation, the violent ape was clearly going from weak to strong. This was simply F*King Bullsh*. They were clearly weaker in terms of cultivation, but they were chosen to take the brunt of the lightning. No one would be happy about such a matter. After all, they were using their lives to take the brunt of the lightning, and in the end, they would end up dying. As for the final spoils of war, they would be divided up by those late-stage heavenly Dao experts with stronger cultivation. It was simply meaningless. Furthermore, this was definitely not alarmist talk, nor was it an exaggeration. Weren't there already 3 unlucky fellows before them as examples? Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 13 middle stage 4th to 6th stage heavenly Dao instantly hesitated. As Yi Xian's figure disappeared once again, a few of them even retreated slightly out of reflex. The commotion had already started, and it could erupt at any time. Once it appeared, these 13 middle stage heavenly Dao would definitely not stay any longer. They would turn around and leave without hesitation. Screech, fellow Taoists, please do not panic. Upon seeing this scene, the primeval heavens, I immediately panicked. Although there were many heavenly Dao experts present, he was the one who had the deepest enmity with Yi Xian. If this lineup was unable to keep Yi Xian here and suppress him, then there would basically be no chance to suppress him in the future. At that time, once revenge came, he would be the first to bear the brunt. The entire Chaos Forbidden Grounds would only exist in name. This kind of consequence was definitely not something he could bear. Therefore, even if he was unwilling, in the face of such a situation, the primeval heavens, I could only helplessly make a choice. Here at this moment, as he spoke, the gazes of the other 29 heavenly Dao, ferocious beasts, instantly converged on him. Now it was too late for regrets. He could only steel his heart and make a decision in an instant. Whoosh! In an instant, as a dark light flashed in the huge green vertical eye that was like a star, a blood-colored light immediately shot out. As it expanded in the wind, it turned into a single-horned blood ape. Its body was only about 1,000,000 kilometers long. It did not look eye-catching, but the aura that emanated from its body was eye-catching. Not only had it also reached the heavenly Tao realm, but it also exuded an extremely strange feeling. This blood ape was the favorite general of the heavenly Tao's green eye, the weeping soul blood ape. Previously, it was by the side of the mysterious home planet's guest, Xingbo. Later on, it had been by the side of the heavenly Tao's green eye. Because of the extraordinary power of the weeping soul mystic technique in its bloodline, the heavenly Tao's green eye thought highly of it. Such as today, it was clear that there was no other choice but to take the risk of summoning it, who was only at the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It wanted to use the weeping soul mystic technique in its bloodline to break Yi Xian's heaven-defying breath concealment technique. Screech. In an instant, as its figure appeared, the weeping soul blood ape did not hesitate at all. It immediately raised its head and let out an extremely shrill howl. The sound was mysterious and continued without end. It revealed a mournful and soul-destroying intent. In an instant, it made Yi Xian, who had just rushed towards his fourth target, feel a jolt in his heart. As his mental strength fluctuated slightly, his originally perfectly concealed figure and aura were instantly exposed. Screech. In an instant, as its figure appeared, the weeping soul blood ape did not hesitate at all. It immediately raised its head and let out an extremely shrill howl. Its sound was mysterious and continued without end. It revealed a mournful and soul-destroying intent in its mellow voice in the distance. Yi Xian, who'd used a secret technique to perfectly conceal his figure and restrain his aura, instantly felt his heart tremble. Caught off guard, his mental strength slightly fluctuated, and his originally perfectly concealed aura leaked out, causing his figure to appear. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. It caught the heavenly Tao beasts gathered in the distant void off guard. After being stunned, they were suddenly pleasantly surprised. They subconsciously let out a wild roar. Roar! It's broken. His aura concealment mystic technique has finally been broken. Everything has its vanquisher. There is nothing absolute in this world. Fellow Taoist Qing Yin will remember this great merit. The power of this blood ape's weeping soul is truly extraordinary. This is good. Fellow Taoists, you don't have to worry about being ambushed. You can relax. We still have 30 heavenly Tao beasts gathered here. As long as the blood ape's figure appears, he will definitely be exhausted. It's only a matter of time before he dies. Screech, roar. As the voice of the divine sense continued to ring out, the eyes of the 13 mid-stage heavenly Tao beasts, who had originally wanted to retreat, immediately became firm again. Some of them even raised their heads and roared endlessly in excitement. They felt as if they had been sullen for a long time and were finally able to release it today. Thinking about it, it made sense. From a moment, they suddenly moved and caused the void within 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers to be completely chaotic, trapping Yi Xian in the encirclement until now. The group of heavenly Tao beasts did not even have the time to attack before Yi Xian killed 3 heavenly Tao beasts in succession. Under the addition of this kind of valiant battle record, it turned into an invisible pressure, causing everyone's hearts to feel heavy, as if they were shrouded in a haze. But now, Yi Xian's aura concealment secret technique had been broken. It was as if the haze that shrouded their hearts had instantly dispersed. After being suppressed for a long time, it would be strange if their emotions did not fluctuate. In such a short period of time, 3 heavenly Tao beasts from the same camp have died, yet they are still so happy and excited. There is really no one else who can do such a thing. At this moment, as his figure appeared, Yi Xian's expression was extremely gloomy. The blood ape curled its lips and let out a mocking divine sense. Then, a cold light flashed in its eyes. The 3 demon bodies turned around at the same time, and their gazes converged on the weeping soul blood ape that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Not only was Yi Xian not unfamiliar with this weeping soul blood ape, it could even be said that he was extremely familiar with it. Furthermore, Yi Xian had always been wary of him, because he felt that this old fellow was extremely shrewd and sinister. He was probably only below Xingbo and the primeval heavens back then. When Yi Xian had obtained the inheritance of the heaven-falling bough, he had seen this weeping soul blood ape in the inheritance scene of this supreme ability. This fellow was mysterious and strange. In that incomparable battle of the primordial era, it did not belong to the camp of the headless infant corpse, nor did it belong to the camp of the heavenly Tao's eye. Yi Xian had seen it in the inheritance scene of the heaven-falling bough. It was hibernating in a dark corner of an abandoned planet, sinisterly spying on the entire primordial era starry sky battlefield. There was definitely a conspiracy. Until now, Yi Xian had not seen through everything, but at least he knew that this weeping soul blood ape had followed the mysterious Xingbo from the home planet, and then followed the primeval heaven's eye. Most over the past few years, as Yi Xian's cultivation base and strength had soared, he had gradually started to confront the primeval heavens head-on. He had seen this weeping soul blood ape a couple of times, but he had never found an opportunity to make a move. He had only glanced at it briefly. He had never expected that this fellow would actually appear at this time and use the weeping soul secret technique in its bloodline right away. The mind power secret technique, which had made him feel uneasy and had perfectly shaken, had been broken in an instant. Hence, Yi Xian had always wanted to kill this weeping soul blood ape. Now that he had encountered such an opportunity, he naturally would not let it go. Brain as all this flashed through his mind, he immediately took action. A dim light flashed through the eyes of the black fog clone, and the mind source core suspended above his sea of consciousness immediately started to revolve frantically. Clang! When the level 8 source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness had transformed and evolved into a level 9 source core, he had also obtained a new type of mind power mystic ability. It was an offensive mystic ability that used mind power called the mind black hole. Just by hearing the name of this mystic ability, one could roughly analyze its might, so it was obviously extraordinary. This mystic ability was also supported by the level 9 mind power contained in the level 9 source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Once it was unleashed, it could form a terrifying black hole in the void of the universe outside its body. Way compared to the destructive vortex and other mind power mystic techniques Yi Xian had previously grasped, this mystic ability was much more powerful. However, because of this, the mind black hole also consumed a lot of mind power. When Yi Xian had first obtained this mystic ability, the total amount of mind power contained in the level 9 source core in his sea of consciousness had only been enough for him to fully unleash it once. After unleashing it this time, he would fall into a predicament where his mind power would be exhausted. He would be in a weak state, would have a splitting headache, and would lose more than half of his combat strength due to his poor state. However, this was all in the past. Now, Yi Xian was already a peak level 9 Sky Great Path Martialist. After undergoing numerous transformations, the mind power source core in his sea of consciousness had already grown to an unimaginable level. However, even so, if he unleashed the mind black hole, more than 60% of the accumulated mind power in the mind power source core in his sea of consciousness would be drained in an instant. Although it wouldn't affect his combat strength, a large amount of mind power would be depleted in an instant, so the speed of recovery wouldn't be fast. It would take time. Therefore, once the mind black hole was unleashed, although Yi Xian could still use all sorts of mind power mystic techniques and mystic abilities for a short period of time, he definitely wouldn't be able to squander them as freely as before. However, in Yi Xian's opinion, if he could successfully kill the weeping soul blood ape by paying such a price, everything would be worth it. Since that was the case, there was no reason to hesitate. Swish! Buzz, an extremely weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Before the group of sky beasts in the surrounding void could recover from their shock, Yi Xian had already pushed the power in his body to the limit. His entire body shot out like a meteor arrow, traversing hundreds of millions of miles in the blink of an eye. He was only hundreds of millions of miles away from the weeping soul-blood ape that was raising its head and crying out loud. In the next moment, a low, buzzing sound rang out in the void. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the black fog clone, and it opened its mouth to roar, screech. Screech. The sharp screech seemed to want to pierce through one's eardrums. Dense scales appeared in the void, and a formless mind power roared out like a raging river. As the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, Yi Xian pushed the power in his body to the limit. His entire body shot out like a meteor arrow, traversing hundreds of millions of miles in the blink of an eye. He was only hundreds of millions of miles away from the weeping soul-blood ape that was raising its head and crying out loud, "Buzz!" Screech. At this moment, a low, buzzing sound rang out in the void. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the black fog clone, and it opened its mouth to let out a shocking roar. The roar was so shrill that it seemed to pierce through one's eardrums. Scale-like ripples immediately appeared in the void, and a formless spiritual power roared out like a raging river. It was formless and formless, but its power was extremely terrifying. As it surged out, the void instantly collapsed and spread all the way to the extreme. In less than half a breath, the continuously collapsing void had formed a huge black hole. It was hundreds of millions of miles in diameter. It locked onto the blood aura of the weeping soul-blood ape and swept towards him. Roar. Seeing this scene, the huge green vertical eye that was like a star suddenly burst out with a sharp light, and it let out a shocking roar. "Yi Xian, you dare!" Swish. Following this furious roar, the primeval heavens, I made his move. The weeping soul-blood ape was a general that he valued the most and could not be replaced, so he definitely could not sit by and watch the blood ape be killed by Yi Xian. An incomparably huge pillar of green light shot out from the starlight green vertical eye. This was the full strength of a level 8 heavenly Tao expert. He had used some kind of bloodline secret technique, and his power was incomparably strong. However, the aura of the green light was very strange. Screech, as danger approached, even though the weeping soul-blood ape was still raising its head and howling fiercely. Its cries clearly revealed a wisp of panic. It had the feeling as if its vital energy had been completely locked onto, causing it to be unable to move its body, and it could only watch helplessly as this enormous spiritual black hole descended towards it. Rumble, the speed was too fast. The huge pillar of green light that shot out from the primeval heavens, I collided with the mental black hole in the blink of an eye. Shock and earth-shaking explosion rang out, and even the shockwave that spread out was incomparably terrifying. Under the full impact, the weeping soul-blood ape, who was too close, was instantly affected, and its entire huge body cracked open, just a hair's breadth away from exploding. Even the weeping soul demonic sound that had been going on in its mouth came to a sudden stop. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered all over the sky. It was clear that he was heavily injured and was on the verge of death. This fellow was considered lucky. With the help of the primordial heavenly Tao Eye, he managed to escape the calamity. However, looking at his injuries, it was probably impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Swish! At this moment, an invisible force wrapped around the weeping soul-blood ape's body, protecting it at the same time. At the same time, it also pulled fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the weeping soul-blood ape turned into a ray of bloodlight and shot out, rushing into the huge vertical eye that was like a star and disappearing. Roar! The roar sounded again, revealing an endless amount of anger, as well as a trace of unwillingness and resentment that was so thick that it could not be dispersed. Following that, with a furious roar, a crack appeared at the bottom corner of the green-eyed vertical eye that was as large as a star. The vertical eye was entirely green-colored, but this crack was blood-colored. Even though it wasn't large, It was extremely eye-catching and could be seen clearly. Obviously, although the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao had successfully rescued the weeping soul blood ape that was on the verge of death, it had also suffered light injuries. Yi Xian's mental black hole was not so simple. This attack was originally aimed at the weeping soul blood ape, but the primeval heavens I had interfered. Although he was a level 8 heavenly Tao, and the green pillar of light that shot out belonged to some kind of bloodline ability of his. However, under the forceful interference, although the mental black hole collapsed after colliding with the green pillar of light, the primeval heavens I had also suffered a bit of backlash as a result. It was natural for him to suffer light injuries. This injury was actually not serious. Although it was not insignificant, it was definitely not to the extent that it would affect his combat strength and state. However, to the primeval heaven's eye, it was still somewhat unbearable. At this moment, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar, completely venting the endless anger in his heart. As the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao of the Eldritch world, he had not suffered any similar injuries except for the incomparable battle that had collapsed the entire Eldritch world countless years ago. That is, even when the Eldritch world was completely destroyed and completely swallowed by the endless turbulent void, he was forced to bring the endless Eldritch world of the Eldritch world into this higher-level primordial void. The primeval heavens I had never been injured before. Of course, the heavy injuries that he had suffered from the heavenly punishment of the primordial void in the vast and endless dark area in front of the right bank with the dragon whale did not count. That was the heavenly punishment of the primordial void, a special existence. However, all of this had happened at this moment. Moreover, the existence that had injured him in front of everyone was actually a junior from the primeval world that he ruled, an existence that he had not even looked at directly not long ago. The contrast was so great that even he could not accept it for a while. Nice to look at, but useless. Just one strike, and he's already on the verge of death. What a piece of trash. At this moment, 200 billion miles away from the right side of the great black gold sun hanging high in the sky, the three-legged golden crow's low voice suddenly sounded, revealing a strong sense of depression. Rumble, whoosh, before the voice of the great black gold sun's voice faded away, an incomparably dull rumble of thunder suddenly came from that direction. The black flames on the surface of the great black gold sun surged and turned into a three-legged golden crow with a body size of 100 million miles in the blink of an eye. With a flap of its wings, it shot toward Yi Xian. Its speed was too fast, faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had swept across hundreds of billion miles of void. In 2 more breaths, it would be right in front of Yi Xian. Buzz, seeing this scene, the corner of the mouth of the Bao Yuan outlined a cold smile, and the eyes of the skeleton of the 3 great demon bodies burst out blazing purple-gold light. Down! In an instant, an incomparably low, buzzing sound resounded through the void, and a mysterious aura spread out from the body of the skeleton doppelganger like a raging river. He suddenly raised his left arm, and the originally empty palm of his left hand shone with golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. It was the heaven-falling bow that was famous in the Eldritch world. Out! Now, the golden bow in the left hand of the skeleton doppelganger was simple and ferocious. In the middle part of the bow was a 2-headed strange beast, which was facing up and down, biting the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. The 2 humanoid creatures opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was obviously formed by countless fine golden threads twisted together, and the 2 ends of the bowstring were connected to the 2 humanoid creatures' wide mouths at this moment. As the body of the bow appeared, a golden energy arrow instantly appeared on the bowstring, pointing directly at the 3-legged golden crow, and an invisible aura completely locked onto it. Screech! I'm suffocating to death. Facing the heaven-falling bow, the 3-legged golden crow's body suddenly trembled and then came to an abrupt stop. It raised its head and let out an incomparably sullen roar. Facing the 3-legged golden crow, the skeleton doppelganger did not hesitate at all and immediately used the heaven-falling bow. The next moment, as the body of the bow appeared, a golden energy arrow instantly appeared on the bowstring, pointing directly at the three-legged golden crow, and an invisible aura completely locked onto it. Screech, I'm suffocating to death. Facing the heaven-falling bow, the three-legged golden crow could not help but be afraid. Its body suddenly trembled, and then came to an abrupt stop halfway, raising its head and letting out an incomparably sullen roar. From a moment, they suddenly moved, forming a circle to trap Yi Xian, although only a short time had passed. In fact, the three-legged golden crow had already wanted to attack several times. The reason why he had been suppressing his impulse was that he was extremely afraid of the heaven-falling bow in the hands of the skeleton doppelganger. The power of this kind of supreme magical power was too shocking. Although he was already a peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th level, and was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian, if he was hit by the golden arrow of the heaven-falling bow head-on, the result would be the same, and he would definitely die. Yi Xian's cultivation level and strength were only slightly weaker than him. So the power of a heaven-defying mystic technique like the heaven-falling bow with such a cultivation level was simply shocking. I have to say the heaven-falling bow is indeed extremely stunning, especially now that it has appeared in the hands of an existence with a cultivation level similar to mine. The threat it poses is so great that I can't not be afraid. Screech, after the whistle, the three-legged golden crow's eyes flashed with a golden light, and an extremely deep voice was instantly transmitted out. But if you want to force me to hold back with just this, you're ultimately thinking too much. Although the heaven-falling bow is extremely powerful and terrifying, it's also because of this that this arrow will take away most of the energy in your body. Even if it doesn't affect the other two demonic bodies, this skeleton demonic body will definitely not be able to use the same attack again. Even if it doesn't lose all its combat strength in a short period of time. In other words, your heaven-falling bow only has the strength for one attack in a short period of time. But now, there are more than 30 heavenly Dao realm existences gathered here. At this point, the three-legged golden crow's eyes flickered again, revealing a smug look. I only need to send a fellow Daoist to consume the heaven-falling arrow in your hand, and the final result of today's battle will no longer be suspenseful. This was indeed the best way to deal with it. Although there were many heavenly Dao, ferocious beasts gathered around Yi Xian, the three-legged golden crow was the only one who truly had the ability to fight head-on with Yi Xian and restrain him. But due to the deterrence of the heaven-falling bow in the skeleton's hand, the three-legged golden crow could not get close to Yi Xian to engage in close combat and restrain him. If this continued, the situation would be extremely passive. 30 heavenly Dao, ferocious beasts, surrounded Yi Xian alone, but they could only maintain a distance and wait for an opportunity to strike, unable to launch an all-out attack. Such a siege was simply meaningless. But the only way to resolve this passive situation was to consume the heaven-falling arrow in the skeleton's hand. And this matter indeed could not be done by the three-legged golden crow. Otherwise, once he was injured, although there were many remaining 29 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, none of them could completely restrain Yi Xian from the front. The situation would instantly deteriorate. Everyone was well aware of this matter, but they did not point it out. Now that the three-legged golden crow said it in public, although it was a fact, when it fell into the ears of the other 29 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, it made their bodies tremble at the same time, and their expressions immediately became a little strange. Heaven-falling arrow, the heaven-falling bow, was known as the most powerful magical ability, and its power was already heaven-defying. Now that it appeared in the hands of a peak heavenly Dao ferocious beast of the 9th stage, even the three-legged golden crow, who had stepped into the peak of the heavenly Dao ferocious beast for many years and ranked 10th among the countless starry sky ferocious beasts in the entire left bank of the Milky Way, was afraid and did not dare to be careless. Then, if it were them, whose cultivation and strength were far inferior to the three-legged golden crow, were hit by this arrow, the final result was obvious. Then, it was clearly the rhythm of courting death. Who would be willing to do such a thing? Therefore, although the three-legged golden crow's words were reasonable, in fact, it was not realistic at all. This was not only a matter of personal interests, but also a matter of life and death. If they really gritted their teeth and resisted, they were simply tired of living, and it was no different from courting death. Because of this, as soon as he finished speaking, the other 29 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts gathered in the surrounding void not only trembled slightly, but all of them had strange expressions on their faces. No one responded to this suggestion at all. The three-legged golden crow had obviously expected such a situation, but since he said such words in public, it was obviously not without reason. He had his own calculations and confidence. Therefore, he did not pay attention to the silence that appeared in the surrounding void at all. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and he glanced at all the 29 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts around him. In the end, his eyes focused, and his gaze fell on one of them, and he did not look away. Fellow Taoist Golden Crow, feeling the burning gaze of the three-legged golden crow locked onto him. This heavenly Tao ferocious beast's body trembled violently, and his expression changed drastically. He turned to look at the three-legged golden crow as a conditioned reflex, and the voice of his divine sense was transmitted, but he hesitated. This was a blood-horned rhinoceros. Its body was 50 million miles long, and its entire body was silver-white. However, there was a bloodhorn on its head, like a giant pillar that supported the sky, giving people a shocking feeling. As for the cultivation aura that emanated from its body, it had reached the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, just like the primeval heaven's eye. However, its aura was not very stable. If there were no accidents, it should have just broken through not long ago and successfully stepped into the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. The three-legged golden crow's intention was very clear. He clearly wanted this blood-horned rhinoceros with a cultivation level of the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm to attack Yi Xian and exhaust the heaven-falling arrow in the skeleton's hand. With his late-stage heavenly Tao realm cultivation level of the 8th level, if he did not care about the price and used his strongest bloodline divine ability as if he was risking his life, he did indeed have the qualifications to do so. Looking at his hesitant look, it was clear that the three-legged golden crow had something on him. If the latter insisted on it, he would most likely not be able to refuse. Fellow Taoist blood-horned rhinoceros, I once saved your life, and you once made a promise. In addition, 100 years ago, you successfully broke through and stepped into the 8th level. It was also because of my help. However, seeing that this blood-horned rhinoceros seemed unwilling, a cold light flashed in the three-legged golden crow's eyes, and an extremely deep voice of divine sense was transmitted again. But these words came to an abrupt end halfway through, but the meaning was very clear. Since he owed the three-legged golden crow a life, even if he was unwilling, he could only act according to the plan. This was clearly forcing him to do something beyond his ability. If he refused, even if the three-legged golden crow attacked him, the surrounding heavenly Tao beasts would not care. Instead, they would despise him and even add insult to injury. The result would still be death, and he would have a bad reputation. His reputation would include the forbidden land behind him, as well as the subordinates and bloodline descendants he left behind there. When he returned, he would definitely be found by the three-legged golden crow and be dealt with one by one. Chapter 51:20. Following the three-legged golden crow's words, the blood-horned rhinoceros's body suddenly trembled violently. His eyes flashed with a thick sense of despair. He knew that today's calamity of death was unavoidable. The three-legged golden crow had already made it clear. Even if he was being forced to die, he was in the right. Facing such a situation, if he refused, even if the three-legged golden crow attacked him, the surrounding heavenly Tao beasts would not care. Instead, they would look down on him and even hit him when he was down. In that case, his final outcome would still be death, and he would also have a bad reputation. His reputation would affect the forbidden land behind him, as well as his subordinates and bloodline descendants. When he returned, he would definitely be found by the three-legged golden crow and be dealt with one by one, two choosing the lesser of two evils. Since his death was inevitable, the blood-horned rhinoceros naturally knew how to choose. Screech. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. It was incomparably mournful, revealing endless indignation and resentment. Boom! Rumbled. Before the ruthless howl could fade away, his huge body, which was 50 million kilometers long, had already shot forward. The cultivation of the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm in his body was pushed to the limit, transforming into an extremely bright ray of light that passed through the lightning and collided with the distant demon hall master, Yi Xian. Halfway through, the ferocious bloodhorn on his head that was like a pillar that supported the heavens strangely separated from his head. Its speed was twice that of his body, and in the blink of an eye, it had shot forward and was still in front of him, still shooting towards Yi Xian. In the end, he was still unwilling to use his body to face the heaven-shattering arrow in the hands of the skeleton avatar. The result was certain to be death. But now he had activated the strongest secret technique in his bloodline, extracting 90% of his terrifying heavenly Tao realm level 8 cultivation into the bloodhorn on his head. It separated from his head and shot toward the magic hall master, Yi Xian. Furthermore, the bloodhorn speed was doubled under the activation of his strongest bloodline ability. In an instant, it had closed in on the magic hall master, Yi Xian. Sentry at that time, in order to block this attack, the bloodhorned rhinoceros could only shoot out the only heavenfall arrow in his hand. Although the result of this would definitely be the destruction of his blood-horned rhinoceros, causing his foundation to be damaged and injuring his essence. If he was lucky, it was extremely likely that the blood-horned rhinoceros behind the blood-horned rhinoceros would be able to escape this calamity. At the very least, it would be able to preserve its life and not perish. This was precisely his plan. Even though he was already prepared to die, as long as there was a chance of survival, no one would not do their best to fight for it. You're quite clever, but this is also good. You've escaped this calamity, and you've repaid this senior's favor. Looking at it, you've profited. Seeing this, the eyes of the three-legged golden crow in the distance flashed, and he muttered with his divine sense, revealing a sense of extreme confidence. It was obvious that even with his eyesight, he could tell that the blood-horned rhinoceros's attack was extraordinary and stunning. Its speed was too fast, and its power was too strong. It was simply unstoppable. Even the demon palace master, Yi Xian, could only use the only heaven-piercing arrow in his hand to block this attack. Actually, this expanse of space had already fallen into complete chaos under the powerful pressure of those 30 ferocious beasts of the heavenly Tao. Even teleportation was absolutely impossible to evade. 8th order of the heavenly Tao? Not bad. Unfortunately, you want to force this king to shoot this one and only heaven-shattering arrow? You're not worthy. When he saw this scene, a dark light flashed through the eyes of the violent ape. A look of disdain appeared on his face, and his voice was filled with ridicule. Before he finished speaking, the Black Mist avatar had already fully activated the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind. A continuous and weak high-frequency vibrating sound rang out, and 2 streaks of blood light suddenly shot out from the blood-red eyes of the Black Mist body without any warning. The speed was too fast, and it also surpassed the speed of lightning. The 2 streaks of blood light merged into one halfway and headed straight for him. In the blink of an eye, they collided with the towering blood horn that was shooting towards him. In the next moment, a strange scene occurred. These streaks of blood-colored light were like liquid. After colliding with the towering blood horn, they did not explode. Instead, they instantly spread out along the blood horn like a layer of blood-colored dye. Seeing this scene, the blood-horned rhinoceros, following closely behind the towering blood horn, suddenly froze. The light in its eyes also became incomparably shocked at this moment. although it did not know what exactly the blood-colored liquid that instantly spread on the bloodhorn was and what kind of power it had an extremely bad feeling in its heart. This, this. All of this took a long time to describe, but it happened in a tenth of an instant. In a split second, everything changed just like that. This gigantic blood horn that was like a giant pillar that supported the heavens was originally hundreds of millions of kilometers away, and in an instant it would approach Yixian. However, at this moment, the layer of blood-colored brilliance that enveloped and spread out from the blood horn flashed. The incomparably huge blood horn that supported the heavens actually turned around in an instant, following the path that it came from. Its speed was even faster, and the blood-horned rhinoceros that was following closely behind was completely unable to react in time. What kind of secret technique is this? Boom. With a drastic change in expression, the blood-horned rhinoceros gasped. Before it could let out a cry of alarm, its enormous body had already been struck by the blood horn. An earth-shattering boom sounded, and the towering blood horn and its enormous body exploded together, turning into a shocking blood mist. The eyes of the black fog clone flashed, and with a wave of its hand, it was absorbed into its body. In the blink of an eye, another heavenly law ferocious beast had been killed. Furthermore, it was a late-stage 8th Order heavenly law ferocious beast. At this point, from the beginning of the battle until now, Yixian had killed 4 heavenly law ferocious beasts. Of the original 33 heavenly law ferocious beasts that had gathered, only 29 were left. Everything has just begun. After instantly finishing off the 8th Order blood-horned rhinoceros, Yixian immediately sneered. His body shook slightly, and with a wave of his hand, a dark green light shot out. It expanded with the wind, transforming into a dark green withered claw that was 1,000,000 kilometers long. Netherworld claw. Claw forms the netherworld. Explode, explode, explode. All of a sudden, the black mist clone let loose a thunderous roar as it waved its hands through the air again. Streaks of light shot forth, transforming into a series of withered dark green claws that were millions of kilometers in size each, and they shot forth in all directions. There were a total of 29 of these dark green, withered claws, and each of them took a heavenly law ferocious beast. Back then, with the evolution of Yixian's netherworld physique, Yixian also obtained the netherworld claw that corresponded to the bloodline of the netherworld physique. In the beginning, when he used the netherworld claw bloodline ability, he could only manifest one form, which was the dark green withered claws that he was currently using. However, later on, Yixian also comprehended the second form, which was claw forms the netherworld. Now, as the 29 dark green withered claws rumbled forward, the incomparably complicated patterns on the surface of the dark green withered claw that hovered above Yixian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. In the next moment, the second form of the netherworld claw was fully activated by him. Netherworld claw. Claw forms the netherworld. Explode, explode, explode. As the black mist clone waved its hands through the air, streaks of light shot forth, transforming into a series of withered dark green claws that were over 1,000,000 kilometers in size each. The claws then shot forth in all directions, and the ferocious ape let loose a frosty cry once again. At this moment, the incomparably complicated patterns on the surface of the dark green withered claw that hovered above Yixian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. The second form of the netherworld claw was fully activated by him. Almost at the same time, the 29 dark green withered claws that shot out exploded with a loud boom, and a raging dark green, strange energy swirled in the void, expanding and retracting. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dark green skull that was 1,000,000 kilometers long, and its huge eye sockets were leaping with sinister flames. In the blink of an eye, it was millions of kilometers away, and, as if it had teleported, it rushed in all directions. However, this was clearly not the end. Everything was still just the beginning. Netherworld claw? You actually have the bloodline ability of the remote antiquity ghost. As the 29 dark green withered claws shot out and exploded, they transformed into 29 green skulls that were millions of kilometers long. A dark light flashed in the eyes of the three-legged golden crow. The deep voice of the divine sense was heard again in an instant. Damn it! Where did you come from? Aren't their methods and foundations a little too many and too complicated? Rumble. Then, as the deep voice of the divine sense sounded, the three-legged golden crow, which was nearly 100 million kilometers long, quickly retreated. It was too huge, and its speed was too fast. Unknowingly, there was an earth-shaking rumble of thunder in the void, although the Netherworld Claw was also an extremely powerful remote antiquity technique. It was actually not at the same level as the Fallen Sky Bow. It was too weak. But, even so, the three-legged golden crow was still afraid, but it was not as strong as facing the Fallen Sky Bow. The Fallen Sky Bow was the most powerful divine sense. Its power was too strong, and it dominated the world. It was said that it could even shoot down the will of the heavenly way with one arrow. Although the Netherworld Claw did not have such terrifying power, it was the most powerful bloodline ability of the remote antiquity Netherworld. The remote antiquity Netherworld was born from the filthy chi of a big world. Its bloodline ability was like the accumulation of filthy souls and blood. Any living creature was extremely disgusted. Once contaminated, even the power of a primordial treasure of the remote antiquity would be greatly reduced. It could be said that when the three-legged golden crow saw a huge blood-green skull with a diameter of millions of kilometers shooting toward him, the reason why he hurriedly retreated was actually not because he was afraid of its power, but because he was worried that he would be contaminated and be damaged. It was hated by ghosts and gods. It was not a good thing. If stained, it would only be ominous, and there was no benefit at all. Even the three-legged golden crow, who was at the peak of the great perfection stage of the 9th level, was already so scared. Needless to say, the other 28 heavenly way ferocious beasts were even worse, including the primordial heavenly Tao green eye. The other 28 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts immediately retreated in disgust at the sight of the dark green skull that was tens of thousands of kilometers long shooting toward them. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Bang, 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 boom, boom. The speed was too fast. These 29 dark green skulls were originally in the form of energy, and they were activated by the most powerful bloodline ability of the remote antiquity Netherworld. Blinking, it was already close in the blink of an eye. Without any suspense, all the skulls exploded with a flash of green light in their eyes. In the next moment, it was as though a torrential rain of blood had fallen from the sky. 29 dark green skulls, each of which was tens of millions of miles long, had locked onto the figure and aura of a heavenly law ferocious beast. They tried their best to get close before exploding. Roar, screech, damn it, it can even self-explode. I can't see. My eyes are stained by the splashing, dirty green blood. It's extremely painful. Roar, too shameless. This kind of extremely evil bloodline ability actually detonated directly. This is intentional. It's deliberately disgusting. Roar, roar, roar. There were a few late-stage and peak-stage existences, including the three-legged golden crow and the green eye of the heavenly way of untainted land, but more than 20 powerful beasts were all affected. After the dark green skulls in front of them exploded, the blood-green, dirty green blood stained their bodies, causing various consequences in an instant. In addition, the invisible shock wave caused by the explosion of the huge dark green skulls could not be underestimated. Even if it was just some superficial wounds, as long as the skin was broken, the blood-green dirty soul blood would immediately invade and cause more serious injuries. In just a short moment, more than half of the 29 powerful heavenly law ferocious beasts were injured. Although none of them were heavily injured and only suffered light injuries, they were in an extremely sorry state, and it was extremely embarrassing. Even more, what made people speechless was that they were clearly besieging one person with 29 heavenly way ferocious beasts, But in the end, they ended up like this. The other party suddenly attacked and forced them to be in such a sorry state despite being outnumbered. How could they endure it? Roar, damn it, isn't it just some dirty soul blood? Its power is nothing more than this. Why are you so scared? Seeing the scene of everyone retreating, the three-legged golden crow in the distant void suddenly roared. In the incomparably deep voice of the divine sense, there was endless monstrous anger. If anyone dares to retreat, don't blame this venerable one for not recognizing you and directly killing you. Roar, the old guy, said it nicely and righteously, but he seemed to have forgotten that when he saw the huge dark green skulls rumbling over, he was the first one to withdraw first. He was the first one to retreat, and now he was completely fine, but he was reprimanding the others. It really made people speechless. These thoughts flashed through their minds. Except for the few late-stage heavenly way beasts, such as the primeval heavens, who were not affected by this attack, the other 20 or so heavenly way beasts immediately frowned. A dark light flashed in their eyes, and displeasure appeared on their faces, unfortunately. Although they were dissatisfied and could even be said to be resentful, their cultivation and strength were too far apart from the three-legged golden crow. At most, they could only secretly snore a few times. They were completely angry, but did not dare to say anything. But Yixian was obviously not among them. It was rare to encounter such a good opportunity, so he naturally would not be stingy with his derogatory words. Ha ha. Old man, quickly raise your hand and touch your face. See if your face is still there. Just now, you were the first one to withdraw and retreat. Okay? Now you're saying such words. What is your face made of? With a flash of dark light in his eyes, the corner of Bao Yuan's mouth outlined an incomparably clear, mocking smile, and the voice of divine sense was even more impolite. But not only that, as Bao Yuan's mocking voice sounded, the black fog clone's eyes flashed, and he suddenly waved his hand at this moment. The spiritual lightning technique was activated by the black fog doppelganger. Under the full power of the black fog doppelganger, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles suddenly struck down from above the originally empty three-legged golden crow's head. An invisible attack was the most fatal. Then, as Bao Yuan's mocking voice sounded, the black fog clone's eyes flashed, and he suddenly waved his hand. In the next moment, the spiritual thunder lightning technique was activated by the black fog clone. All under the activation of its power, a blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles suddenly struck down from the top of the originally empty three-legged golden crow's head without any warning. Crack! An incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded, followed by an incomparably shrill and miserable howl that entered one's ears and heart. This miserable howl came from a three-legged golden crow's mouth. Caught off guard, he was struck by the spiritual thunder lightning technique head-on. Lightning. The speed of lightning was extremely fast to begin with, but ordinary lightning had traces to follow. At the very least, it could be dodged. 4 starry sky experts, if nothing unexpected happened, the moment the lightning stuck its head out of the tribulation cloud and suddenly struck down, their hearts would already be on guard. Basically, they could dodge in advance. However, Yixian's spiritual thunder lightning technique was an exception. Ordinary starry sky experts' divine sense power could still be followed, but divine sense power was the same as the biological frequency of the starry sky Zerg. It was invisible and was an extremely special energy that could not be touched at all. Furthermore, after the spiritual thunder lightning technique was cast, an incomparably violent divine sense power would first quietly condense above the target's head. After accumulating power, it would suddenly explode and instantly strike down. It was simply unpredictable. This was especially so when the one casting the spiritual thunder lightning technique was Yixian. Not only was he a powerful existence at the heavenly Tao realm, he was even at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the great perfection of the 9th stage. A bolt of spiritual thunder lightning suddenly exploded. If one could capture its form, they would see that the lightning bolt had a diameter of 500,000 kilometers. It was extremely terrifying. In fact, apart from the caster of the spiritual thunder lightning technique, Yi Xian, the other heavenly Tao experts present could not even detect the scale of the spiritual thunder lightning technique. When their divine sense power swept over, it was completely empty. There was nothing. Although the three-legged golden crow was also at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the great perfection of the ninth stage, and his cultivation was even stronger than Yi Xian's, he was still unable to dodge the spiritual thunder lightning technique. Now that he had been struck by it head-on, he was in an extremely sorry state. There were even a few black feathers that slowly floated down in the void. However, it was impossible for the spiritual thunder lightning technique to kill him on the spot. Even if it heavily injured him, it was impossible. The three-legged golden crow, who had been struck, only suffered light injuries. This was because he had once devoured countless stars in an entire great world and transformed his body into a black gold sun. Although it was not a thunderbolt, its attributes were similar to that of thunderbolts, and it was also scorching hot. No, if it were any other starry sky expert with a body of flesh and blood, even if they had the same cultivation level as him and were at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the level of Yi Xian, they would definitely not be able to withstand the spiritual thunder lightning technique so easily. They would probably be heavily injured at the very least. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a short period of time. From a moment the blood-horned rhinoceros charged out, to its meteorite attack, to Yi Xian conjuring 29 black-green withered claws with a wave of his hand to activate the claw netherworld. All of this happened one after another. And now, he had activated the spiritual thunder lightning technique without warning, and a 1,000,000-kilometer-long blood-red lightning bolt struck the three-legged golden crow's head, causing it to cry out in pain. All of this happened in just a short span of a dozen breaths. A few breaths of time would have passed in the blink of an eye, but during this period of time, the blood-horned rhinoceros and 8th-level heavenly Tao ferocious beasts had fallen. Almost all of the other 29 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts had been injured by the self-destruction of the Netherworld Claw's Netherworld. Although they were only lightly injured, they were all in an extremely sorry state. Even more shockingly, even the three-legged golden crow, whose cultivation level had reached the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, and who was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian, had been caught off guard and was struck by the lightning bolt. It was utterly humiliating. Such a valiant battle record all came from the hands of Yi Xian alone, and he was facing dozens of heavenly Tao ferocious beasts, yet he was still able to run amok and kill in all directions. This kind of style was so domineering that it made people want to point their fingers at him. The strength of his might was simply undefeatable. Roar! Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Damn it. What exactly is this fellow's background? Why does he possess so many divine abilities? This Netherworld Claw is clearly a supreme bloodline divine ability of the primordial Netherworld clan. Although its might is limited, it's filthy to the extreme and instills fear in others. And that blood-red bolt of lightning from before had a diameter of 500,000 kilometers, and its might caused others to raise their eyebrows. It just so happened to be silent and directly exploded above their heads. How could they avoid it? And that strange secret technique that killed the blood-horned rhinoceros earlier. The might of that towering bloodhorn was so terrifying, and its speed was so swift, yet was actually turned around by him in an instant and killed the blood-horned rhinoceros instead. This sort of secret technique is unheard of as well. Based on the situation, this doesn't seem to be all that he possesses. This fellow is too mysterious, and his methods are too varied. Fighting him is simply asking for a beating. His various secret techniques are impossible to guard against. The crux of the matter is still that sky-split arrow in the hands of the skeleton clone. The blood-horned rhinoceros has already fallen, yet it sacrificed itself for nothing. It's meaningless. That sky-split arrow is still there, and it's capable of deterring everyone. How can this battle continue? Screech, I don't want to give up. Roar, under the shock in their hearts. The group of heavenly law beasts that had retreated to the surroundings all exclaimed and roared. These words were tantamount to adding fuel to the fire, making the three-legged golden crow, who had just been struck by the spiritual lightning technique, even angrier. It roared toward the sky. As the roar fell, the three-legged golden crow had already turned around and scanned the surroundings. His eyes flashed with a dark light, and his incomparably deep divine sense clearly revealed a strong sense of suppressed anger. Everyone, since things have come to this point, we can't continue to delay. The heavenly falling arrow in his hand must be consumed. Otherwise, my combat strength will be imperceptibly restrained, and I won't be able to use it at all. I can't do this myself. Fellow friends, who is willing to do it for me? In other words, it was clearly looking for a person to follow in the footsteps of the blood-horned rhinoceros. There was a moment of silence in the void. Except for the three-legged golden crow, the other 28 heavenly law ferocious beasts looked at each other. Their expressions all became strange, but for a moment, no one responded at all. Open. What a joke. The strongest among them was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, which was about the same strength as the blood-horned rhinoceros. As for the blood-horned rhinoceros, such a powerful and fierce attack was reversed in an instant, causing him to explode. Die. So aggrieved, dying under one's strongest bloodline divine ability. Just thinking about it made people feel depressed and speechless. It was simply too tragic. In this situation, the three-legged golden crow wanted someone to replace the blood-horned rhinoceros. Who would be willing to do it? Don T say that there's no confidence in forcing the sky-split arrow out of his hand. Even if it can be done, the price paid will definitely be unbearable. It's very likely that one will die on the spot. Unless one's brain is kicked by a donkey, no one will be interested in such a thing. At this point, we can't delay any longer. The sky-split arrow in his hand has to be exhausted. Otherwise, my combat strength will be imperceptibly restrained. I won't be able to produce the desired effect. As the roar faded away, the three-legged golden crow swept his gaze towards the surroundings, and a dark light flickered in his eyes. An extremely deep voice resounded through his divine sense, and it revealed a wisp of strongly suppressed rage. I'm unable to do this myself. Fellow Taoists, who is willing to do it for me? Naturally, no one was willing to do such a thing. The 28 heavenly law beasts in the surrounding void fell into silence. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward, and there was a suffocating feeling that couldn't be dispersed. A bunch of motley crew. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian sneered. Bao Yuan said sarcastically. Then, a dark light flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at the primeval heavens eye on the right. Although there were still quite a few heavenly Tao beasts present, a total of 29 of them, amongst the 29 heavenly Tao beasts, the one that Yi Xian wanted to kill the most was obviously the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes. This matter was originally not urgent, but the atmosphere at the scene was a little strange. Even Yi Xian could clearly feel that at least half of the heavenly law beasts had already shown signs of retreating. They definitely didn't think of such a result at first, but now it had become a reality. The skeletal clones of Yi Xian's 3 great demon bodies had the sky-split Bao's most powerful divine ability. Although the three-legged golden crow was a peak heavenly law beast at the peak of the 9th level, and was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian, it was originally completely capable of restraining him head-on. Next, at this time, all the remaining heavenly law beasts were waiting around, each looking for an opportunity. Even if they had to grind Yi Xian to death, they could still wear him down. Unfortunately, although this plan was perfect, the three-legged golden crow didn't dare to really charge in front of Yi Xian and restrain him head-on because of the sky-split Bao's existence. If that was the case, once Yi Xian shot this arrow, the three-legged golden crow would lose its only peak combat power that could restrain Yi Xian head-on if it wasn't careful. However, the only chance he had to use up the sky-split arrow in Yi Xian's hand had been wasted. Now, no one was willing to take the initiative to take on this mission. The so-called joint encirclement and suppression had instantly turned into a joke. Dang. However, the three-legged golden crow was a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th level. He had the ability to use force. But once that was the case, the so-called alliance that wasn't tight to begin with would instantly collapse. Not only was the three-legged golden crow well aware of this, the other heavenly law beasts also knew. From the looks of it, there was clearly no chance or possibility of suppressing Yixian. Under such circumstances, rather than staying here and enduring the risk of being targeted and killed by Yixian, it was better to retreat. If someone really took the lead to leave, the other heavenly law beasts would definitely not be willing to fall behind. A portion of the heavenly law beasts that were gathered in the surrounding void would soon leave, at least a third of them. Once the scene appeared. With Yi Xian's understanding of the primeval heaven's eye, he would definitely not continue to stay here. He would most likely escape immediately. Therefore, if they wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate him, this matter could not be delayed any longer. They had to act as soon as possible. Yi Xian's gaze quickly shifted and landed on a 5th-level heavenly law beast, not far from the heavenly law green eye. Previously, his target had always been a 4th to 6th-level heavenly law beast. Therefore, it was normal for him to choose this heavenly law beast to attack. It would not arouse suspicion. Netherworld claw into the netherworld. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the black mist clone, and it waved its right hand through the air. A burst of light shot forth, instantly transforming into a dark green claw that was over 500,000 kilometers in size. At the same time, a frosty cry rang out from the ferocious ape's mouth. In an instant, the incomparably complicated patterns on the dark green withered claw suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. The second form of the netherworld claw had been fully activated by him. The speed was too fast. The dark green withered claw had already exploded on its way. The devastating dark green, strange energy swirled in the air, expanding and retracting as it swallowed and retracted. Half in a breath, it turned into a huge dark green skull. Dense flames jumped in its eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was thousands of miles away. As if it had teleported, it arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye and exploded. Screech! The heavenly law beast's eyelids twitched violently. It raised its head and let out a violent roar, immediately retreating. Roar! At this moment, the three-headed, six-armed devil ape's true form followed closely behind the dark green skull, closing in on it in the blink of an eye. Hesitating, the black fog clone opened its mouth and roared violently. As it roared, the destructive vortex was activated. The purple-black spirit source core, suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness in the central domain, also began to madly rotate. The vast amount of spirit origin energy contained in the source core was instantly extracted. It was compressed to the extreme and finally turned into a tiny that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the black fog clone sea of consciousness and whistled forward. Boom! A loud sound shook the heavens and suddenly appeared in the sky. This tiny speck, which was as small as a speck of dust, was formed by the extreme compression of nearly half of the origin energy in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. When it rushed in front of the opponent, it immediately exploded. The boundless spirit origin energy collided with each other and instantly turned into a huge energy vortex. It was wild and violent, as if it was going to annihilate everything, emitting a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. The skeleton clone punched out, and the violent ape instantly swung the big-headed black stick in its hand. Bang. There was no suspense in what happened next. The violent ape's big-headed black stick ruthlessly smashed on its head, and the skeleton clone's punch also landed on its neck at the same time. Although this heavenly law ferocious beast cultivation was not bad, it was not just a little bit weaker than Yi Xian. Same as in the face of the crushing power of the claw netherworld and the spiritual vortex. In addition to the big-headed black stick and the skeleton clone's punch following closely behind, it did not have time to react at all. The majestic power had already surged into its body. Half in a breath, its entire body, which was tens of millions of miles long, instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread out. Black the Fog clone suddenly waved its hand, and immediately an invisible force surged out and turned into an invisible gale. In the blink of an eye, it swept up the bloody mist that had exploded into its body and directly sent it to the bottom of the central domain volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, another of the 29 heavenly law ferocious beasts had fallen. Now, there were only 28 left. In the surrounding void, the group of heavenly law ferocious beasts were so angry that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The three-legged golden crow was so angry that it directly raised its head and roared angrily. However, there was nothing it could do. It did not dare to go forward, because after the punch, the skeleton clone raised its left arm, and the giant golden bow instantly appeared again. The golden heaven-destroying slip on the bowstring was clearly aimed at him from afar, locking onto his aura. All of this was just Yi Xian's tactic. Killing this level 5 heavenly law ferocious beast was just to avoid being seen and relax the primeval heaven's eyes' vigilance. Therefore, when this level 5 heavenly law ferocious beast body exploded and turned into a bloody mist, Yi Xian activated the spiritual lightning technique to attack with all its might. Chapter 51:21. Bang! As the skeleton clone threw out a punch, the big-headed black cudgel in the violent ape's hand was instantly swung up and smashed down. The entire body of this level 5 heavenly Tao, which was tens of millions of kilometers long, instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread out. In the surrounding void, the heavenly axiom beast's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The three-legged golden crow was so angry that it raised its head and roared angrily. However, it did not dare to step forward, for it was intimidated by the heaven-falling bow. In an instant, the spiritual lightning technique was activated by the black fog clone, and this time it was fully activated. The spiritual energy that had been emitted by the spiritual core suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness during this period of time was completely sucked dry. In an instant, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of millions of miles suddenly struck down from the top of the originally empty primeval heaven's eye's head without warning. With Yi Xian's current cultivation strength, especially when the 3 Blood Sea clones merged and activated the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape true form at its strongest state, he was already not an ordinary peak heavenly axiom. Under such combat strength, if he shot the heaven-falling arrow in the skeleton clone's hand, it would be almost impossible for the primeval heaven's eye to escape. Even if it did not die, it would be severely injured and lose its ability to fight. After all, he was still only at the level 8 heavenly axiom. In terms of cultivation strength, Yi Xian had already surpassed him. However, due to the 3-legged golden crow's existence, Yi Xian could not easily shoot this arrow. Otherwise, the current situation where he held the initiative would be instantly reversed. Unless he had no other choice, he would definitely not make such a choice. Therefore, he could only use other methods to suppress the primeval heaven's eye as much as possible. Crack! Oh! An incomparably crisp sound of cloth tearing rang out, and a shrill scream came out from the primeval heaven's eye's mouth. It was shocking to hear. It had indeed been careless. It had not expected that Yi Xian would suddenly attack it at such a time. Suddenly, caught off guard, the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao was immediately struck head-on by this spiritual lightning technique. In the huge, star-like vertical eye of the green eye, a few more dazzling blood threads could be seen with the naked eye. This was clearly the rhythm of the worsening of the injury, but it was still some distance away from a serious injury. Because since Yi Xian had already made his move, there was no way he would stop so easily. There would definitely be a storm of thunderous attacks to follow, screech, rumble. However, he was injured, and he was caught off guard by a sneak attack. The green eyes of the primordial heavenly Tao were enraged, and a heaven-shaking howl sounded out. A green light with a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers shot out from the huge vertical eye like a bolt of green lightning, rumbling towards Yixian. "You are courting death." A cold glint appeared in the eyes of the fog clone. At this moment, the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in its brain was activated once again. The remaining spirit power in the source core poured out without reservation. An incomparably intense pain appeared in Yixian's mind at this moment. He had continuously used his spirit power, and each time, it had consumed a huge amount of spirit power. This kind of deficit was somewhat unbearable. The true devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms swayed slightly, but the piercing pain in its brain did not dissipate. It continued to persist, causing the 3 great devil body's expressions to become even more sinister. Buzz. At the same time, a faint but continuous high-frequency, vibrating sound was heard. Without warning, 2 beams of blood-red light suddenly shot out from the blood-red eyes of the Black Fog clone. Essence God's reversal had been activated, extracting all the spirit power in the spirit source core in Yixian's brain. It transformed into 2 beams of blood-red light and rushed out. This time, its speed was even faster, far faster than lightning. Blink! In the blink of an eye, the 2 blood lights merged into one and headed straight for Yixian. In an instant, they came into contact with the green light pillar that was rumbling towards Yixian. Just like before, the blood-red light was like liquid. When it came into contact with the green light beam, it did not explode. Instead, it spread out like a layer of blood-red dye. This scene was very familiar, as it had happened not too long ago. The only difference was that back then, the blood-red light had covered and colored the blood-horned rhinoceros horns. Now, it had turned into the green light beam of the primeval heaven's eye. Everyone was well aware of the meaning behind this strange rendering. The primeval heaven's eye, who was following closely behind the green light beam, suddenly froze. The look in its eyes was also incomparably shocked. The blood-horned rhinoceros was a physical object, but his green light beam was an existence of energy. He did not understand how this strange blood-red light could cover and color the surface of the green light beam, but all of this was no longer important. The most important thing was that in an instant, an extremely bad feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. A huge sense of crisis descended, unprecedented. This. Everything seemed to take a long time to describe, but it happened in 1/10 of an instant. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, everything changed. Swish! An incomparably sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang out. The azure pillar of light that was originally hundreds of millions of kilometers away was about to approach Yixian in an instant. However, at this moment, as the blood-colored brilliance that covered and spread out from the pillar of light suddenly flashed, the azure pillar of light that was millions of kilometers in diameter suddenly turned around and shot away. First, everything was exactly the same as what had happened to the blood-horned rhinoceros. At this moment, the eyes of Qing Yin, who was like a star, were filled with an ominous glint, revealing endless fear. Screech, an earth-shattering screech sounded. Without any hesitation, the primeval heavens, I suddenly turned to the side in shock. Rip. Pooh. A clear sound like silk being torn was heard, followed by the sound of splashing. Although the primeval heavens I was fast, it was still slower by half an instant. Following that, as he dodged to the side, the green light beam that shot back to its original direction shot past his side. Although it was not able to directly penetrate the primeval heaven's eye, it scraped away an area of more than 300,000 miles around his eyelid. This wound was like a fountain, gushing out a large amount of green liquid. It was extremely pure and exuded the rich aura of the heavenly Tao. He was not an ordinary heavenly Tao realm beast. After all, he was once the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of a large world. This green liquid was extremely extraordinary. It was even useful to the present Yixian. If it was brought back for the subordinates under his command to use, the effects would be even more astonishing. If, naturally, Yixin wouldn't waste it just like that. Whoosh! Walala. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the Black Fog avatar suddenly waved his hand as an invisible force swept out. In an instant, the heavenly Tao's origins liquid that resembled a huge green river was swept up and absorbed into his body. Screech! Screech! Using this gap, the green vertical eye that resembled a star retreated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already more than 100 billion kilometers away. However, it did not stop there and continued to move towards the encirclement. Just this strike had already severely injured him. He only had about 60 to 70% of his combat strength left. There was no point in staying behind. Furthermore, with his heart filled with fear, the primeval heavens, I instantly made the decision to flee and give up on today's encirclement battle. Screech! Screech! An earth-shattering screech rang out. Taking advantage of the gap when Yi Xian collected the green heavenly Tao's origins liquid that resembled a huge river, the green vertical eye that resembled a star also retreated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already more than 100 billion kilometers away. Just this strike had already severely injured him. He only had about 60 to 70% of his combat strength left. There was no point in staying behind. He made the decision to flee and give up on today's battle. Where there's life, there's hope. If today he was severely injured and the situation was not good. If he forced himself to stay here, it was very likely that he would truly die in the end. At this moment, the primeval heavens, I still knew what to do. He was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed to the edge of this chaotic void that spanned 1 trillion kilometers. Without stopping, he directly tore open a void crack and entered it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This time, there were originally a total of 33 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that had joined forces to ambush Yixian. However, before the primeval heavens I escaped, there were only 28 of them left. In total, 5 of them had been killed by Yixian. Now, with the primeval heavens I escaping in a hurry, the number of heavenly Tao ferocious beasts had decreased by 1. Including the 3-legged golden crow, there were only 27 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts left. They were still gathered in the void in the distance. Roar! Damn it, the heavenly Taos, I actually escaped. He's only severely injured and is far from losing his combat strength. He's actually so cowardly. I've heard before that the primeval heavens, is unreliable. Back then, he seemed to have cooperated with fellow Taoist Long Jing. He was the first to escape. Now, it seems that he's really like that. This matter should be spread out so that all the fellow Taoists on the left bank can see his true colors. He's simply abandoned by both men and gods. He's too wretched, seeing that the primeval heavens I did not say a word and directly escaped without saying a word. The 20-odd heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in a void in the distance were immediately in an uproar. The voice of the divine sense was transmitted, and there was resentment in it. Fellow Taoists, the situation has become more serious. If you continue to hesitate, everything today will be in vain. At this time, the 3-legged golden crow, standing in the void in front of them, once again transmitted the voice of the divine sense. At the same time, his eyes flashed, and he looked to the right of the void with an urging tone. The 2 of you are at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao. As long as you have the heart, you can definitely force him to shoot the heaven-destroying arrow. Among the 26 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts, there were indeed 2 late-stage 8th-level existences. Their cultivation strength was similar to that of the primeval heavens eye and the blood-horned rhinoceros. At this time, the 3-legged golden crow was clearly urging the 2 of them to make a decision. Void the sky fell into silence once again. The other heavenly Tao ferocious beast secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, the expressions of the 2 8th-level heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that were called out by the 3-legged golden crow turned gloomy at the same time. They could not say anything to refuse. At least, they could not say anything first. Otherwise, they would definitely become the target of public criticism. The other 8th level Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts would definitely immediately say something to stir up trouble, and the 3-legged golden crow would definitely agree. They would then fall into a passive situation. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds. The 2 8th level Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts subconsciously exchanged glances. They stared at each other, and neither of them made sound. The atmosphere in the void instantly became heavy again. Within the heavy atmosphere, there was a sense of oppression and strangeness, as well as awkwardness. Roar. Don't be anxious. Today, as long as you don't leave, none of you will be able to escape. All of you will die here. Although Yi Xian felt a little regretful that the desolate heaven past green I had escaped, he had at least obtained a river-like amount of heavenly Tao green liquid. This was an item of the heavenly Tao's essence, and it was extremely rare. It would only appear after the embodiment of the heavenly Taos while in a large world was heavily injured. It was equivalent to the blood essence that an ordinary starry sky expert would spit out after being heavily injured. With this river-like amount of heavenly Tao green liquid, he could be considered to have gained a little today. Furthermore, he had killed 5 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and obtained 5 heavenly Tao blood essences. However, although the primeval heavens I had escaped, today's battle was far from over. Including the 3-legged golden crow, there were still 27 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. Although from the current awkward situation, the time for these old fellows to scatter like birds and beasts would come sooner or later. But since he was still hesitating and seemed to want to persist, then Yi Xian could take advantage of this opportunity to kill 1 or 2 more heavenly Tao blood essences and obtain 1 or 2 more heavenly Tao blood essences. Phew, boom, rumble. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a flash, he rushed toward the rank 5 heavenly Tao beast. Previously, after so many attacks, all of the mental energy in the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness had long been sucked dry. Such as today, he still had a splitting headache, so he was temporarily unable to use the mental energy secret technique. This time, the Black Fog clone was the first to make a move. The 9 colored ribbons wrapped around its body rushed out like a giant python in the starry sky. As the storm expanded, it instantly turned into a 9-colored sea of flames, directly enveloping the rank 5 heavenly Tao beast. Everything was too unexpected. This rank 5 heavenly Tao beast had not expected Yi Xian to suddenly make a move. In its fear, the fireball that was only 50 million kilometers in size instantly let out an incomparably shrill howl. But, unfortunately, it was all too late. The 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape's true body was overflowing with killing intent. With a world-destroying momentum, the big-headed black stick and the skeleton clone's giant purple-gold fist struck out at the same time. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion sounded in the next instant, and the violent howl and the 9-colored fireball came to an abrupt end. The rank 5 heavenly Tao beast's incomparably huge body instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Before it could completely spread out, the Black Fog clone had already absorbed it into its body with a wave of its hand. This process was as smooth as flowing water, but it was completed within a breath. Immediately after, Yi Xian made a mental command, and the 9-colored fireball in front of him collapsed. After condensing, it once again turned into a 9-colored ribbon that was like a giant python in the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around his body. When he suddenly turned around, the eyes of the 3 devil bodies all shone with a fierce light. Their gazes were like venomous snakes as they quickly swept across the group of heavenly Tao beasts in the distance. This was clearly the rhythm of choosing the next target to attack. In an instant, he attacked again. The 27 heavenly Tao beasts were reduced by 1, and the total number of heavenly Tao beasts that had fallen at Yi Xian's hands had reached 6. This was a shocking number, and looking at Yi Xian's momentum, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. The number of heavenly Tao beasts that had fallen was clearly going to continue to climb. Or perhaps, the next one to fall will be me. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, more than half of the remaining 26 heavenly Tao beasts trembled violently. The desire to retreat in their hearts had never been stronger than before. As for the dozen or so mid-stage heavenly Tao beasts whose cultivation bases were between the 4th and 6th stage, they felt an intense sense of crisis that they had never felt before. Roar! Roar! Even the primeval heavens, I has fled. What are we still doing here? He's an 8th-stage heavenly Tao. That's right. There's no hope in today's battle. Instead of staying here and waiting for death, it's better to retreat. Fellow Taoists, take care of yourselves. This venerable one will withdraw from this matter and bid farewell. Roar. Even the primeval heavens, I has fled. What are we still doing here? He's an 8th-stage heavenly Tao. That's right. There's no hope in today's battle. Instead of staying here and waiting for death, it's better to retreat. Fellow Taoists, take care of yourselves. This venerable one will withdraw from this matter and bid farewell. Roar! As Yixin attacked again and killed another heavenly Tao beast in an instant. More than half of the remaining 26 heavenly Tao beasts trembled violently. The desire to retreat in their hearts was unprecedentedly strong. This was especially so for the dozen or so mid-stage heavenly Tao beasts whose cultivation bases were between the 4th and 6th stage. They felt an intense sense of crisis that they had never felt before. Without any hesitation, they immediately retreated as fast as they could. Whoosh! 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 An incomparably sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang out. With the precedent set by the primeval heaven's eye, coupled with the invisible pressure brought about by Yixin's killing of another heavenly Tao beast when he was caught off guard now, after these dozen or so mid-stage heavenly Tao beasts whose cultivation bases were between the 4th and 6th stage decided to retreat, they did not feel the slightest bit of psychological pressure. In the blink of an eye, they had already retreated hundreds of billions of miles away to the edge of this trillion-mile chaotic void. There were originally only 26 heavenly Tao beasts around the void. Now that 14 of them had left, there were only 12 left, including the 3-legged golden crow. The degree of chaos in this trillions of miles of sealed void instantly eased. Although it was still unable to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body, it was not far from it. According to Yixin's estimation, at most, he could kill 2 more beasts before the chaos in the void dissipated. At that time, Yixin only needed to think, and the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body would be activated instantly, quietly escaping into the distance. Roar! Damn it, you pieces of trash, you actually fled at the last moment. This is infuriating. In the distance, seeing that 14 heavenly Tao beasts had left in an instant, the 3-legged golden crow was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot. The voice of his divine sense was unprecedentedly furious and manic. Unfortunately, this could not change anything at all. If only 1 or 2 heavenly Tao beasts had left, he could still make an example out of them. But now, more than half of them had left. No matter how he dealt with them, it was meaningless. Screech, rumble. At the same time, the 3-headed, 6-armed Yixin also rushed out. Although the remaining 12 heavenly Tao beasts were all at the late stage or higher, other than the peak heavenly Tao, 3-legged golden crow, even the 2 8th-stage heavenly Tao beasts were confident that Yixin would be able to kill them if he attacked with all his might. Moreover, the target he had chosen at this moment was merely a rank 7 Heaven's Way beast. Moreover, from the aura that this Heaven's Way beast was emitting, it was clear that he had just broken through to the late stage of the 7th step not long ago. Compared to the peak of the middle stage of the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao, he was not much stronger. Screech! A whistling sound rang out, and an earth-shattering boom resounded through the void. The berserk ape moved its hands together, and the Shinnon cauldron and the big-headed black stick smashed out together. Remains the bone clone also punched out with both fists. 2 huge energy fists the size of stars, one on the left and one on the right, smashed towards the huge body of the 7th stage heavenly Tao beast. Black, although the Miss Clone was no longer able to use the secret technique of mental power, The nine-colored sea of flames was like a giant python in the starry sky. It rushed out with incomparable agility, directly blocking the path of retreat of the seventh stage heavenly Tao beast. After, his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his soul was about to leave his body. He subconsciously pulled back and retreated. Oh, caught off guard, he came into contact with the nine-colored sea of flames that was blocking his retreat. His body was burned, and he instantly let out an incomparably mournful howl. Just like that, during this delay, the attacks of the berserk ape and the skeleton clone finally arrived in front of him. Without any hesitation, they came crashing down on his head. Screech, boom, boom, bam. There was no suspense in what happened next. This seventh stage heavenly Tao beast was simply unable to withstand such a terrifying power. Under the threat of life and death, he only had time to let out an incomparably mournful howl before his entire body exploded with a loud bang. Black at this moment, the Mist Clone suddenly waved his hand, and immediately an invisible strength chi shot out, turning into a howling gale. In the blink of an eye, the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the seventh stage heavenly Tao beast swept over and was absorbed into his body. He directly sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space and began to condense the blood essence. At this point, Yi Xian had already killed as many as 7 heavenly Tao beasts. The majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of these 7 heavenly Tao beasts was all absorbed by the Black Fog clone and sent into his body. Now, after a long time, he would be able to refine 7 heavenly Tao blood essences. At before the start of this battle, Yi Xian already had 18 heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands. With these 7, the total number had already reached 25. His harvest could be said to be extremely astonishing. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, another heavenly Tao beast had fallen. The pressure of the heavenly Tao in the void decreased by another level, and the chaotic situation was slightly alleviated. It was only a thin line away from stabilizing to the point where Yi Xian could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body. If nothing unexpected happened, the chaos in the void would be completely calmed down after killing the last heavenly Tao beast. The remaining 10 heavenly Tao beasts would release all the cultivation in their bodies, stacking together to form an invisible pressure. The chaotic effect on the void was no longer able to stop Yi Xian from escaping with his interstellar coordinate jump ability. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. The 3 demon bodies immediately turned and focused their gazes on a 7th-stage heavenly Tao beast, locking onto it. Today's matter is indeed impossible. This venerable one will not accompany you. Otherwise, I will die. Feeling the pressure of the 3 demon bodies locking onto it, this 7th-stage heavenly Tao beast trembled as if it was a conditioned reflex. Its expression changed drastically as it cried out involuntarily. Then, without hesitation, it turned around and shot into the distance. He was truly afraid. Just a moment ago, a level 7 heavens wave that possessed the same cultivation level as him had perished, and he didn't want to follow in its footsteps. So, leaving at this moment was the wisest choice. The next moment, following his departure, there were only 10 heavenly law ferocious beasts left in the surroundings, including the 3-legged golden crow. Everyone felt the change in the void, and the teleportation that they could not use before was no longer restricted. In other words, as long as he was willing, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, who had transformed into the true form of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape, could leave at any time. Roar! This should not be the result. This venerable one is unwilling. No matter what, even if I have to pay a price today, I must keep you here. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the 3-legged golden crow immediately raised its head and let out a shocking roar. At this moment, the extreme unwillingness and anger in its heart made it throw caution to the wind. No longer hesitating, it roared loudly. Roar! Die, light of destruction! There were only 10 heavenly Tao beasts left, and the void instantly changed. The teleportation that could not be used before was no longer restricted. As long as Yixian was willing, he could leave at any time. As these thoughts flashed through its mind, the three-legged golden crow immediately raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Roar! This should not be the result. This venerable one is unwilling. No matter what, even if I have to pay a price today, I must keep you here. At this moment, the extreme unwillingness and anger in its heart made it throw caution to the wind. No longer hesitating, it roared loudly. Roar, die, light of destruction. Buzz, as the last roar came out, the three-legged golden crow panged Da's terrifying body, which was close to 100 million miles long, instantly changed from the form of a ferocious beast to an incomparably huge black gold sun in the blink of an eye. This black gold sun was also close to 100 million miles long. As soon as it appeared, an incomparably deep buzzing sound came from the inside of the sun, imperceptibly giving people a feeling of numbness on their scalps and an extremely bad feeling. Although this three-legged golden crow was not as powerful as the peak insect clan that had left the forbidden land of demonic insects countless years ago, it had already reached the peak of the great perfection of the heavenly Tao. It was originally the will of the heavenly Tao of a great world called the Golden Crow. Before the great world of the Golden Crow completely collapsed and was swallowed by the endless void turbulence, this three-legged golden crow swallowed all the stars in that great world. It was because of this that it was invited by the more than 30 powerful heavenly Tao masters in this alliance to join in and fight against Yixian as a leading figure. Yixian had the 9-colored sea of flames in his hands. Only the three-legged golden crow, which had swallowed countless stars and even its own body had turned into an incomparably scorching black gold sun, could resist the power of this sea of flames. In fact, this had already been proven. Previously, when Yixian had just fallen into a predicament, he had immediately summoned the 9-colored sea of flames and turned it into a huge fireball to protect his body. At that time, it was the three-legged golden crow that had destroyed the fireball, causing Yixian to lose his protection and be forced to fight. However, at that time, although the three-legged golden crow had attacked with all its strength, it had not used its most powerful bloodline ability that was its trump card. While now, seeing that the chaos in the air had disappeared, Yixian could leave with a thought at any time. With extreme unwillingness in his heart, he suddenly attacked. Naturally, it was impossible for him to use an ordinary attack like before. His trump card had already been activated. Crackle, an incomparably muffled buzzing sound rang out, and an extremely dark light instantly blossomed from the massive black and gold great heavenly sun. It was as fast as lightning, and as it spread out, it was as if even the void was being melted away, and a frighteningly clear, sizzling sound rang out. This black light could ignore everything. Once it touched it, all things would be destroyed. It was the essence that the three-legged golden crow had extracted from the world-destroying black flames. It had been refined in its body for many years and turned into such a black curtain of light to kill. Chapter 51:22. Screech, rumble. At this moment, as this murderous streak of light shot toward Yixian, the three-legged golden crow once again let out an earth-shattering screech. He did not hesitate in the slightest, as he also activated his follow-up attack with all his might. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, a majestic and boundless storm of black flames instantly rushed out from the great black golden sun hanging high in the dark night sky, following closely behind the light of destruction like a black waterfall, rolling toward Yixian. The light of destruction was his trump card. Once he used it, he would also suffer a certain backlash. After paying such a price, if he still could not keep Yixian here, how could he be satisfied? Tight. The black flame river that followed was his precautionary measure. He used both methods simultaneously to ensure that everything would go according to plan. At this moment, everything that appeared in the void was too scorching, and the strength of the aura was even more shocking. Only black screen of light with a diameter of 100 million kilometers swept towards Yixianji with lightning that was faster than lightning. It was like an incomparably agile and world-destroying waterfall. Tight. Following behind was a black flame tide with a diameter of 100 million miles. This black flame tide was like a raging river bursting its banks, pouring out from the great black golden Sunday. In the blink of an eye, it traversed 200 billion miles of void and was only 200 to 300 billion miles away from Yixian. This tide of flames was formed from pure black flames of destruction. Extinguish. The black flames of destruction were infamous. This could be guessed from its name alone. This kind of top-grade heavenly flame was as violent as the destruction of the world. Therefore, when used as an attack, the black flames of destruction in the great black golden sun were definitely not inferior to the Shinnon nine-colored flames. Even more. Moreover, this three-legged golden crow was also a peak heavenly Tao at the great perfection ninth stage. In fact, his cultivation in this realm was even more stable than that of Yixian. Now that he had activated the great black golden sun with all his strength, it was easy to imagine how terrifying the black flame river that poured out like a raging river was. Classes the black river of flames had previously destroyed the nine-colored fireball that enveloped Yixian's body. Now, that Yixian didn't have the protection of the nine-colored fireball. If he were to be hit by the black river, even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. More not to mention that in front of this horrifying river of black flames, there was a world-obliterating waterfall that was like a black screen of light. Its aura was even more terrifying, and its might was obviously even stronger. The two attacks were almost the limit of the three-legged golden crow. Any peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the ninth stage would not be able to escape the calamity of death if they were attacked head-on. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the other 9 heavenly law beasts that were still in the distance trembled violently in an instant. At the same time, their expressions changed drastically, but at the same time, their eyes burst out with an incomparably burning light of expectation. In their opinion, even if the master of the magic hall, Yixian, who was like an undefeatable god of war, faced with such an attack, if he didn't withdraw and dodge, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being severely injured, on the verge of death, or even dying on the spot. Of course, there was still a suspense, and that was the heaven-sundering bow in the hands of the skeleton. When this thought surfaced in the minds of the 9 heavenly law beasts, Yixian also made a move. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the ferocious ape, but it didn't make a move. However, the eyes of the skeleton of the 3 great demon bodies burst out with an incomparably blazing purple gold light, and an incomparably deep buzzing sound resounded in the void at this moment. In an instant, a strange aura, like a raging river, spread out from the skeleton's body. Its left arm suddenly raised without any suspense, and the originally empty left palm shone with a golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. Shockingly, it was the supreme ability that shook the primordial world, the heaven-sundering bow, the light of destruction. It has to be said that its power is indeed extraordinary. Even His Highness suddenly felt a sense of fear and trepidation at this moment. At the same time, the corner of the ferocious ape's mouth outlined a hint of ridicule, and the voice of the divine sense also sounded, reverberating in the void. Unfortunately, if we want to compare speed, my heaven-sundering bow is far above your black light ribbon, the light of destruction. It has to be said that its power is indeed extraordinary. Even His Highness suddenly felt a sense of fear and trepidation at this moment. As the black light ribbon and the black flame tide surged forward one after another, the corner of the ferocious ape's mouth outlined a hint of ridicule. The voice of the divine sense also sounded, reverberating in the void. Unfortunately, if we want to compare speed, my heaven-sundering bow is far above your black light ribbon, show. Before the voice fell, the skeleton had already released the right hand that was holding the energy bowstring. In the void, An extremely sharp sound that resonated with one's eardrums rang out. Already then, the energy arrow that contained the full power of the bowstring instantly shot out. Its aura was too strong, and it was simply unstoppable. When the arrow was shot out, it seemed that even the void was instantly broken. As the golden arrow burst out, a black flame-like wave appeared behind it. The time was so short that it could be completely ignored. The golden arrow whistled away at an extremely fast speed, and it instantly arrived in front of the three-legged golden crow. This was simply teleportation. The distance in the void was ignored, and it directly descended. Hiss! This is impossible. How can it be so fast? Seeing this scene, the three-legged golden crow took a breath of cold air, and an exclamation of horror suddenly sounded. The black sun, hanging high in the void, also rippled like a dream. This was clearly the rhythm of activating some kind of secret method, and it was about to teleport away. Walala, hua! As the three-legged golden crow hurriedly tried to escape, it completely let go of the control of the previous two attacks. The black light ribbon and the black flame tide instantly collapsed in the void and were annihilated halfway. Yixian was right. The fallen sky bow could ignore the distance in space. As soon as the golden arrow was shot from the bowstring, it could cross the void and appear in front of the target in the next moment. This speed was indeed incomparable to the black light ribbon and black flame tide that the three-legged golden crow had previously displayed, and this arrow gave him a strong sense of life and death crisis that he had never felt before. Even the three-legged golden crow had to avoid it. As such, it forced him to immediately withdraw and escape. He let go of the control of the previous two waves of attacks and neutralized them endlessly. This was killing to stop killing. The heavenly fallen bow's strange ability to ignore the void made everything a reality. This was also the reason why Yixian was still so confident and calm in the face of his two terrifying attacks. Unfortunately, although the three-legged golden crow made a decision at the first moment and even gave up the control of the previous two waves of terrifying attacks, he urged the power in his body and teleported away at the first moment. However, the speed of the fallen sky bow was too fast. His handling and reaction were still half a beat slower. Boom! An earth-shattering roar resounded as the heaven-perishing bow, which had already arrived in front of him in an instant, exploded. At this time, the three-legged golden crow, who was about to teleport away in a hurry, was still in a hazy state. It was like a dream. Obviously, the teleportation had not been completed yet. Screech! Puff! An extremely shrill and ruthless howl sounded out. It was clearly from the mouth of the three-legged golden crow, followed by a muffled puff. A large amount of black liquid suddenly appeared in the air, emitting an extremely dense aura of the heavenly Tao. Obviously, the three-legged golden crow was injured. Just like the primeval heaven's eye before, it spat out a large amount of heavenly way liquid that was like the original blood essence of flesh and blood creatures. It was also the will of the heavenly way of a big world. It was natural for it to spit out this kind of heavenly way liquid when it was suddenly injured. The black liquid of the heavenly way, was like a rolling river, releasing an incomparably hot aura. The black fog doppelganger did not hesitate. He immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force rolled it over and directly absorbed it into his body. While, at this time, the three-legged golden crow's figure had already disappeared. After being severely injured by the fallen sky bow's arrow, it had finally completed its teleportation. It had to be said that this was indeed a pity. The power of this arrow was originally enough to kill the three-legged golden crow, but he was after all a veteran peak heavenly way who had long entered the 9th stage of perfection. His cultivation was slightly stronger than Yixian's, and his reaction was too fast. Moreover, the speed of his teleportation was not something an ordinary heavenly way could compare to. In the end, he escaped. If Yixian had been a tenth of an instant faster, or if the three-legged golden crow's reaction had been a tenth of an instant slower, the result might have been completely different. It was very likely that he would have fallen. No, Although this old fellow had escaped, it was not bad to be able to severely injure him. Furthermore, Yi Xian had collected such a huge amount of Heavenly Way Origin Black liquid that was like a rolling river. It was better than nothing. This kind of Origin Black liquid was the liquid left behind after the will of the Heavenly Way of a large world was heavily injured, like the blood essence of a flesh and blood creature. It was a top-grade resource in the starry sky and was extremely rare. Yi Xian originally did not have it, but today he had obtained two at the same time. It was really not easy. Roar! Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Just as Yi Xian waved his hand and absorbed the Heavenly Way Origin Black liquid that was like a rolling river into his body, a series of shocking roars and ruthless howls came from the surrounding void, all of them revealing endless fear. Turn around, looking over, the remaining 9 Heavenly Way ferocious beasts all had a look of horror on their faces. Before the roars and ruthless howls from their mouths fell, they had already torn open a void crack and rushed into it, leaving just like that. Although Yi Xian had already shot the only heaven-piercing arrow in his hand, the 3-legged golden crow was also heavily injured. This was also the reason why he did not personally make a move earlier. He was the only one who could completely restrain Yi Xian from the front. Now that he had escaped with heavy injuries, not to mention the remaining 9 late-stage Heavenly Way ferocious beasts, even the dozen mid-stage Heavenly Way ferocious beasts from before were still here. They were definitely not Yi Xian's match if they joined forces. Only they could be killed one by him. Therefore, these 9 Heavenly Way ferocious beasts hurriedly escaped as soon as possible. They did not dare to stay here at all. This is good too. I will let you live for now. I will take this opportunity to immediately go into seclusion and break through. As he muttered softly, Yi Xian's figure flashed and instantly shot toward the endless dark void in front of the left bank. This, he could be said to have killed incisively and vividly in this battle. After shooting the arrow, the skeleton clone fell into a disadvantageous position. He also felt a stabbing pain in his head because he had exhausted too much of his spiritual power. Taking advantage of his recovery to go into seclusion and break through again, the opportunity to break through to the peak of 9th stage desolate supremacy had arrived. He did not return to the right bank of the Milky Way. If he did, he would need a lot of time to rush over after coming out of seclusion. Instead of that, he might as well find an abandoned planet on the left bank and go into seclusion. 2 days later, an abandoned planet appeared in front of him on the right. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He immediately rushed over and directly entered the core of the planet. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Shen treasure cauldron. Whoosh! The treasure cauldron appeared. It was only 10,000 feet in size and was suspended inside the core of the planet. Its aura was restrained and did not reveal itself. Yi Xian stepped into it. Whoosh! In front of him, an abandoned planet appeared in the dark void in the distance on the right. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He immediately rushed over and entered the core of the planet. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Shen treasured cauldron. The treasured cauldron appeared. It was only 10,000 feet in size and was suspended inside the core of the planet. Its aura was restrained and did not reveal itself. Yi Xian stepped into it. This time, not only was he breaking through to the peak of 9th stage desolate supremacy, he was also going to consume a level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pill after the breakthrough. He was going to officially break through to the heavenly Dao realm during the seclusion. Class, there would definitely be an aura leaking out. Therefore, he could not sit cross-legged at the entrance of the cauldron. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. After entering the cauldron, Yi Xian's figure appeared high in the sky and landed on the edge of the central region volcano. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, he immediately sat cross-legged on one side of the central region volcano. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With a wave of his hand, there was a faint sound of the air being torn apart. Instantly, beams of light shot out and suspended in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. But this time, Yi Xian did not take out the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill because his true cultivation level was only at 8th-stage Desolate Supremacy. It was not time to consume the Heavenly Tao treasure pill without the slightest hesitation. A dark light flashed in his eyes. Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shinnon Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them. Whoosh! The nascent soul fist ball melted in his mouth and turned into a majestic energy river in the blink of an eye. It slowly flowed in Yi Xian's body. As expected, the sound of chains rattling came from everywhere. This time, the shackles that appeared in Yi Xian's body were the same as before. It was still one. After entering the Desolate Supremacy realm, it was extremely rare for two shackles to appear at the same time. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian concentrated and activated the energy river that had just formed in his body with all his strength. It began to circulate in his meridians again and again. This time, the battle was also extremely intense, far more intense than before. Even now, there was still a tingling in his head. This was a sign that his mental power had been overused. In this case, it was equivalent to breaking and then reconstructing. The cultivation resources that were swallowed into the body were refined and absorbed more smoothly. After an unknown amount of time, the energy river formed in Yi Xian's meridians had been completely refined. Then, with just one impact, this incomparably thick shackles had broken. Dang when this shackles completely broke, the anticipated system prompt soon sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm. 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm. 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy realm. 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy realm. He had finally stepped into the peak of the Desolate Supremacy realm. Now, even if he did not activate the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline ability, he was already half-step into the Heavenly Tao realm. And with this breakthrough, Yi Xian already had the qualifications to consume a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill and use it to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm. Previously, his cultivation had reached 8th stage Desolate Supremacy realm. Once Yi Xian activated the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline ability, his cultivation would instantly reach 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy realm, which was the peak of the Desolate Supremacy realm. And every transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline ability would raise his cultivation by 1 stage. Yes, therefore, after entering the 9 transformation, Yi Xian's strongest combat strength had already reached 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy realm, which was the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm. Now that he had made another breakthrough, his cultivation had reached the great circle of the 9th level of the Heavenly Way. Once he activated the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, he would instantly possess the battle prowess of the 1st level of the Heavenly Way. Again, together with the 9 transformations Devil Ape. Once he reached the 9 transformation, Yi Xian's cultivation strength would increase by another great world, reaching the 1st stage of the primordial chaos Great Tao after the Heavenly Tao realm. Of course, this was just a theory. According to Yi Xian's inference, such a situation was clearly impossible. It was an extravagant hope. This was because although there were 2 more great realms after the Heavenly Tao realm, there were the primordial chaos Great Tao realm and the Supreme Chaos realm. But even in the primordial chaos void, the Supreme Chaos realm was a mysterious realm that only existed in legends. It had never appeared before. The primordial chaos void was like a cycle of samsara. Primordial chaos epochs would unfold one after another. Every epoch would scatter 3,000 chaos fiend celestials as chaos seeds, in order to seek the opportunity to transform into the Supreme Chaos realm. It also meant that in the primordial chaos void, the primordial chaos Great Tao realm was actually the strongest realm. This situation was similar to the Heavenly Tao realm in various great worlds. As such, there was bound to be the suppression of the primordial chaos great Tao, similar to the suppression of the heavenly Tao in various great worlds. To put it simply, in the primordial void, the various mystic techniques that could raise one's cultivation level were only effective when one was below the primordial Tao realm. It was impossible to directly obtain the power of the primordial Tao realm through the various bloodline mystic techniques. However, this was still only his guess. Whether it was true or not, he still had to verify it. He immediately opened it, but the result was regrettable. His conjecture had indeed been confirmed. Although it's a little disappointing, perhaps I can make another attempt after stepping into the heavenly Tao realm. Yixian murmured as if he was sleep-talking. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. Without hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly waved his hand again, shio, shio, shio. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and in an instant, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. The most important one was a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill. Very quickly, he activated the farmer god Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. He then swallowed them into his stomach and closed his eyes. Filled with excitement, he began the final charge. Walala! As expected, the sound of the chains rattling filled the air. Although there was only one shackle this time, it was extremely thick. After all, he was breaking through the bottleneck of a major realm. It was no small matter. He used all his strength to activate the huge river of energy that had formed in his body, and it began to circulate in his meridians. Gradually, he forgot about the existence of time as he immersed himself in it, intoxicated. After an unknown amount of time, this large river of energy was finally completely refined. Immediately after, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already broken in response. The system's notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm. First stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's lifeblood. Current realm. First stage of the heavenly Tao realm. First stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Since his true cultivation strength had finally stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. Chapter 51-23. Ding! Congratulations to host on a breakthrough in the Grotto Void Ancient Art Realm. Current realm. First stage heavenly Tao realm. Ding! Congratulations to host on a breakthrough in the physical body's lifeblood realm. Current realm. First stage heavenly Tao realm. With the successful completion of the breakthrough, the anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. It energized him and made him extremely excited. First stage heavenly Tao realm. Since his true cultivation level and strength had finally entered the heavenly Tao realm. Although his strongest combat strength before his seclusion had reached the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm's perfection realm, which was the peak of the realm, that was after activating the 9 transformations Devil 8 bloodline divine power in his body and casting it to the 9th transformation. If one really wanted to talk about it, it could not be considered Yi Xian's cultivation strength. But now it was different. He had also advanced to the heavenly Tao realm. The significance was absolutely different. After calming his excited emotions, Yi Xian stood up and directly activated the 9 transformations Devil 8 bloodline divine power. His cultivation strength instantly soared to the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Tight following that, he cast the divine power to the 9th transformation as a look of anticipation suffused his heart. Unfortunately, the outcome made him sigh once again. Nothing. It was useful. He was still suppressed by the primordial chaos great Tao. His cultivation strength did not reach the 1st stage of the primordial chaos great Tao and remained at the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. That also meant that in the future, even if his cultivation strength made another breakthrough in the heavenly Tao realm, even if he reached the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm's perfection realm, Yi Xian would not be able to use such a method to obtain the strength of the primordial chaos Great Tao realm ahead of time after activating the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Power and casting it to the 9th transformation. Except, unless his cultivation strength broke through another major realm, allowing him to truly enter the primordial chaos Great Tao realm. Of course, although his cultivation realm was still at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, after 2 consecutive breakthroughs during his seclusion, there were differences in strength between the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. For example, the 3-legged golden crow that he had severely injured with the Skyfall Bow was also at the peak of the heavenly Tao at the 9th stage. Its combat strength was slightly stronger than Yi Xian's. But now, after 2 small breakthroughs in succession, Yi Xian's cultivation realm under the 9 transformation did not change, but his battle prowess had increased by a large margin. According to his estimation, he should be on par with the 3-legged golden crow back then. In other words, he was now at the peak of the 9th change. Even if he did not take into account his divine powers, such as the Fallen Sky Bow, his own combat strength was almost in the top 10 among the countless ferocious beast experts on the left bank of the Milky Way. Dang, of course, he was the weakest of them all. Half a year has actually passed. Counting with his fingers, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. He had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs during his seclusion, but half a year had passed. He had never expected half a year. A year was not considered long, but it was not short either. It was enough for many things to happen. Thinking of the primeval heaven's eye, the 3-legged golden crow, and the 20-odd heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that had escaped, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint. It would have been fine if those fellows had behaved themselves. He would have given them a quick death. If not, if someone had attacked the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone in the past half a year, Yi Xian would have probably bathed the entire left bank of the Milky Way in blood in his rage. Now, he already had the qualifications and ability to do so. Fellow Taoist, congratulations on successfully breaking through and entering the heavenly Tao realm. At that moment, a figure shot over. It was none other than the goat horn immortal that he had kept in the farmer god cauldron to temporarily avoid trouble. Elder, this fellow had clearly been watching from afar. He had most likely waited for half a year, but did not dare disturb him. Now, he only dared to appear when he saw Yi Xian successfully break through and come out of seclusion. As the voice sounded, Goat Horn Immortal's figure quickly landed in front of him. He nodded and bowed with a respectful and fawning expression. However, there was a thick and unconcealable look of extreme shock and horror in his eyes. Previously, when Yi Xian had wiped out the entire Forbidden Zone, he believed that Yi Xian was a peak heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of perfection. It was only half a year ago when Yi Xian entered the Farmer God Cauldron and made his first breakthrough that he realized that Yi Xian's true cultivation level was only at the 8th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm. This had already made him feel extremely horrified. A 8th stage Desolate Supremacy had wiped out the entire Forbidden Zone. If this matter were to spread, it would probably cause an uproar on both sides of the Milky Way. What was even more terrifying was that the 8th step Desolate Supremacy had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs in a single seclusion, directly entering the 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Such a cultivation speed was unprecedented. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was unprecedented. Goathorn Immortal had previously heard of everything related to Yi Xian, but he did not believe it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was completely convinced. Same as Sat this time, there were changes in his heart. Back then, he had decided to leave after reaching the right bank, but now, he decided to stay by Yi Xian's side. Such a monstrous existence was one of kind. Legend had it that he was even preparing to refine a primordial chaos treasure medicine that had miraculous effects for those who reached the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. If he stayed by his side and served him well, when the primordial chaos treasure medicine was refined in the future, he would be able to enjoy the benefits of a favorable position. He would at least be rewarded a little. Yi Xian saw through the fellow's thoughts at a glance. That was fine too. Although the Goat Horn Immortal's cultivation level was a little weak, Being only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, he was an extremely ancient Zerg. If not, it was impossible for him to know about the primordial chaos great Tao realm. Leave him by his side was not a bad choice. If he had any questions in the future, he could ask this old fellow at any time. Furthermore, no matter how weak he was still a heavenly Tao realm existence. The entire Magic Hall did not have many heavenly Tao realm existences to date. If Goat Horn Immortal stayed behind, it would be beneficial to the Magic Hall. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately exchanged pleasantries with Goat Horn Immortal. Finally, he waved his hand and sent out a 9-color divine medicine that resembled a gigantic mountain. Following that, he ignored the dumbfounded Goat Horn Immortal and left the Farmer God Cauldron with a flash. Phew! After walking out of the cauldron, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the cauldron into his body. And at that moment, his aura leaked out and was sensed by the outside world. Instantly, it attracted the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation that belonged to him. Boom! Rumble. High in the void beyond the star, there was a sudden earth-shattering boom. A dense tribulation cloud that enveloped 100 million kilometers suddenly appeared. It was clearly a heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Furthermore, the aura it emitted was extremely powerful. All of this was only the beginning. In just a few seconds, the black tribulation cloud that had gathered out of thin air had already spanned 5 billion kilometers. A large swath of the firmament was enveloped by the tumultuous tribulation cloud. It was as though the end of the world had arrived as the void trembled with it. Typical heavenly Tao lightning tribulations clearly did not have such terrifying might. This was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Back when he devoured the treasure body, he had encountered such a situation. It could be said that even if a mid-stage heavenly Tao realm existence were to encounter it, they would lose a layer of skin from the wanton lightning tribulation. However, Yi Xian was completely unfazed. This was because he could not be shaken at all. Boom! Rumble. As Yi Xian walked out of the Shinon cauldron, there was a sudden earth-shattering boom in the void beyond the star. In just a few seconds, the black tribulation cloud that had gathered out of thin air had already spanned 5 billion kilometers. Looking up, the vast firmament was enveloped by the tumultuous tribulation cloud. It was as though the end of the world had arrived as the void trembled with it. Yi Xian's heavenly Tao lightning tribulation had descended. Furthermore, typical heavenly Tao lightning tribulations clearly did not have such terrifying might. This was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. It was the same situation that the treasure body had encountered back then. Even a mid-stage heavenly Tao realm existence would lose a layer of skin if they encountered it. However, Yi Xian was completely unfazed. This was because he could not be shaken at all. To him, even such a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was only a form of tempering and baptism for his newly attained cultivation realm. Phew! Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian immediately phased and transformed into his ape form. His body was only about 10 feet tall as he charged out of the core of the star. He was in seclusion and into the dark void beyond the star. Rumble. Kacha. At this moment, the tumultuous tribulation cloud high in the sky had turned even more frenzied. Alarmed amidst the thunderous booms in the sky, a crisp sound that left one shuddering sounded. Finally, a blood-colored bolt of lightning struck down from the terrifying tribulation cloud that spanned 5 billion kilometers. The tribulation lightning was about 50 million kilometers in diameter. It was terrifyingly thick and exuded a formless aura of destruction. Even heavenly Tao realm existences would be appalled by it. However, Yi Xian was completely unfazed. With a smirk, he leaped up and charged head-on. Boom! An astounding explosion sounded. At the instant Yi Xian's body made contact with the blood-colored tribulation lightning, the terrifying tribulation lightning that was 50 million kilometers in diameter exploded, transforming into a sea of lightning that spanned 5 billion kilometers. It completely enveloped the ape's body as though it was drowning him. At that moment, a beam of light shot out from the dark void to the right. It was about 500 billion kilometers away. Or perhaps because it sensed the violent aura of the lightning tribulation here. The light that was originally passing through the void 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers away suddenly paused, then immediately turned around and rushed over here. Amidst the beam of light, one could faintly hear a surprised exclamation. Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation? It's actually a mutated heavenly Tao tribulation. From the looks of it, this existence that has just broken through and stepped into the heavenly Tao realm is most likely an astral beast. Furthermore, the bloodline in his body must be extraordinary. This is quite an opportunity for me to pick up a huge bargain. With a murmur, the beam of light shot over at an extremely fast speed. In a moment, it had arrived in the dark void that was only 100 billion kilometers away from the lightning tribulation area. It came to an abrupt stop and transformed into an old man in a yellow robe. This was clearly a true remnant expert, and not the manifestation of a ferocious beast. This was because the aura that emanated from his body was completely different from the astral beast's rich lifeblood and brutal ferocity. This remnant expert was also a heavenly Tao realm existence. Furthermore, his cultivation level was not weak, having reached the late-stage 7th-order heavenly Tao realm. However, although his cultivation level was extraordinary, his appearance was a little wretched. His triangular eyes were like soybeans, his nose was flat, his cheekbones were high, and his head was as big as a bucket. Even the wretched appearance of the goat horn immortal looked much more comfortable and pleasing to the eye than him. Furthermore, the goat horn immortal's temperament was cowardly and cowardly. However, this remnant expert at the late-stage 7th-order heavenly Tao realm was not only more wretched, but his temperament also revealed a strong sense of insidiousness and ruthlessness. This could be seen from his words. He clearly regarded Yixian, who was transcending the tribulation, as a certain astral beast that had just broken through to the heavenly Tao realm. And it was clearly impossible for an ordinary astral beast to attract a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. This also showed that there was definitely something extraordinary about his bloodline. And such a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was something that even a mid-stage 4th-order heavenly Tao realm expert would probably end up losing a layer of skin even if they did not die. Therefore, from his point of view, Yixian would definitely not be able to transcend it and would definitely perish under the lightning tribulation. As far as he was concerned, this was a good opportunity to take advantage of him. This kind of ferocious star beast with a special bloodline must have something like a Sciention ferocious star beast, such as a Heaven Eye, Heaven Jewel, Heaven Core, or Heaven Velvet. After it perished, these things would be tempered by the mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. The effects would definitely be better. When the lightning tribulation dissipated, he would be able to collect it immediately. What else could it be but a huge bargain? And furthermore, remnant experts were good at refining flesh and blood medicine. The main ingredients of the flesh and blood medicine were the various blood materials in the astral beast's body. It was not easy to hunt an astral beast at the heavenly Tao realm. And so now that he had encountered an existence that was about to be struck to death by the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, there was no need for him to do anything. Once the lightning tribulation dissipated, he would be able to collect the fresh flesh and blood of a heavenly Tao beast. It was like a pie falling from the sky. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the corner of the 7th-order remnant's mouth instantly curled into a smug smile. He was in no hurry to take action because he could tell that this was only the first wave of the lightning tribulation. The other party would definitely be able to withstand it. No, it doesn't matter. This mutated lightning tribulation is just too powerful. An astral beast that has just broken through to the heavenly Tao realm will only be able to withstand 3 or 4 waves no matter how heaven-defying its bloodline is. It will soon perish. Boom, boom, boom. On this side, the 7th-order remnant waited calmly for the lightning tribulation to end. And in the void 200 billion kilometers away, the rumbling explosions did not stop for even a moment. time slowly passed as tribulation lightning struck down, but Yi Xian's figure remained motionless. He was enveloped by a hazy blob of light that spanned 5 million kilometers. His figure could not be seen, but it was clear that his condition was extremely stable. His aura was rich, and clearly, he had not been injured by the lightning tribulation. Gotcha! At this moment, the churning tribulation clouds high in the sky had become even more frenzied. Amidst the thunderous roar, a crisp sound of ripping cloth that made one's heart tremble sounded. The terrifying tribulation clouds that enveloped 5 billion kilometers of the void once again struck down a blood-colored lightning bolt. This was already the 6th tribulation lightning bolt that struck down. It was still 5 million kilometers in diameter, and it was terrifyingly thick. The invisible aura of destruction that emanated from it made one's expression change in horror. At this moment, the Seventh-Order survivors waiting in the void 200 billion miles away subconsciously held their breaths, as if it was a conditioned reflex. Their hearts were in their throats, and there was a look of expectation on their faces. First of all, there was a hint of hope. Previously, he had estimated that the astral beast undergoing the tribulation in the blob of light would at most withstand 5 waves of tribulation lightning. But in fact, after the 5th wave of tribulation lightning struck down, the aura in the blob of light that spanned 5 million kilometers did not change much. It was still vigorous and abundant, as though the previous 5 waves of tribulation lightning had not struck him at all. Gotcha! 200 billion kilometers in front of him, amidst the shocking rumbling of thunder, a crisp sound of ripping silk that caused one's heart to tremble rang out. A 6th bolt of blood-colored lightning with a diameter of 50 million kilometers struck down, instantly drowning out the light screen that enveloped Yi Xian's body. At this moment, the Seventh Order remnant, watching from afar, subconsciously raised his heart to his throat, and his eyes revealed a look of anticipation. Previously, Yi Xian's aura did not change after withstanding 5 waves of tribulation lightning. This surprised him greatly, but at the same time, he was secretly delighted because this was enough to show that this astral beast that had just broken through to the heavenly Tao realm definitely had an extraordinary bloodline. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his aura to remain as vigorous and long after withstanding 5 mutated tribulation lightning bolts to him. This was a good thing, because the other party would definitely not be able to withstand the next 4 waves of tribulation lightning. In the end, he would still die, and the more extraordinary his bloodline was, the more delightful his final harvest would be. However, the result left him dumbfounded. After the 6th wave of tribulation lightning exploded, the sea of lightning that spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers quickly dissipated, but the blob of light that spanned 5 million kilometers still stood in the void. It was indeed the aura of an astral beast that had just broken through to the First Order of the heavenly Tao realm. There was no problem with this. Guan, the key was that after the 6th wave of tribulation lightning wreaked havoc, this astral beast's aura was still extremely vigorous, as though it had not been struck by lightning at all. Could it be immune to lightning? What bloodline is this? The Seventh Order remnant stared blankly at this scene in a daze. His mouth was slightly agape, and his face was blank as though he was the one who had been struck by lightning. From the dreamlike murmurs that came out of his mouth, this old fellow clearly saw Yi Xian as a space beast with a special bloodline that was immune to thunder and lightning. This was the only explanation to begin with. Otherwise, everything that happened in the void in front of him was completely illogical. All of this flashed through his mind. While the Seventh Order remnant was shocked, the greed in his eyes grew even stronger. A bloodline that was immune to lightning was unheard of. It was absolutely shocking. If he could obtain the remains of this astral beast after it failed to transcend the tribulation, its flesh and blood could be used to refine flesh and blood medicine, and the materials related to the lightning immunity bloodline in its body could be used to refine magic treasures. The harvest would definitely be astounding. At this moment, not only was the greed in his eyes even stronger, It was even to the extent that it faintly revealed a wisp of a savage expression. He was determined to obtain it, and even if this ferocious beast didn't perish during the tribulation lightning, he would surely kill and seize the treasure. Legacy humans and astral beasts were mortal enemies, to begin with, not to mention the treasures in front of them. He did not have any psychological pressure to do this. Dang. However, this was also impossible. There was no need for him to make a move because the astral beast that had just stepped into the heavenly Tao realm definitely would not survive the next 3 lightning tribulations. After all, the power of the last lightning tribulation would double again. After experiencing the havoc of the first 8 lightning tribulations, even if this astral beast had a heaven-defying bloodline that was immune to lightning, its cultivation level was still there. Any bloodline activation would consume its cultivation level. After experiencing the consumption of the first 8 lightning tribulations, it was impossible for it to withstand the last lightning tribulation. Even if it had a heaven-defying bloodline that was immune to lightning, it would be useless if it could not activate it. It would definitely perish. Lightning in the sea, rumble, kacha. Once again, an earth-shattering sound of thunder came from the sky above his head. Raising his head to look, the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. However, Yixian remained completely unmoved. Not even the slightest ripple of emotion could be felt in his heart. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His body was enveloped in a blurry light screen that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. This was to prevent other experts from passing through the void and seeing his figure, instantly exposing his identity. Very quickly, the tribulation lightning struck down, transforming into a vast and boundless sea of lightning that wreaked havoc. However, Yixian still had his hands behind his back, as if he was strong enough to not move a single inch. None all the lightning surged into his body, cleansing it and tempering his soul. Finally, Yixian's heavenly Tao realm cultivation level was completely stabilized after his breakthrough. If that's the case, there's no need to waste the 9th lightning tribulation. It can be used to continue tempering my body, as he muttered to himself. A dark light flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand, causing the Ride seal to instantly shoot out. It expanded with the wind and spun around randomly, darting out of the blurry light screen that enveloped his body and out of the light screen. Kacha. At the same instant, an unprecedented explosion sounded. The vast tribulation cloud high in the void instantly surged as a terrifying blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 50 million kilometers came crashing down as the blood-red tribulation lightning that doubled in diameter struck out. The vast tribulation cloud that shrouded the sky instantly dissipated. All the violent lightning power contained in the tribulation cloud was integrated into the terrifying tribulation lightning. At this moment, there was nothing else in the void except for the terrifying blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 50 million kilometers, the blurry light screen that enveloped Yixian's body, and the Ride seal that was spinning above the light screen. The thunder spirit in the Ride seal was no longer there. It had entered a nest star, but the Ride seal was originally a thunder source treasure. After absorbing this lightning bolt, it would be nourished by more powerful lightning, and its power would be even more astonishing in the future. This innate thunder source treasure? So that's how it is. At this moment, as the last bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, the Thunder Emperor seal rushed out from the hazy light screen that enveloped Yixian's body and charged towards the blood-colored tribulation lightning that was 100 million kilometers in diameter. On the other side, the 7th-rank survivors who were standing in the air 200 billion kilometers away also gasped as their bodies shook violently and cried out involuntarily. At this moment, he finally understood. This starry sky beast didn't have any heaven-defying bloodline that was immune to lightning. The reason why he was able to remain unscathed under the previous 8 waves of tribulation lightning, and even his aura didn't change, was simply because all the lightning bolts that struck down and smashed into the blurry light screen didn't touch his body at all. They were all absorbed by this innate thunder source treasure. Dang, what a coward. He didn't even dare to resist a wave of lightning tribulation. He was obviously afraid of dying. No. Yes, this guy's luck was pretty good. He could even get such a rare, innate thunder source treasure. His dogshit luck was really too heaven-defying. But, to him, this was definitely a heaven-shaking piece of good news. Compared to the so-called lightning immunity bloodline, the value of this innate lightning source treasure was even more shocking. There was no need to refine it. Once he obtained it, he could just directly refine it. It seems that the last 9th wave of tribulation lightning will also be swallowed by this innate thunder source treasure. Thinking of this, the 7th rank survivor didn't hesitate anymore. While murmuring softly, he shook his shoulders and immediately rushed out. But it doesn't matter. If he doesn't dare to resist the lightning tribulation, he still can't escape death. At most, I will send him on his way. Chapter 51:24. It seems that the 9th wave of tribulation lightning will also be swallowed by this innate thunder source treasure. But it doesn't matter. If he doesn't dare to withstand the lightning tribulation, he still can't escape death. At most, I will take action and send him on his way. Thinking of this, the rank 7 survivor no longer hesitated. As he muttered softly, he shook his shoulders and immediately rushed out. The power in his body was pushed to the extreme. His whole body was like a yellow lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, he traversed 200 billion miles of the void and approached the hazy light curtain that enveloped Yi Xian's figure. Roar. Rumble. Perhaps it was because his heart was too agitated. At this moment, when his figure approached the hazy light screen, the rank 7 survivor raised his head and roared. It was like the roar of a ferocious beast, revealing an extremely domineering and powerful aura. Samus at the same time, his right arm suddenly spread out, and the rank 7 late-stage heavenly Tao cultivation in his body was fully activated. He punched at the hazy light curtain a million miles in front of him. In the hazy light curtain, Yi Xian looked over and saw a yellow-robed survivor with a fierce look in his eyes. Without saying a word, he raised his fist and punched. He immediately frowned. In fact, when this old guy first came over, Yi Xian had already noticed him, but he didn't pay attention to him. After all, the other party was just standing in the void 200 billion miles away, watching from a distance. Moreover, he was enveloped by this hazy light curtain. The outside world could only sense his aura, but couldn't see his figure at all. Yi Xian wasn't worried about his whereabouts being exposed. More besides, although this old guy's cultivation was not weak, reaching rank 7 of the heavenly Tao realm, he was not a star beast, but a survivor of the primordial era. Yes, for Yi Xian, there was no value in killing a survivor of the primordial era. After killing a star beast, its body would explode, and there would be an endless amount of star beast blood essence that could be used to refine star beast blood essence. However, a survivor of the primordial era was the same as a human. They didn't have a majestic star beast blood essence. Even if their bodies exploded, it would just be a flash of blood mist accompanied by energy dissipation. It wasn't that it was useless, but compared to the majestic star beast blood essence, it was not just a little bit weaker. It was on a completely different level. Again, however, Yi Xian was also a member of the human clan. Therefore, he didn't feel any pressure when the blood mist of the ferocious beasts exploded. He could directly swallow it after refining it into blood essence. However, he couldn't swallow the blood mist of the human clan and the powerhouses of the remnant. Therefore, he was too lazy to pay attention to this yellow-robed survivor. However, the yellow-robed survivor was acting recklessly. Taking advantage of the last and most powerful blood-red tribulation lightning in the sky, he suddenly rushed over. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to kill him and steal his treasures. At this point, Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. He was too lazy to pay attention to the primeval survivors and had no interest in them. But that didn't mean that he would allow them to act so presumptuously in front of him, let alone kill him and steal his treasures. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with murderous intent. With a thought, he activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation demonic ape and directly performed the 9th transformation. With a wave of his hand, he directly removed the hazy light curtain that shrouded his body. Walala! Show! At the same time, the terrifying blood-red tribulation lightning with a diameter of 100 million miles also all disappeared into the Rendezvous seal. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the Rendezvous seal that swallowed the blood-red tribulation lightning flashed and instantly turned into a purple gold light, penetrating into Yi Xian's forehead and disappeared. Look! Seeing this scene, the eyes of the 7th rank remnant who was punching out flashed fiercely, and he immediately roared, "Damn guy! Hand over the Thunder Source treasure, or I will extract your soul." However, before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly shook violently, and he stopped abruptly with a stunned expression on his face. Even the punch that he had thrown out was forcefully withdrawn, as if it was a conditioned reflex. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, due to the backlash. Looking at him now, in the line, the hazy light curtain that covered thousands of miles in the void a million miles ahead had disappeared. A violent ape appeared in the void, and its figure was only about 3 meters tall. This, he had long believed that the existence in the hazy light curtain was a space beast. Although the violent ape that appeared now was a little small, it was indeed a space beast. The key was the cultivation aura that was emitted from the other party's body, or was the first level of the heavenly Tao. Didn't he just break through? This should be right. Wasn't the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation descending just now? But right now, after the hazy light curtain disappeared, the aura of the starry sky violent ape that walked out of it was clearly stronger than his, and it was not just a little stronger. This was clearly a peak heavenly Tao at the level of perfection in the 9th level, and it was even to the extent that it was absolutely not someone who had just stepped into this level. Its aura was too vigorous, like a boundless abyss of stars, and it gave others an unfathomable feeling. This was definitely an experienced peak heavenly Tao. It had been a long time since it entered the Great Perfection Stage 9, but why did it only undergo the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation now? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the 7th Order survivor felt his mind turn blank. He had the feeling that he had been scammed. This was a peak heavenly Tao, and he was only at the 7th level of this realm. Yet, he had actually attacked him. Furthermore, he had even wanted to kill him and snatch his treasures. He had even clamored to hand over the lightning origins, or his soul would be extracted and refined. This was no different from an old man hanging himself. This was the rhythm of someone tired of living. At that moment, his heart was on the brink of collapse. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He wished that he could slap himself a few times on the spot. It would not be enough to vent his anger if he did not draw out a nosebleed. But now was clearly not the time to be conflicted or regretful. After the hazy light curtain vanished, the starry sky violent ape that suddenly appeared in the void was less than 1,000,000 miles away from him. This bit of distance was completely negligible to a heavenly Tao realm expert. Don't the other party seem to be strolling leisurely in the air, but in fact, it could appear in front of him in a matter of seconds. In fact, 1,000,000 miles was clearly a close distance for a heavenly Tao realm expert. The other party could attack at any time. It was as if he was right in front of the other party, and there was no way for him to escape. Thinking of this, his body suddenly trembled. The flesh on his face twitched uncontrollably because of the monstrous fear that suddenly rose in his heart. No, with half a moment of hesitation, he immediately squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He said with a fake smile, "Hee, fellow Taoist, don't be impulsive. This is a misunderstanding. This old man was just joking with fellow Taoists just now." Joking? It's okay. Yi Xian immediately sneered in his heart. The corner of the violent ape's mouth outlined a very playful smile, but it gave people the feeling that it was ferocious and ferocious. After a pause, the voice of the divine sense sounded again. "It just so happens that I also like to joke. Since fellow Taoist is in the mood, how about we have a good spar today? Roar. As soon as the voice fell, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. He suddenly roared, and the power in his body was instantly pushed to the limit. He spread his arms and punched out. It just so happens that I also like to joke. Since fellow Taoist is in the mood, how about we have a good spar today? Roar. As soon as the voice fell, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. He suddenly roared, and the power in his body was pushed to the limit. He spread his arms and punched out. Boom. Rumble. Yi Xian used all the power in his body for this punch. He had just entered seclusion, allowing his true cultivation realm to enter the heavenly Tao realm. He wanted to find someone to test his skills, but now that he encountered an ignorant fellow who came to him to seek death, he naturally wouldn't be polite. His strength was too powerful, and it even revealed a wisp of violent and ferocious aura that caused others to tremble. It seemed like a simple punch, yet the rumbling it caused shook the heavens and the earth, and it was even to the extent that it surpassed the tribulation lightning from before. Wherever the formless fist passed, the void would rapidly collapse. It was simply a shocking sight, causing one to tremble in fear. Fellow Taoist, please stop. Let's talk nicely. At the next moment, the rank 7 survivor's entire body shook violently, and his expression changed drastically. He gasped as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly explained again in a panic. It's a misunderstanding. I assure you that this is really a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was completely unmoved. His eyes were extremely firm and cold, and the killing intent emanating from his body surged to the sky. He was clearly determined to kill this rank 7 survivor with one punch. Screech, I can't accept it. Violent ape, you kill without a word. You are so cruel that you deserve to be killed. Bang! In despair, the rank 7 survivor raised his head and roared fiercely. At the same time, the power in his body was pushed to the extreme. More than 90% of it poured into his life source magic weapon. In the next moment, his body exploded into a small blood mist. There was even a tiny light that was only the size of a finger in the blood mist. With a flash, it directly rushed into the void and disappeared. Life source magic weapon to send a message? Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he murmured softly. At the last moment, this 7th-order remnant knew that he was going to die, but he was unwilling to give up. So, he poured most of the power in his body into his natal magic treasure. Then, he used the power of the explosion of his body to tear open the void and send his natal magic treasure into it. Only his first purpose was to send a message, and this life origin magic treasure wouldn't exist for long. His soul had already perished, and his life origin magic treasure was connected to it. Now, it was just forcefully holding on. At most, it would explode in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and then it would turn into ashes. The qi and blood of a human expert was too weak to be refined into blood essence. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to collect the blood mist that filled the air. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he abruptly waved his hand. Hiss! A crack was torn open in the void. It was exactly the place where the life source magic weapon of the rank 7 survivor had rushed into. Immediately afterward, Yi Xian immediately sent out a ray of divine thought and extended it along the crack, but soon he frowned. He murmured softly, "Strange, I can't track his whereabouts." Although he was a little disappointed, this was actually not surprising. After all, it was understandable that a rank 7 Heaven's Way master had some extraordinary secret method. Although he could not find the life source magic weapon that had escaped, Yi Xian did not take this matter to heart. It was just a communication treasure. Since it was a remnant Heaven's Way, it must have come from a powerful star domain ruled by the remnants of the primordial era. While Yi Xian was now wandering in the fierce beast forbidden area, and the remnant star domain was basically not interested in getting involved. Therefore, even if this communication treasure reached the destination, it would not have much of an impact on him. Even more, his cultivation realm had now stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. After activating the 9 Demon Ape Transformation Bloodline ability and using the 9th Transformation State, his strongest combat power was already among the best among the Heaven's Way Masters of the Great Perfection 9th Stage. What was there to fear? One thinking of this, he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. He turned to the void and glanced around, then waved his hand again to tear open a crack in the void. With a shake of his shoulders, he stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the left bank of the Milky Way, in another remote area of the vast dark void ahead, hiss! An incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out as a crack appeared in the dark void. A figure walked out from within, and surprisingly, it was Yi Xian. The current him had already returned to his original appearance as a human, but he was still in the 9th transformation of his bloodline ability. Therefore, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was extremely powerful. Even among the peak Heaven's Way Masters of the Great Perfection 9th Stage, he was definitely among the best. After leaving the place of tribulation, he did not immediately return to the right section of the left bank to take revenge. Instead, he stayed in the vast, dark void in front of the right section of the left bank, but in a different place. The reason for this was that he still had one thing to do, and that was to deduce the perfect pill formula of the level 31 Primordial Chaos pill. He had determined that in this Primordial Chaos void, any secret technique or divine ability would be suppressed by the Primordial Chaos Tao. It was impossible to obtain the power of the Primordial Chaos Tao in advance through secret techniques or divine abilities, such as, therefore, he could only rely on his repeated breakthroughs in seclusion to allow his cultivation realm to truly step into the Primordial Chaos Tao realm. Although he had just stepped into the Heavenly Tao realm, and his true cultivation strength was only at the first stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, if it were other ferocious beasts or remnant experts, it might take a long time to go from the first stage of the Heavenly Tao realm to the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. However, Yi Xian was different. In fact, his subordinates in the Magic Hall were different as well. Due to the various levels of treasured pills provided by Yi Xian, as well as top-grade cultivation resources such as the 9-color Divine Medicine and Chaos Medicine, their cultivation speed was very fast, far surpassing that of ordinary ferocious beasts and remnant experts. From the first stage of the Heavenly Tao realm to the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, it only took 8 small breakthroughs. To Yi Xian, it would not take too long. At that time, he would need to consume a level 31 Primordial Chaos pill and enter seclusion to break through to the Primordial Chaos Tao realm after the Heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, the refinement of the level 31 Primordial Chaos pill could not be delayed any longer. It had to be put on the agenda. While he had not even deduced the perfect pill formula for the Primordial Chaos pill, so one could imagine how heavy the pressure in his heart was. Previously, when he was deducing the perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Tao pill, he had spent an unknown amount of time. After the deduction was completed, it even attracted the Heavenly Tao pill tribulation. The perfect pill formula for the Primordial Chaos pill would definitely take a long time, and the Primordial Chaos pill tribulation after the deduction was completed would probably be unavoidable. Yi Xian was not worried about the Primordial Chaos pill tribulation. Although its power was not as powerful as the real Primordial Chaos tribulation, it was not much weaker. To Yi Xian, it was an excellent opportunity to trick others. Reverse it was impossible to complete the deduction of the perfect pill formula for the Primordial Chaos pill in one go. He did not have that much time to go into seclusion for a long time, so his current plan was to implement this matter first. After he had some ideas, he could hand it over to the devouring system in his body and use all of its calculation ability to carry out the follow-up deduction. Beginning of revenge, 111 no after a long time, Yi Xian found an abandoned star and directly entered the core of the star. He waved his hand and took out the Shinnon cauldron. He restrained his aura and stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Yi Xian closed his eyes and immediately began to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 31 Primordial Chaos pill. Before this, Yi Xian had swallowed and refined everything from the level 1 liquid to the level 30 heavenly Tao pill. He had also carefully studied the pill formula. From the initial treasure liquid to the level 29 desolate supreme pill, Yi Xian had almost never encountered too big of a problem when deducing the pill formula. During this time, he had borrowed the secret refining method of the desolate supreme pill from the remnants of the ancients to refine the flesh medicine. Even for the level 29 desolate supreme pill, it only took him a little longer to successfully deduce it. However, when he was deducing the level 30 heavenly Tao pill, he encountered difficulties. Later, he received an unexpected reminder and added the elements of the 5 elements, which allowed him to successfully refine the level 30 heavenly Tao pill. As for the level 31 primordial chaos pill, it was obviously more difficult to deduce the pill formula. Even with the previous experience of the level 30 heavenly Tao pill, it was definitely not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Moreover, Yi Xian had always had an intuition that in the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial chaos pill, other than the 5 elements, there were probably other elements that had to be added before it could be successfully refined. However, he still had no idea what this element was. This matter could not be rushed. It depended on luck. What he needed to do now was only to deduce the rough pill formula. If, today, even among the peak heavenly Tao of the 9th stage, he was considered one of the best. His divine sense was so powerful that it could be said to be terrifying. In addition, the calculation ability of the devouring system in his body was fully mobilized. In just half a month, the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial chaos pill had already begun to take shape. Yi Xian did not continue. He opened his eyes and stood up. He issued an order to the devouring system in his body, mobilizing all of the system's calculation ability, and continued to deduce with all of its might. After that, he rushed out of the Shinnong treasure cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he kept it into his body and walked out of the core of this abandoned planet. Counting the time, it's been more than half a year since that battle. I wonder if the injuries of the heavenly Tao Green Eye and that 3-legged golden crow have recovered. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian turned to look at the left and right banks of the Milky Way at the end of the void. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In the battle that day, he had been ambushed by 33 heavenly Tao beasts. This kind of large-scale attack could be said to be earth-shattering. It was probably rare to see such a scene in this primordial chaos void. It would have been fine if he had fallen that day, but since he was still alive, then after he was done with the matters at hand, Yi Xian would definitely take revenge. Swallowing his anger was not his usual style. Of the 33 heavenly Tao beasts, 7 of them had been killed by Yi Xian. Including the primeval heavens that had escaped first, there were 26 heavenly Tao beasts that had survived that battle with Yi Xian. These 26 heavenly Tao beasts came from more than a dozen vicious beast forbidden grounds. Other than the great desolate forbidden grounds, which were located in the middle and right sections of the left bank, the rest were all located in the right section of the left bank. Without a doubt, Yi Xian would visit these vicious beast forbidden grounds one by one. As for his first stop, he chose the great desolate forbidden grounds. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. Accompanied by the crisp sound of ripping cloth, a void crack appeared in front of him. Body with a flash, Yi Xian transformed into a 10-foot-tall, stellar berserk ape. With a flash, he entered the void crack and vanished in a blink of an eye. His revenge, after breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm, began. In full swing. On great desolate forbidden grounds. With the sound of ripping cloth, a void crack appeared. Yi Xian walked out of it and descended upon the great desolate forbidden grounds. He had come with anger, but now that he had descended and surveyed the area, the scene that entered his eyes rendered Yi Xian rather speechless. In fact, at the beginning of the battle more than half a year ago, the extremely huge primitive forbidden grounds had completely fallen into a deathly silence. Within the abandoned stars, there was not the slightest aura of life, and not even a single ancient wild beast could be seen. Although there were countless living beings in the endless sea of battleships in the vast void to the left of the stellar domain, all of them were slumped to the ground when Yi Xian arrived. Although there were signs of life that emanated, it was as though their souls had been extinguished. There were no signs of life, nor were there any signs of life. This was the result of the weeping soul blood ape casting its bloodline mystic technique, causing them to fall into a deep slumber. Back then, the moment the weeping soul blood ape cast its bloodline mystic technique, countless living beings of the present world struggled and roared angrily in the endless sea of battleships. But soon, as the roars and howls that were filled with endless indignation sounded, they slowly closed their eyes as their bodies slumped to the ground. The signs of life in their bodies seemed to freeze. The weeping soul blood ape's weeping soul mystic technique was extraordinary. In a short period of time, it sealed their souls, making them appear like living dead. They were worse than walking corpses. The primeval heavens, I had abandoned the countless living beings of the present world from the three main celestial planes, leaving them in the great desolate forbidden grounds as bait to attract Yi Xian's arrival. That being said, the 9 stars of the immortal Sky Inn Palace, the Temple of Glory, as well as the hundreds of Baron Supremacies and Baron Supremacies from the former First Universe, as well as the Blood WIRM, Blue Rock, Warrior Lion, Inji, Raging Bull, Golden Hawk, Colored Python, Voracious Wolf, and Tree Sprite from the Second Universe, along with the Baron Supremacies and Baron Supremacies from the 9 races. This, however, the star fortresses where the important figures were standing were all pulled by an invisible force and rushed out of the endless ocean of battleships into a space crack. Then, they entered the parallel space where the green eye of the primeval age of heavenly axiom was in seclusion. From the primeval heaven's eye's point of view, they clearly still had some value, which was why he left some of his elites behind. Together with the ancient ferals that had followed him for countless years, they were taken into the parallel void. Later, when Yi Xian arrived and descended upon the great desolate forbidden grounds, he did not make a move against the living beings in the endless sea of battleships. After the primeval heavens, I fled back to his lair. He predicted that Yi Xian would eventually come knocking on his door. After entering the parallel void, he immediately went into seclusion to heal his wounds. At the same time, he issued an order to the other 9 heavenly beasts under his command to take in the sea of battleships left in the void of the great desolate forbidden grounds, as well as the living beings of the present world sleeping within, into the parallel void. This matter was completed in a short period of less than 10 days after the return of the Heaven Dao's Azure Eye. From that moment onward, the primeval forbidden grounds only existed in name, and the entire forbidden grounds was simply like an empty city. Moreover, this situation had been going on for more than half a year. Until today, when Yi Xian arrived and descended upon this place, it was still the same. The entire great desolate forbidden grounds had now been completely transformed into an empty city in the great desolate forbidden grounds. Above when Yi Xian arrived last time, he could at least see a sea of battleships spread out in the void. However, this time, there was nothing but abandoned stars floating in the void, without a single breath of life. Obviously, the primeval heavens, I had predicted that Yi Xian would definitely come and take revenge, so he had already moved everything away before he arrived. He was afraid that he would not return in a short period of time. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need to stay here any longer. The enmity between him and the primeval heavens I would be completely resolved one day, so there was no need to rush now. Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He waved his hand, tore open a crack in the void, and left.